Xia Fei. Oh, Xia Fei. Why couldn't you be anything but normal? The Grand Ancestor brought you into the God race so that you could experience the training here. What did you run off to Fig Corporation for? The news of Xia Fei joining Fig Corporation had spread to reach the fiendish wing villa on its snow-capped mountains, and the more short-tempered peak law sage, Xia Lianing, stomped his feet to vent his emotions. From what I know, Xia Fei's choices have always been very unexpected, and we already verified this fact when he was still in the law realm, Xiaka said as he stroked the sparse goatee on his chin. The law realm is the law realm, and the God race is the God race. How couldn't he understand this? Besides the areas beyond the God race territory, Fig Corporation is next in line when it comes to being the most dangerous. While Fig Corporation may appear to be a place of business on the outside, it is in fact the second major force outside the Palace of Gods. Danger lurks everywhere in there, while schemes and conspiracies abound. Forging an identity to join Fig Corporation? Only he could come up with such an idea. How could he actually be so bold? Xia Lianing vehemently unleashed a tirade of complaints, the nerves on his forehead bulging visibly. Anyone could tell that he was really infuriated this time. Actually, there was not a single Skywing who could be called good-tempered. Even if they lived their day-to-day lives with a smile on their faces, they were the sort of stubborn bulls that would not listen to their master when in a fight. I believe that Xia Fei has carefully considered his actions beforehand. Given how smart that young man is, there's no way he doesn't know the problem Fig Corporation is actually in. Perhaps he's investigating something personal over there, Xiaka said solemnly. In any case, there's no use being so anxious about him. Since the Grand Ancestor isn't here, we're the ones making the decision regarding all matters. You must maintain a calm disposition at such times. Xia Lianing was done with his tantrum, and he returned to his seat. His face contorted in rage, but eventually he sighed. I'm not trying to pick a bone with Xia Fei, but to have actually risked joining Fig Corporation with a forged identity the first time he arrived at the God Race territory? Not even the entire God Race has a grit to rival his. In case of a mishap, just how would we explain ourselves to the Grand Ancestor? Xiaka shook his head and replied, You may have the wrong idea about him. Xia Fei isn't someone who lacks mindfulness. His personality is just a bit more extreme, that's all. I reckon the fact that he dares to brave Fig Corporation means there's something he needs to do there. Plus, he's someone who's extremely obstinate. As long as it's something he makes up his mind about, there's nothing or no one out there that can stop him or change his decision. It was amusing to note that neither Xia Ku nor Xia Lianing thought positively of Xia Fei's move to join Fig Corporation, and both were instead convinced that Xia Fei was just stirring up trouble. Actually, neither of these peak law sages could be blamed for being glum about this. Xia Fei was indeed someone who enjoyed stirring up trouble, and this had already been proven, given his past troubles. Our Grand Ancestor at least has a position to stand on in the Palace of Gods, but no one in our clan can even have a word in edgewise with Fig Corporation. The situation will be very troublesome if we lose track of Xia Fei, Xia Lianing rumbled. Lifting his head up, Xia Lianing gazed at the blizzard raging outside the window. Honestly, I'm not afraid of Fig Corporation at all. Fear isn't a word known by any of the Skywings. I'm merely worried that the ancient legend will come to pass again. After all, the present is nothing like the past. Xiaku was abruptly stunned, his expression turning abnormal. There's no use worrying over it now. The Grand Ancestor has given Xia Fei the mission to get a firm foothold in the God race. Perhaps Xia Fei can really find it in Fig Corporation. In that case, our clan will finally have someone in that place where we've been unable to interfere with so far. Xia mused loudly. Xia Lianing sighed, muttering to himself, I hope that that's truly the case. Still, I'm very worried. The Godwings of our clan have the greatest potential, but also bear the worst curse. The blizzard outside grew in intensity, and fiendish wing villa amid miles of ice basked in silence. Xia Fei, of course, had no idea about the worries of the people in fiendish wing villa. His only thought at the moment was to investigate this tech company, which was rumored to be the greatest in its field. Hence, his presence here in Fig Corporation. It was really that simple. Research Institute 137's maintenance team was situated underground, separate from the well-lit and spacious facilities enjoyed by the other departments above. It was evidently a little gloomier here. After walking along the corridor for quite some time, Xia Fei finally arrived outside a door with a plaque that read Maintenance Team. Inserting his identification pass to the electronic reader, the metal door slowly opened. He entered, only to find himself in a huge warehouse, with countless broken equipment strewn all over the place. There was even this odd and pungent smell permeating the room. It was a fairly bleak scene to behold, considering that this was a well-known tech company reputed to be #1 on this side of the universe. Xia Fei did not say a word, and nobody inside the warehouse said a word, either. The only sounds came from the machines in operation. It appeared that everyone was busy with work. "Are you the newcomer?" a thick voice called. Xia Fei turned toward the sound, only to find the team leader of Research Institute 137's maintenance team. The person was a barrel-chested man, and he was presently kneeling on the ground, repairing a sonic scanner that was disproportionate in size. "Director Kalu sent me to the maintenance team to help out for a few days," Xia Fei lightly explained as he took out a cigarette. "Oh, give me a minute." With that said, the powerful man continued to bury his head in his own work. Zia. His fingers were chubby, yet he was able to work nimbly as he repaired components and parts. Exactly 1 minute passed when the work on the sonic scanner was announced to be completed. "Clap, clap, clap. Come over here, all of you. We've got a new colleague." The team leader got up and clapped his hands. Several minutes later, Xia Fei was introduced to the 3 members of the team. There was the tall and large team leader, Song Jianlin, and 2 skinny older men, Andrew and Hoff. "Independent College. You're from there." These 3 men appeared to be very surprised. After all, Independent College was one of the 3 major faculties of Fig Star Academy, its fame preceding itself. There was no reason someone like Xia Fei would end up helping out in the maintenance team, even if it was just temporary. It seemed to be somewhat of a waste of talent. Team leader Song Jianlin seemed to have thought of something and frowned, but he did not make a comment. The maintenance team can be considered as the logistics support department of Research Institute 137. Not just this institute, even the other institutes will send over to us all their broken equipment for repair, Song Jianlin said. Logically speaking, our department can be considered as having the lowest priority. We need to finish repairing 40 items every day at least. That's to say we don't get to rest till we're done repairing 10 items each. All right, let's get back to work. Xia Fei was somewhat surprised. He had not expected the job scope of the maintenance team to be so simple. Furrowing his brows, he asked, "With so many broken items, where should I start?" The other 3 men laughed in unison, as old Hoff patted Xia Fei on his shoulder. "You already know just how many items we are required to repair daily, which far outstrips what the maintenance team can handle. No one's going to blame us if we can't get everything done, so all you have to do is find any 10 items from the ground and repair them. You may knock off work once you meet your quota, and the earlier you're done, the earlier you can rest." Xia Fei frowned. It looked like the maintenance team was a group of forgotten men in Fig Corporation. About 20 minutes later, Xia Fei got up. He had very quick hand speed, and he had completed 10 items in the time that passed. The Mech's inheritance played a key role here. Everyone believed that Xia Fei's foundation in mechatronics came from the Panhuman Alliance, but that was very far from the truth. Old man Xin Meng had given him a handbook to mech technology, but it was the chief engineer of the Mech's Dim Sky in the Hidden Realm who had truly deepened his knowledge of technology. The Mechs and the Cobalti were 2 major species most technologically competent outside the law realm, and though they were still a few levels off Fig Corporation, Xia Fei was definitely more than capable of handling some of these not-too-complex tasks with his firm grasp of the Mech's knowledge and technology. So fast. The 3 veteran maintenance workers were greatly shocked. Xia Fei, having completed a day's work in such a short time on his first day of work, was definitely a shocking feat. Truly a graduate of the independent college. I assumed at first that you're like the other fresh grads, smart in theory but weak in practice. Who knew that your operational ability would be this strong?" Song Jianlin gasped in amazement. Xia Fei remained expressionless. He could already vaguely sense this problem, almost as if he had been far too unsuitably assigned to the maintenance team. "Well, you can knock off work since you're done. We'll be heading back in a bit ourselves," Song Jianlin said. "The greatest benefit of being in the maintenance team is that our work hours are very short every day, so we have the chance to enter the company's core for furthering our knowledge. Company products are also available for a very cheap rate, so I do believe that it'll be very beneficial to you. Hoff laughed from his side. But of course, otherwise, only a ghoul would be willing to come and work in the maintenance team. Though our repair speed isn't as ridiculous as yours, we can also get done in about 2 hours, and how we spend the remaining time is entirely up to each of us. Xia Fei was somewhat taken aback. Turned out the members of the maintenance team actually did not enjoy their job and were just interested in having ample time to themselves. This was also not a bad thing for Xia Fei. If he had to spend long hours working every day, then the time he had for cultivation and his other pursuits would be greatly reduced. This was not something he was willing to let happen. Leaving the maintenance team, Xia Fei did not depart from the institute, but, instead, took out a small earpiece from his spatial ring and placed it in his right ear. Soon, the sounds of conversation Song Jianlin was having with the others echoed in his ear. The independent college is the strangest out Fig Star Academy's 3 major faculties. Technically speaking, this Xia Fei is considered a scholar. Why would the director send him over to us? This voice belonged to Andrew. That's right. While the maintenance team is without pressure, the fact remains that there's nothing for anyone to learn here. There's going to be a company-wide recruitment exam soon, and the results will directly impact his future. Isn't it better for him to be in one of the big research teams? That way, he can learn something during this time. Hearing the queries from Andrew and Hoff, Song Jianlin made sure no one was around before whispering. Xia Fei was a student of Professor Flynn, so he's bound to have a bad time staying in Institute 137. Flynn, the former director of Division 4? Wasn't that the same Flynn who chased our director Kalu from Research Division 4 to Research Institute 137? A moment of silence passed before old Hoff sighed. No wonder. Though Kalu didn't verbally mention this, he must hate Flynn to the core. Having been transferred from Research Division 4 to this place back, then must be quite the embarrassment. Now that Flynn's own protégé has come to Research Institute 137, Kalu will definitely not let him have an easy time. Song Jianlin shrugged as he said, "It can't be helped." Flynn probably didn't know that when he kicked Kalu out that day, he ended up becoming the director of Research Institute 137. This is a mortal feud. Taking off the earpiece, Xia Fei followed the long corridor out as his mind raced. It was far too coincidental. The mysterious hybrid Dragon Correction Core had created a very intricate identity for Xia Fei, and mechatronics just so happened to be Xia Fei's forte. Had it been optics or heritage, Xia Fei would really have had a hard time impersonating the character. Alas, this given identity brought Xia Fei plenty of trouble. Could this be a hand by the all-knowing Grand Ancestor? Xia Fei wondered to himself. Are you Xia Fei, the newest member of the maintenance team? The goods you ordered have arrived. A middle-aged man wearing the company internal dispatch uniform stood and waved from the opposite corridor. At that moment, Xia Fei's heart was in his throat. It was very apparent that Xia Fei had not ordered anything. Are you Xia Fei, the newest member of the maintenance team? The goods you ordered have arrived. A middle-aged man wearing the company internal dispatch uniform waved as he stood from the opposite corridor. Xia Fei was rooted to the spot. He had just arrived at Fig Corporation and had never ordered anything. Why did this person say that he was delivering something he had ordered? Doubts filled his mind as Xia Fei hesitantly made his way over. This staff was in charge of internal dispatch. After all, given the size of Fig Corporation, there were plenty of items that needed to be sent between offices, documents, and the ilk, which was why they had positions solely responsible for the delivery of such items. After inspecting Xia Fei's staff pass and getting him to sign, the man handed Xia Fei a box the size of his palm and turned to leave. Xia Fei weighed the object in his hand and realized that it was rather heavy despite the size. Just what could be inside it? Fig Corporation had staff accommodations on their grounds, so it was convenient for staff who had no family of their own or if they needed a place to stay overnight whenever they ended up working late. Xia Fei was also assigned one such room. Opening the door and peering in, he noted that the room looked very much like a single suite in a hotel, not exactly luxurious, but having everything someone would require while staying in it. The law realm was very traditional. Few would use high-tech products, but this room had been completely automated, with everything just requiring a wave of the hand. Closing the door behind him, Xia Fei sat on the bed and opened this mysterious box he had received. Inside was a set of precious, brilliant space. Precious Brilliant Space was a portable training space that any warrior could carry wherever they went. Different from a spatial ring, Precious Brilliant Space allowed any sapient life form to live inside the space, where food, oxygen, and everything life needed to flourish were provided. Xia Fei frowned. The delivery order very clearly stated that he ordered this Precious Brilliance Space himself, and the timing coincided with his inclusion to the maintenance team. The delivery dispatch service in Fig Corporation was highly efficient, having brought him the item in just 20 minutes. Xia Fei was speechless. He was not even aware of Fig Corporation's intranet yet. So how could he have ordered a Precious Brilliant Space prior? The Precious Brilliant Space was like a golf ball with a button on top. A light push of it would activate the device. Xia Fei held that item in hand and began to contemplate as he smoked a cigarette. Everything seemed to have changed the moment he used the hybrid dragon correction core, and all had even gone well beyond what Xia Fei expected. First was Xia Fei's identity, which he now dared to conclude as not fake. Professor Flynn definitely existed, and there was certainly an existing grudge between him and Research Institute 137's director. This was the first coincidence. Due to the animosity between Flynn and Kalu, Xia Fei had been assigned to the lowly maintenance team, and while it looked detrimental to Xia Fei, it was actually the most beneficial arrangement for him because he only needed to spend very little time working each day, at most an hour. Afterward, he could devote all his remaining time toward cultivation. If Xia Fei had any reservations regarding joining Fig Corporation, it was that he hoped his time here would not interfere with his cultivation. After all, mechatronics was no more than a professional hobby of Xia Fei's, for his true pursuit was being a warrior, his identity being the lone wolf of the Skywing clan. Now, he had managed to join Fig Corporation, and it would not interfere with his cultivation, too. Everything fitted Xia Fei's wishes perfectly. This was the second coincidence. There was this Precious Brilliant Space, which had been sent to him. He could not possibly engage in cultivating laws in the ordinary room he was provided, and now Xia Fei happened to have a secret corner for him to do just that, allowing him to continue his training quietly. This was the third coincidence. Every step had gone Xia Fei's way, yet it also came with its own set of problems. Xia Fei shook his head. He simply refused to believe that everything had truly been a coincidence, for that would just be far too bizarre. Fiddling with the Precious Brilliant Space in his hand, Xia Fei mumbled, "Just how did this item come to be?" Suddenly, Xia Fei froze. Since this item had intentionally been sent to him by someone else, perhaps there might be clues left inside the space. With this thought in mind, Xia Fei lightly pushed the button and activated the Precious Brilliant Space. Oh my god! Xia Fei's two eyes shone brightly as he let out a gasp. This Precious Brilliant Space's interior was far larger than what he initially imagined. How could it be called Precious Brilliant Space? It's practically an entire planet. Xia Fei was completely flabbergasted as he looked all around him in amazement. The endless horizon inside this humongous space was very picturesque, with natural and warm sunlight shining from above, which was not in the least bit glaring. Standing there inside, Xia Fei could not help but feel awed. Just what grade of technology was this, to have successfully constructed this planet-sized Precious Brilliant Space? Precious Brilliant Spaces were completely different from spatial rings. A spatial ring was linked to a faraway secret space through a spatial channel. It did not need to be powered and was very stable and indestructible. The ring would only lose functionality if the secret space itself collapsed. Meanwhile, Precious Brilliant Space was more like a creation of an expert in the law of space using law force and raw energy. Maintaining the space activation required energy, and the moment it ran out, the space would disappear accordingly. This was why people were more used to storing precious items in their rings and not in an artificial space that required energy for sustenance. However, a Precious Brilliant Space was definitely suitable as temporary training grounds, because with energy supporting its use, the space would have light, water, air, and a controlled climate. Everything necessary for sapient life forms to survive. Moreover, spatial superimposition could be done, so there was completely no problem bringing in a spatial ring to this space. It was precisely because a Precious Brilliant Space had all these unique characteristics and functions that many warriors would bring one around with them, treating it as a portable training facility, ready for use anytime. It was just that the precious, brilliant space Xia Fei had obtained this time was simply too large, too vast. The cost of creating one precious, brilliant space, which could be brought everywhere, was astronomical. After all, the difficulty of maintaining the stability of a space, even when moving about, was more than 1,000 times greater than a static location. Xia Fei was unsure just how valuable a precious, brilliant space the size of a planet would be. But even a fool could tell that it would not be cheap. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and thought of another problem. Most warriors did not require such a large space to cultivate, and only Xia Fei, a law of speed practitioner, would hope to have as large a space as possible. It almost seemed as if the person who had sent him this precious, brilliant space knew exactly what Xia Fei required. So they had sunk in such a great cost just to provide Xia Fei with a space that would let him cultivate his law of speed. Just who could it be? Xia Fei muttered to himself. Xia Fei felt very uneasy for the longest time after he exited the precious, brilliant space, pondering the many questions he had no answer to. Suddenly, a slight smile appeared across Xia Fei's face. He wondered aloud. The person who could accomplish all these should of course be my clan's grand ancestor. To think that old man even has the influence to intercede in Fig Corporation. Since it was a gift from his grand ancestor, Xia Fei decided to accept it with glee. Song Jinlin had already mentioned that Fig Corporation had its private intranet, allowing anyone to learn plenty of knowledge within and to purchase products from the company at reduced prices. As the #1 tech company in this part of the universe, Fig Corporation was able to produce plenty of quality products, so there were bound to be items which could be useful to Xia Fei, including components that might be incorporated to the Titans in the Hidden Realm. These were all the reasons why Xia Fei had decided to infiltrate the company. Xia Fei inserted his staff pass into the slot and entered the company intranet. The first thing he wanted to find out was the price of this precious, brilliant space. With a light swipe of his finger on the screen, Xia Fei quickly entered the list of inventory, and then he tapped onto the section featuring various kinds of precious, brilliant spaces to check. From top quality to cheap versions, the price became all the more bewildering as the grade of the precious, brilliant space increased. 1,000,000 grade 6 crystals. 10 million. 100 million. Xia Fei was rendered completely speechless. The prices of Fig Corporation's products were unbelievably expensive. The most expensive type of precious, brilliant space was actually worth 100 million grade 6 origin crystals. That was no different from daylight robbery. Taking a closer look at the item description, Xia Fei realized that the interior version of the precious, brilliant space only covered an area of 1,000 kilometers, while the one Xia Fei had in his hand was 5,000 kilometers. Many companies preferred to have their most advanced products sold in limited quantities for two reasons. 1. The manufacturing of such products was highly difficult, and the output itself could not be too high. 2. Due to the high prices of their products, even if the company put them on the market, not many could afford them. As such, for the company, it was better to just sell its goods to the wealthy through under-the-table transactions. It became evident that the precious, brilliant space currently in Xia Fei's possession was not something Fig Corporation sold to the public. This was because his space was 5 times the size of the product that cost over 100 million grade 6 crystals. What a grand show of wealth. I believe that this precious, brilliant space is the best product of Fig Corporation. Xia Fei swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he mused to himself. Xia Fei carefully kept the precious, brilliant space as the doubts in his mind surged. It did not really make sense for the Grand Ancestor to give him a precious, brilliant space that was worth several hundred millions. Besides, for what reason would he need to do so through the Fig Corporation's internal dispatch system? A quick check of the company's dispatch system, and Xia Fei was greeted with a blank page. The screen showed that there was no record of Xia Fei having ever made an order before. It seemed like someone had deleted it after the transaction was made. A very high level of permission was required if anyone wished to delete the transactional records in Fig Corporation. Thus, it was not something most people would be able to pull off. Xia Fei patted his own head. Having come across a series of strange events on his first day of joining Fig Corporation, he could not help but feel utterly astounded. This was when the screen suddenly shone, and the page before him changed from the purchase interface to that of the information query database. For its staff's convenience in deepening knowledge and furthering their study, Fig Corporation had a huge database containing all sorts of parameters, information, and experiment data over the years built. Different levels of permissions would grant high-ranking corporate officials access to confidential data accordingly. Xia Fei did not really pay much attention at first. The screen was very sensitive, so he assumed that he had accidentally touched it, and thus it changed as it did. However, a glance at the text that had appeared on the screen, and Xia Fei suddenly felt a suffocating sensation come over him. This was because what was being shown was not the average database accessible to ordinary employees like Xia Fei, but rather the Level 5 information encyclopedia only accessible to higher-tier researchers. The orange lettering on the screen stated that the data shown could only be browsed and read privately by high-ranking researchers, and anyone found duplicating or dispensing the said information would be severely punished by the company. Xia Fei was left speechless once more. In just half a day's time, he had come into contact with plenty of inexplicable situations that he simply could not fathom. The screen automatically changing to the highly restricted database? This was surely no coincidence. There must be someone in the background manipulating things. It seemed like this mysterious figure was leading him, step by step, toward knowing things Fig Corporation had kept well hidden. This certain someone was not just seemingly omniscient, they also seemed awfully familiar with Xia Fei, knowing about his mechatronics background and knowing exactly what he needed the most. Just as Xia Fei was about to go insane from surprise, a row of words appeared on the screen. Learn. That's the only way you can unravel the mystery behind everything. Learn. That's the only way you can unravel the mystery behind everything. Xia Fei read this row of words, which had suddenly appeared on the screen before him, to himself. He then smiled ever so slightly. Lighting a stick of Hongtashin, he lightly blew a white smoke ring. The situation was becoming more and more interesting. Out of nowhere, an unseen hand had somehow appeared and secretly aided Xia Fei, leading him toward the unknown. From the moment Xia Fei activated the Hybrid Dragon Correction Core, a massive yet mysterious stage unfolded. Be it Professor Flynn of Fig Star Academy, Director Kalu of Research Institute 137, Xia Fei, or even the entire Fig Corporation, practically everyone was part of it. Pondering, Xia Fei swiftly entered a row of words onto the screen. Who are you? What is this mystery? He stared at the screen keenly, awaiting this mysterious existence to respond with an answer. Very soon, another row of words appeared. You may call me Alpha. The first step of solving the mystery requires that you join Research Division 1. Xia Fei was startled. This so-called Alpha seemed extremely confident. He knew that Xia Fei had come to Fig Corporation because of the puzzles regarding the Cosmic Gate and Mech King Radix. The entry to Fig Corporation's Research Division 1 had actually become the first step for him to uncover the truth. It must be known that this was Fig Corporation, the so-called most powerful tech giant on this side of the universe. As for Research Division 1, that would be the greatest scientific research lab ever created by Fig Corporation. It could very well be regarded as the entity that stood at the apex of the technology field. This codename Alpha wanted Xia Fei to join Research Division 1 and called it merely the first step. It meant that there would also be Step 2 and probably Step 3. Xia Fei suddenly felt that the renowned Fig Corporation may not be as clean as what had appeared on the surface, or perhaps some unknown forces were backing Fig Corporation, and their existences were solely serving as cover for certain things that must never see the light. How would I make it to Division 1? Xia Fei typed out the question as he asked aloud. Learn. Demonstrate your prowess. First study and then demonstrate his prowess? This was unlike what Xia Fei had imagined. Given his personality, he very much preferred to keep a low profile and to eliminate his enemies without a fuss by turning the tides quietly. It was as the saying went. A spear thrusts out in the open can be dodged, but a hidden arrow will be difficult to defend against. A Xia Fei hiding in the shadows was the most dangerous type of Xia Fei. This Alpha wanted him to stand out and attack in the open. He could not help but hesitate. However, Xia Fei very quickly let out a chuckle. What Alpha had said was not actually wrong. Fig Corporation was so big. If Xia Fei acted according to what he was used to and stayed in the shadows by remaining inconspicuous, there was really no telling when he would finally see results. Night was descending, yet Xia Fei still had no idea what it meant. Obviously, There was not much time left for him. Xia Fei did not persist with his questioning. This mysterious alpha seemed unwilling to answer too many questions, too. Let's begin. Xia Fei typed this on the screen. After a few brief moments, Xia Fei got Alpha's answer, except it was an answer that Xia Fei did not expect in the least. The first step toward learning is grasping the method of learning. Whoosh. The screen abruptly changed, and what appeared before Xia Fei was a complete study program, something that would assist him in using his eyes, brain, and energy simultaneously. Xia Fei was shocked. This method was extremely miraculous, utilizing a sort of mental mapping process to transmit instantly what he saw with his eyes right to his brain, creating a memory before the left and right sides of his brain could. His seventh brain region was then in charge of juicing up his brain's speed, using origin energy to support the complex learning method. It was a well-known fact that the left and right sides of the human brain had a clear division of labor. The right was good when it came to using instincts, while the left excelled in analysis. The method Alpha showed Xia Fei would actually let him use more parts of his brains at the same time, operating at high speeds, having both memory and analysis while he studied, even using the mysterious seventh brain region to increase his speed of thinking as he spent origin energy to sustain this expenditure. It was truly too overpowered. Xia Fei gulped. He then proceeded to memorize this unprecedented learning method. He had no idea just what sort of effect would come from learning with this method, but Xia Fei knew very well that whoever could come up with such a method and provide a way to use it in a highly efficient manner was definitely an unparalleled existence. Alpha had completely studied the human body's most complex and mysterious part of the brain, the incomprehensible seventh brain region, and most powerful source of energy, origin energy. There was not even a shade of doubt how amazing this method was, something that surpassed human intellect. If it was truly possible, then learning would never ever be an issue again from here onward. Xia Fei suddenly felt very emotional. Using his original method of relying on ocular cognition and his innate memory skills to learn was truly very inefficient, or at least it was many times worse than the method this Alpha had just shown him. It must be known that Xia Fei could cover all the basics, including the research on intelligence, successfully crossing the level that everyone could not get across, while using the old learning method he had come up with. With him switching to this new method, just how long would it take for him to advance? A month? A week? The screen rapidly changed, page after page, as the contents from one book after another were rapidly absorbed by Xia Fei's mind. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei first used the Beast Spirit Codex's ocular cognition to enhance his vision because the screen was moving so rapidly. If he did not use it, then all he would see was a blur, and there would be no way for him to learn what was on display. Next, the Speed Warrior's superior nervous system began to transmit everything Xia Fei had just viewed to his right brain, causing his memory to be expended as all this knowledge got digested by the left brain, classifying everything into categories and further analyzing as well as deeply comprehending it all. While all this was going on, his seventh brain region was constantly at work, and with 100% of his brain being fully utilized at once, it was madly racing. Origin energy was being swiftly sent into his brain via the white jade dragon ring on his finger. This rare energy distribution ring, the white jade dragon, dispersed origin energy through countless thin threads, which were connected to every brain cell of his. Xia Fei was shocked. This superlearning method actually worked. Actually, a human brain was far more powerful than any supercomputer and possessed a shocking potential. Unfortunately, mankind's understanding of the seventh brain region and the brain itself was too lacking, so no one knew how to exert their powerful brain to the maximum. Anyone able to use 50% of their brain was already considered a genius, which just showed how nearly incapable the humans were in developing and utilizing their brains fully. As for Xia Fei, right now, he was able to use 100% of his brain, and it was through this amazing distributed operations method. As the even more miraculous seventh brain region got involved, the already racing brain increased in speed even more. 101%, 102%. At this very moment, Xia Fei's brain had left supercomputers in the dust. Vast amounts of information were being memorized by Xia Fei as he learned with each passing second. As Xia Fei became more and more familiar with this method of learning, the words appearing across the screen disappeared at an even faster rate. The speed at which he absorbed the information increased exponentially, and practically every minute, Xia Fei was able to learn and absorb knowledge as much as what was in a thick Oxford dictionary. The size of a complete Oxford dictionary at every minute. This was a completely fiendish speed of learning. Though he was learning at a rapid pace, it was also very taxing on Xia Fei. The knowledge seemed like nuclear bombs exploding in his mind, stuffing Xia Fei's brain at full capacity and dominating his thoughts. 5 minutes later, this insane way of learning had finally come to a halt. Xia Fei panted heavily, his entire body drenched in sweat. In just the span of 5 minutes, Xia Fei had learned the amount of knowledge someone would have taken an entire year to learn. This was completely too insane. Again, Xia Fei took a short rest and continued this unbelievable way of learning. Due to the huge consumption of energy occurring, Xia Fei could only sustain it for just 5 minutes and would need 5 more minutes of rest after. Despite this, it was still an overly ridiculous speed of learning. An hour of this would be equivalent to 6 years of study for the average person. 10 hours later, Xia Fei would be able to absorb the knowledge that others would take 60 years to learn. Xia Fei was dissatisfied. He hoped that he could learn even more. The super-speed learning left his mind in this extremely excited state, and recalling how he would study hard clutching a book was completely weak in comparison. However, for some reason, after 10 hours, this mysterious alpha suddenly severed his connection with Xia Fei, and the screen went blank. Xia Fei's life became a routine. Every day, he would spend an hour doing maintenance, 30 minutes of which would be used to work, while the other 30 minutes would be spent chatting with his coworkers to learn about the stories and rumors going around the company. Alpha would always contact him upon his return to his room and begin his 10 hours of study. The time itself was just the right amount for Xia Fei to maximize his brain development without overburdening it in the process. He would then spend the next 4 hours digesting what he had absorbed, recalling everything he had learned the day, to deepen his understanding of it. What time he had left after would be devoted toward cultivation inside the precious brilliant space, all the way until 9 in the morning, where Xia Fei would take a shower and return to the maintenance team, repeating the process all over again. Fig Corporation Research Institute 137, Civilian Personnel's Office. It had been 4 days since Xia Fei joined Fig Corporation. A new trainee like him would obviously not raise anyone's interest. At the moment, everyone had their eyes on Zach, the genius who had graduated from Fig Star Academy's Eternity branch. Eternity was the strongest faculty in all of Fig Star Academy, and Zach was the only graduate that had walked out from the place in the last 15 decades. Everyone was extremely interested in this mysterious Zach, eager to learn just how amazing he was. "Quick, come look. Zach is sweeping points again," exclaimed one bespectacled staff. The other colleagues in the office hurriedly switched on their own microcomputers and connected straight to the company intranet. Fig Corporation had a centralized questions column, so anyone who had come across a problem could post it on the column with a reward, allowing anyone to try their hands at answering it. Answering questions not only improved their reputation in the company, but also awarded them certain points. It must be made known that these points could be used to exchange for company products directly, and plenty of high-quality goods that money could not buy were available as long as sufficient points were exchanged for them. This was why everyone flocked to the questions column, all of them eager to demonstrate their skills and expertise, earning more points while they were at it. The first thing Zach did upon his arrival at Fig Corporation was take 2 hours of his time every day to solve the problems others raised on the centralized questions column. Due to the fact that he replied to these questions at a very fast speed, the others began to call this act sweeping points. Like sweeping up fallen leaves, he systematically solved rows upon rows of questions, obtaining an envious amount of points. Sure enough, he's a once-in-a-100-year talent who graduated from Eternity Branch. It's only been a handful of days, yet Zach has already accumulated over 1,000,000 points, a colleague exclaimed, sounding both envious and jealous. Everyone watched Zach sweep up all the points, but none noticed how at the bottom layer of the column, an unknown name was doing a grand sweep of questions at an even faster rate. Not too far away from Research Institute 137, where Xia Fei resided, was Fig Corporation's Research Institute 142. This was where the only graduate of Eternity branch in the last 150 years, Zach, had his temporary office. Proud. That was the conclusion anyone who first set their eyes on Zach would come to. His head of short, unkempt blonde hair, with two thin raised eyebrows. No matter who Zach met with, he would always be looking at them with his chin sticking out. It could not be helped. He was the first Fig Star Academy genius seen in the last 150 years. It must be known that Zach was merely 3 years old when he first entered Fig Star Academy. At an age where he could not even walk properly, Zach had already demonstrated an intellect well beyond that of a full-grown adult. Subsequently, he was sent to the most legendary Eternity branch of the Academy and was considered an exemption entrant. It was rumored that his parents were given quite the fortune as gratitude for giving birth to such a genius for Fig Star Academy. The spacious and well-lit office only had Zach alone. He was using his free time to answer the problems listed on the centralized questions column, working while he ate a freshly baked muffin, sipping his top-grade red tea, appearing to be very relaxed. Zach and Xia Fei, who had joined Fig Corporation on the same day, received treatment heaven and earth apart. Xia Fei was working in the gloomy and pungent warehouse with the maintenance team, living in the most basic room prepared for staff. Meanwhile, Zach had a luxurious office over 100 square meters in size, with a picturesque scenery right outside the window for anyone who stood inside the office. He even had his own personal secretary, who would specifically serve him tea or snacks, and lived in a super luxury duplex suite over 300 square meters. Zach did not really care about the questions on the column. The reason why he even bothered spending 2 hours of his time answering them was all to announce his arrival and demonstrate his greatness. The many comments, with most being very flattering statements, below the column pleased Zach immensely. Truly, a genius from eternity. The first in 150 years. When are you free? Could you help take a look at my query? I'd be forever grateful. What Zach loved was not solving these questions, but seeing these replies and comments. Instead, it made him feel very accomplished, almost as if his arrival had changed Fig Corporation. Zach was still casually answering the questions. There were a total of 5 sections to the centralized column. The 5th section was where the easiest problems were. Points earned from these were the lowest. A genius like Zach, of course, saw no reason to answer such simple questions, so he chose to start from the 3rd section immediately. Letting out a yawn impatiently, Zach rubbed his eyes. The thousands of hardly new or refreshing questions made him feel bored. If not for the fact that he would obtain admiration and praise from countless people through this, Zach would not even trouble himself with solving such problems at all. Suddenly, a red arrow, which rapidly soared through the daily leaderboard of accumulated points, caught Zach's eye. In order to encourage the staff of Fig Corporation to ask and answer more questions, they designed various forms of rewards and even set up a ranking leaderboard. The daily points leaderboard would list the people who answered the most questions within a 24-hour period. Without a doubt, it was Zach's name that was on the #1 spot, and that had been the case recently. The leaderboard would only list the top 100 names, so Zach had not taken any notice when the name Fei appeared. But when he finished his 21st question of the day, he noticed that Fei had already risen from the 100th spot to 56th. It must be known that only 3 minutes had passed. This meant that Fei had used 3 minutes' time to jump by a total of 44 spots. It even appeared as if this insane rise was still continuing. Stunned, Zach mentally noted, perhaps this Fei has been answering Section 2 questions. While the points awarded for such questions are high, one needs to spend plenty of time on them. So who knows how many long hours this guy has put into studying each. Snap! With a wave of his fingers, Zach switched off the leaderboard and began to answer his last question. 2 hours was the most he could spend wasting his time. In his eyes, answering questions was no more than a way for his prestige to be known, no more than something he did to pass the time. The final question was a little difficult, so Zach spent a whole 20 minutes on it. Looking at the time, Zach decided to end his performance today. Just as he was about to turn off the screen, Zach had a thought and opened the leaderboard once more. He had no idea when, but Fei's name had reached the 2nd spot, and he was right on his heels. It had only been about 20 minutes since, yet this Fei had actually managed to take the 2nd spot. This was completely inconceivable. Suddenly, the usually very confident Zach felt an indescribable sense of pressure. Ever since he was born, Zach had always been recognized as a genius. No one had ever posed a challenge to him. When he stepped out of eternity, those old men who could not graduate despite being hundreds of years old could only stare at his back with envy. That had been the greatest joy he felt his entire life. How was he to know that the moment he arrived at Fig Corporation, just as Zach was about to demonstrate his prowess, this Xia Fei would viciously give him a blunt strike? Zach had earned a total of 430,000 points today, while Xia Fei had gotten 390,000. It was merely 40,000 points away from his own, while the one in third place only had 170,000 points. This means that if Zach left now, this Xia Fei would surpass him in the next minute. No way. I most definitely can't let something like this happen. Zach almost shouted out loud. He had just geared himself up, ready to keep answering more questions, when something unexpected happened. He saw this Xia Fei actually stop answering any questions after hitting 390,000 points and abruptly log off, disappearing without a trace. Zach simply could not understand why Xia Fei would choose to log off at this time. After all, the difference between the two of them was just a very small step. He simply needed to answer several more questions, and he would be ahead. Puzzled, he tapped on Xia Fei's name and glanced at his information. Zach could not help but immediately furrow his brows. Research Institute 137, Maintenance Team? Everyone knew what the maintenance team did. How would anyone of that caliber end up repairing the broken equipment down in the basement together with the maintenance team? They ought to be part of a proper research team, or at least the engineering team. He looked at Xia Fei's record of answers today, and at first he frowned, but soon he burst out laughing. Section 5 questions. They were all Section 5 questions. The points offered by the questions Xia Fei answered was so low to the point of paltriness. He answered a total of 500 questions, and the points he obtained did not even surpass Zach's 20 or so questions. Smiling, Zach felt that Xia Fei's standards were too subpar, having depended entirely on quantity in order to reach such a high standing in terms of accumulated points. He was completely of a different level to himself. After all, the questions he answered were all from Section 3, and the difference in level was clear for all to see. He inadvertently spied the time Xia Fei took to answer the questions and noticed that it was from 10 to 11 in the morning. He only took an hour. 500 questions in an hour. Though the level of questions Xia Fei answered were very low, he did so at an astounding speed. He basically answered over 8 questions every minute. This was indubitably a terrifying speed. It must be said that just reading these over 500 questions once might take even longer than 1 hour, not to mention having to solve them all. Stunned, Zach quickly checked to see Xia Fei's rate of correct answers. 100%. It was 100%. He answered 500 questions in an hour and got 100% accuracy for them. Zach suddenly felt faint. Such a frighteningly high efficiency was something even he could not achieve. Yet this Xia Fei had done it. The next day, Zach arrived at his office early. The slightly dark circles under his eyes proved that he did not have a good night's sleep, almost as if something had been mentally bothering him. Turning on the screen, he did not head to answer questions as he usually did, but waited. Instead, he wanted to see if Xia Fei would appear again. Zach thought about it for a long time last night. Most people would definitely fail to answer 100 questions in an hour's time, and to get them all correct? The only one who could do so was someone that had secretly recorded down all the questions prior and posted the answers after having solved them remotely. At 10:05 a.m., the fifth section's questions suddenly decreased at a rapid rate. The situation was just like yesterday. He saw this Xia Fei answering the questions as if they had gone insane, answering all these questions at this speed that went well beyond human imagination. Yesterday's 8 questions a minute became 9 today. His speed today was even faster than yesterday. Gritting his teeth, Zach immediately fought back. He was still sticking to the Section 3 questions, but Zach was answering them now with his full concentration. He had previously treated these questions as pastime, preferring to answer the questions as he sipped tea and snacked on something. But today was different, for he had finally met an insane opponent. Zoom. 2 red bars were swiftly making progress up the leaderboard. In the lead was Zach, but right on his heels, not showing any sign of letting up, was Xia Fei. 5 minutes later, Zach's points broke 100,000. Fei was 96,000. 10 minutes later, Zach passed the 200,000 mark, while Fei was at 195,000. 15 minutes later, Zach broke the 300,000 mark. Fei was still hot on his heels, though, with 290,000 points. Zach was shocked. The entire Fig Corporation was equally shocked. No one could imagine just how intense this fight was. The two experts were engaged with all their might, duking it out on this smokeless battlefield. Zach was using even higher-level questions to earn points rapidly, while Fei was like a hurricane, sweeping up every single question on Section 5. Without a doubt, Zach had the tactical advantage tackling the questions that gave more points. After all, just reading a problem expended quite some time, and when answering questions, it was of course better to complete those that gave more points. However, Fei was doing so at an incomparable speed, with a stubborn will, as metal. Zach was picky when answering his questions, but Fei was no different from someone cleaving down a mountain with an axe, overcoming each and every obstacle without fail. Quick, come look. They're fighting. There's a battle breaking out on the leaderboard, a chubby researcher shouted. He had not seen such an intense and exciting battle in his whole life until now. Whiz. A crowd very quickly gathered, their eyes all glued to the leaderboard. They were witnessing two red bars resembling dragons as they rose to the sky rapidly. A total of 350,000 points. It's only been 20 minutes, yet Zach has already earned that many. Oh my God. Is he going to break the record today? Everyone appeared to be very surprised, while that chubby researcher pointed to the screen and said, Zach is great, but that person right behind him is even more amazing. Everyone, look carefully. All the problems he's solving are all from Section 5, and he's practically solving 9 to 10 of them every minute. 10 every minute. What joke are you pulling? That's impossible. Just who could actually chase after Zach so diligently? Zach is the first to graduate from eternity in the last 150 years. When everyone carefully read the description on the screen, almost all of them became breathless. Sure enough, that one named Fei was like a vicious wolf, whose jaws had snapped on its prey and was refusing to let go, keeping up with Zach the entire way, not letting him create too large a gap. The originally packed Section 5 questions column decreased exponentially. This was what it truly meant to sweep a 1,000-man army. Whether the questions were worth 1,000 points or 100 points, Fei was not in the least bit fussy with them. He treated all as if they were his enemies provided that they appeared before his eyes. He finished them all, with a frighteningly quick speed at that. He was clearing the section out. 30 minutes passed, and the battle was still as frenetic as before. Zach had put his entire concentration onto dealing with this difficult enemy by the name of Fei. His expression was stern and sweat covered the tip of his nose, which just showed how great an effort he was putting into this. Fei was actually Xia Fei, and as a speedster, his neural response rate was far greater than the average person. Furthermore, after adapting to that brand-new learning method from Alpha, Xia Fei could tackle several questions at once without any hindrance whatsoever. His powerful ocular cognition and superiorly distributed processing speed allowed him to be like a hurricane, sweeping through all the questions in Section 5 pertaining to mechatronics. Zach's speed at solving the questions was nothing compared to Xia Fei's, but the questions he tackled all awarded a lot of points, each generating a minimum of 30,000 points, so Zach had been able to maintain his lead the entire time, while Xia Fei was right behind the so-called genius, pursuing the other relentlessly. Now, it's 600,000 points. Zach is really going crazy today, earning himself 600,000 points in the course of half an hour. That's even better than the results he got in 2 hours' time before. A Fig Corporation research gushed in awe. I reckon that Zach has hardly put in any effort to this in those last 2 days, and it's only the sudden appearance of that dark horse, Fei, from Research Institute 137 that aroused Zach's fighting spirit. He's showing the true strength of the #1 genius of eternity right now, a colleague beside him added. What frightening strength. 600,000 points in 30 minutes. Indeed, he's a genius among geniuses. Also, what's going up with this Fei who's just behind by a few points? He's just some insignificant person from the maintenance team. So how could he compete with the likes of Zach? Everyone look. Fei only managed to obtain 580,000 points. Though it's a little bit inferior compared to Zach's, his result is still pretty scary. Not only that, Fei has solely been doing questions from Section 5, where each one only awards paltry points. On average, he can hardly get 1,000 points for each question solved, so there's no way he can compete with Zach. Since he can keep pace with Zach in this manner, it demonstrates that this Fei has a neural response rate many times higher than the average people. You're right. Fei's question-solving speed is simply too fast. I've never seen someone able to answer 10 questions in under a minute, and to have actually lasted for a full 30 minutes before. Just who would emerge victorious? It's hard to say. Zach is evidently a prodigy, yet Fei's speed is just insane. He's shown great tenacity, too. I'm afraid that we can't tell who will win until the final second. Most sapient life forms enjoyed the act of rubbernecking. Very soon, Xia Fei and Zach's smokeless battle drew the attention of the entire Fig Corporation. The guards manning the gates had their eyes glued on the leaderboard, while all the researchers had stopped their work to stare at the two crazy red arrows intensely competing. Everyone was shocked. This was because the battle was simply too stirring. It was so intense that no one could guess what the final outcome would be. Fig Corporation, Research Division 4. The fight on the leaderboards not only drew the interest of the ordinary staff. Even the upper echelons of the company had started paying attention to the situation as it developed, too. In a luxurious office, 4th Division Director Musin had both his hands on his chin as he watched the changes on the leaderboard. A hint of glee twinkled in his eyes, while the assistant director beside him, Mamba, was rubbing his palms together excitedly. To think Research Institute 137 is actually hiding someone of such caliber. Aside from Zach, who has chosen to intern with us in Division 4, this newcomer Fei is pretty outstanding as well. Congratulations, Director. You have gotten 2 capable members to your team, Mamba solemnly said. Musin sighed and shook his head. What do you know? The more outstanding Fei and Zach perform, the less likely for Division 4 to hold on to them. Don't forget that those old men from Division 1 are quite eagle-eyed, too. There's no telling when a written order will come down. By then, we'll have no choice but to send them into their arms obediently. Mamba froze for a moment before muttering, a fresh graduate from Fig Star Academy being directly accepted into Division 1? I don't think that's a very likely scenario. Do you? After all, Division 1 is second only to the Science and Technology Arbitration Bureau. How could anyone without at least dozens of years of experience and study catch the eye of Division 1? Fig Corporation had 4 major scientific research divisions. Of course, Division 1 held the management role. Every staff viewed the acceptance into Research Division 1 as the glory of a lifetime, but only top talents had the chances to be part of it. Division 1 was qualified to interact with the true core technology of Fig Corporation and received great treatment. Though Mamba acknowledged the strength Fei and Zach had demonstrated, he did not believe that the two would receive a transfer order from Division 1 so soon. Musin rubbed his temples and said, Division 1 has recently been making plenty of big moves, seemingly having been given an especially vital assignment. Just last month alone, 3 of our system specialists were transferred to Division 1. Zach was the first genius to have graduated from the Eternity branch in the last 15 decades. I won't be in the least bit surprised if he gets transferred to Division 1 after his internship, but I don't think that Fei has that high of a chance. After all, his background is no good. Zach is a scholar of eternity, while Fei's a freak from independent college, and his professor, Flynn, is even a freak among freaks. Plenty of people from Division 1 dislike him. All this will affect Fei's future prospects. Though independent college enjoyed some prestige, it was a faculty made up of a bunch of very unsociable retirees as professors. Few had any idea just what the recruitment criteria were for independent college, and even fewer knew how the students were taught there. Out of the entire Fig Star Academy, it was acknowledged as the most abnormal and mysterious, isolated from the rest of the faculties. Different from the Eternity branch, which on average had 1 graduate every 100 years or so, independent college practically had someone graduating every year, but all of them without fail had strange personalities, so people had begun calling independent college the freak concentration camp. Mamba chuckled. Well, retaining one isn't a bad deal, either. After you, Director, properly nurture him. I'm sure that Fei will be utterly gratitude, especially if, on the off chance, he makes it to Division 1. Unfortunately, Director Kalu of Research Institute 137 apparently has too little foresight, actually sending someone of similar caliber to Zack to the maintenance team. I say, why don't you, Director, take this matter into your hands and have Fei be transferred to a proper research team? Doing the young man this favor would be a good chance to show our goodwill. In Fig Corporation, the influence Division 1 wielded was vast, which was why the directors of the other 3 divisions would secretly compete with their talent, hoping that more of their own would be able to join Division 1. This way, if anything were to happen in the future, they would naturally have more voice inside Division 1. Alas, who would have expected Muzin to shake his head vigorously? What nonsense! Fei and Zack are already clashing now. If I interfere and show concern for Fei, Zack will end up hating me. Even if I want to make any move, I'll have to wait till a victor emerges between the two or after Zack joins Division 1. Fomenting a feud with a graduate from Eternity is hardly the smartest move. Mamba paled as he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Anyone capable of sitting on the treasured seat of director was hardly ever someone easy to get along with. Muzin had just shown that he had considered this matter in greater depth than Mamba did. Suddenly, the intense fight on the leaderboard came to an abrupt end. After an hour passed, Xia Fei decisively stopped answering questions and swiftly logged off, almost as if he did not care to compete with Zack. How did this happen? What's Fei up to? Did he admit defeat? Exclaimed the two in unison. Not just the Division 4 director, the entire Fig Corporation was also nonplussed and descended into disappointment. Everyone was hoping to see this dragon and tiger battle for dominance on the leaderboard, only for Fei to give up on the fight with Zack and log out without warning. It must be mentioned that the disparity in points between Zack and Fei was small. As long as Fei continued persevering, he would surely have the chance to emerge victorious. However, this ending had been completely outside of anyone's expectations. Crash. The bone china teacup on the table shattered when Zack swept it away. His expression was fearsome as he shook all over from anger. As the only genius in 150 years, Zack knew then and there that it had just been wistful thinking on his part the entire time. This Fei did not even give a hoot about him. His livid expression turned pale, and he seethed with rage. Never did he expect that a great genius like him would be disregarded by a lowly maintenance worker, a freak graduate from independent college. This was even more unacceptable than being defeated. Swoosh. Zack very quickly wrote out a line on his screen. Coward. Continue if you've got the guts. Tap. This message, which had appeared directly on the side of the questions column, was open for all to see. It was very eye-catching, and over tens of thousands of staff opened to read it at once. Subsequently, they left their own comments below. The entire Fig Corporation was in turmoil. Quick look. Zack has challenged Fei of Research Institute 137. Hey, looks like we've got a show in store for us. The two will definitely fight to the death tomorrow. Leader, why don't we halt our work tomorrow and continue after this fight between Zack and Fei ends, or else everyone will surely be too preoccupied to perform their duties efficiently. A single stone caused thousands of ripples. The open challenge of Zack attracted even more eyes on the matter. Now, everyone was waiting expectantly for tomorrow's showdown to happen. There were even some who secretly took leave all so they could watch the two battle it out. On the second day, Fig Corporation's centralized questions column was filled with personnel at 8 a.m. sharp. From the 4 research division directors to ordinary employees, countless eyes stared at the screens of their microcomputers as an unusually tense atmosphere permeated the air. At 10 on the dot, in a timely fashion, Fei logged on once more. He was sweeping through the questions on Section 5 just like the day before. His speed was actually even faster than yesterday. It was almost as if Fei had carefully prepared for this fight. At the same time, Zack made his move like always, all to maintain the pride as the strongest genius that came from Eternity in 15 decades. Everyone watched the 2 red dragons rise on that leaderboard, neither letting each other off, as both relentlessly tackled questions after questions. The entire company watched, dumbfounded. In just an hour, Zack had actually earned 1.7 million points. That was higher than yesterday's 500,000. Fei did not fall off, either, obtaining the shocking result of 1.54 million points. The record of most points earned in an hour in Fig Corporation had been broken by both Fei and Zach. Everyone could feel their blood pumping watching the two compete, their ears turning red from all the excitement. Alas, who would have guessed that the moment the 1-hour mark was reached, Xia Fei would log out again. He basically left Zach awkwardly sitting there, feeling utterly ignored. There was no way Zach had experienced such a level of disdain before. He immediately posted a 1,000-word essay, cursing Xia Fei as craven for not daring to face him head-on. Those employees who were originally supporting Xia Fei slowly began to lean toward Zach. After all, there was no way Fei did not read such a blatant issue of challenge. So unless it was because the person was afraid or some sort of foul trickery was involved, there would be no reason for anyone who called themselves a man not to accept this challenge. On the third day, Zach began his tirade early at 7 in the morning, clamoring for the coward Fei to appear and for them to settle the score today no matter what. Unfortunately, no matter how much Zach yelled, barked, or cursed, Xia Fei did not respond even once. At 10:05 a.m., past the time when Fei would punctually come online, the column remained as quiet as ever. The huge showdown everyone had been looking forward to did not happen, so all were in a particularly foul mood, feeling that Fei was a coward who dared not to take up this challenge outright. At 10:10 a.m., just as the crowd began to disperse, with each one of them feeling disappointed, a shocking scene had suddenly occurred sans a warning and without so much as a fuss. "Quick, come look. Fei has responded to Zach's challenge." "Oh, what did he say? Did he accept it?" Everyone gathered around a screen and watched. Fei's response was as follows. "You insulted me the day before, and I ignored you. You insulted me again yesterday, and I still ignored you. For you to continue insulting me even today, you're dead meat. You insulted me the day before, and I ignored you. You insulted me again yesterday, and I still ignored you. For you to continue insulting me even today, you're dead meat." What arrogance! Fei had actually said that he would kill the first genius to come out of the Eternity Branch in 150 years. This killing intent, which left everyone breathless, was absolutely truly barbaric. It seeped into the very bones of everyone who had read those words. From the very beginning, Xia Fei had not said a single word on the column, nor did he retaliate to Zach's vitriol. Zach was elated, thinking that Fei was afraid of him, while the other employees were very disappointed, thinking that Fei was a coward. However, what none of them realized was that Xia Fei had never had the word fear in his vocabulary. It was fine if he did not act, but the moment he did, he would launch the most vicious and fatal attack. Everyone saw Xia Fei stop tackling the lowly Section 5 questions like he usually did. Instead, he went directly toward answering Section 4 questions. Zach was taken aback. Everyone was completely taken aback by this move, too. Though the difficulty of Section 4 questions were higher than Section 5, Xia Fei's speed actually did not lessen. In fact, his speed was still the same as before. Despite the increase in difficulty, Xia Fei was still completing 10 questions a minute. This was an absolutely insane speed. After all, those questions in Section 4 were on the esoteric side, involving more advanced knowledge in respective areas. None of the questions could be considered simple. Nevertheless, Xia Fei managed to maintain that speed he had shown the day before, and it seemed like he was trying to say that there was hardly any change in difficulty between Sections 4 and 5. A very eye-catching red dragon seemingly ascended through the ranks with great ferocity. In just a minute's time, Xia Fei's points had already broken past the 40,000-point mark. This was without a doubt an absolutely shocking performance. Yesterday, Zach had to work hard for a whole hour just to earn 1.7 million points, just a shy of 30,000 points every minute, while Xia Fei easily obtained a new record in the very first minute today. Getting 40,000 points every minute meant 2.4 million points in an hour. In the past, Xia Fei had always been hot on Zach's heels, not once letting up the chase, though never once surpassing him. Now that he had made a move, Xia Fei managed to take the lead at the very first minute. In the second minute, Xia Fei achieved a rate of 12 questions per 1 minute. In the third minute, it increased to 13 questions per 1 minute. By the fifth minute, Xia Fei had obtained a total of 250,000 points. That was 250,000. If such an aggressive attack continued, who knew how much Xia Fei would end up earning in one day? Shock. Extreme shock. Everyone's eyes were opened wide with their mouths hanging agape. The almost stifling sensation everyone was feeling made it difficult to breathe. The pressure they felt from this performance was practically driving them all crazy. Just what sort of fiendish speed was this? Did Xia Fei not even need any time to think? Even a supercomputer would be unable to achieve such a level of efficiency. Large beads of sweat poured out from every pore of their bodies. Zack had broken out in a cold sweat in his luxurious office, too. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Xia Fei would retaliate with such ferocity. Evidently, Xia Fei was not just some random fish that could only answer Section 5 questions. Not only did he possess an astonishingly powerful neural response rate, he also had a fairly deep pool of knowledge. This was the first time Zack had felt such levels of helplessness. The maintenance worker Xia Fei took the lead on the leaderboard and soared further with it, seemingly unimpeded in the least. Up until this point, Zack had only obtained 180,000 points, while Xia Fei was already getting near the 300,000 threshold. This was the first time Xia Fei had taken the lead, yet it was this one time where he ended up leaving so-called genius Zack in his dust. That's impossible. I'm a genius. I refuse to lose to this freak from independent college. Zack's eyes went bloodshot as he furiously bellowed this. He seemed to be going insane. After shouting, Zack began to increase his speed of answering questions recklessly, but it was a real pity. How could he compare to Xia Fei in terms of speed? Speed was king. Be it in battle or in answering questions, Xia Fei's speed was just that keen. While Zack solved one question, Xia Fei had already answered 20, even 30 questions. Genius? Xia Fei was the genius, whose super speed superseded everything. It hasn't even been 20 minutes, yet Xia Fei's points have already surpassed the million mark. Zack has only gotten 550,000 points so far. Could Xia Fei be victorious with twice the amount of points as Zack? I've realized something. What is it? Yes, Xia Fei was insanely quick when answering the questions. But do you know that every answer he gave was also all correct? This also means that this heaven-defying speed doesn't affect his solving of these questions. He's not rushing his work. This is his true strength. Everyone watched this battle unfold, absolutely flabbergasted. Even the most optimistic person had never imagined that Xia Fei would be able to take the lead over Zack with such an overwhelming advantage. In a cramped bedroom, Xia Fei had the screen adjusted to the largest size so that he could tackle 20 questions all at once. Xia Fei's two eyes glowed with clarity, his expression absolutely solemn. This was Xia Fei giving it his all. As his mind raced through his thoughts, Xia Fei solved all these seemingly profound questions one by one, several of them simultaneously even. After Alpha taught him that amazing method of speed studying, his mind became a lot sharper, thereby creating this unparalleled effect. Xia Fei burying his head to his study these days had not been in vain. As each day he improved like a rocket ship straight to the moon. In a matter of days, Xia Fei had learned great amounts of knowledge would take others decades, maybe even centuries, to study. All of a sudden, a row of words appeared on Xia Fei's screen as he was in the middle of answering questions. While I indeed stated my hopes of you shining brightly, don't you think that you've gone a little overboard? Even the mysterious Alpha was beginning to worry. After all, there were all sorts of crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Fig Corporation. If Xia Fei emerged victorious with such an impressive performance, it would surely turn into a talking point for the entire company. There was also a saying that went, a powerful counterattack can very well cause a plan to spin out of control. While his fingers fluttered in the air, Xia Fei's reply was fairly simple. Scram. Alpha still did not understand Xia Fei. He had been someone famed for his obstinacy ever since he came to being. The moment he decided on a matter, no amount of coaxing would be enough to make him back down. Since he had already made up his mind on killing Zack, no matter what happened, this should be the day Zack met his defeat. This is simply too exciting. Director Musin of Research Division 4 was exceptionally animated. As these two veritable geniuses of Division 4 fought, it attracted the attention of the entire company, and that in itself was giving plenty of face to the director. Of the four, Division 1 stood towering on them all and held the undeniable advantage over the rest. Meanwhile, Research Division 4 held the lowest position among the other three, which subconsciously made Musin feel shorter by comparison whenever he met the other two directors. After all, the mechatronics field was not exactly valued in the law realm, hardly as eye-catching as the topics of biology or space studies. Thus, Musin was more than happy that these two outstanding geniuses, Xia Fei and Zach, belonged to Division 4. Even if the two ended up getting transferred to Division 1 without using his side benefiting from them a lot, Musin could still pat his chest proudly and say, "These two came from my division." Vice Director Mamba was a little worried even as he fawned on the other. "Director, Xia Fei and Zach's competition has indeed gotten everyone's blood pumping, and both are still researchers under your wing. If things escalate too far, I'm afraid that the gloves may come off." Musin shook his head, completely unconcerned as he declared, "What's there to be afraid of? If not for this fight, would anyone even know that the geniuses of Division 4 were of such high caliber? Just look at them. It's only been 40 minutes, yet Xia Fei has already obtained 2 million points. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before he ends up breaking the current record by 3 times. Pausing, Musin added, "Oh, right. Help me prepare 2 gifts. I want to send them to Zach and Xia Fei personally. Be sure to make meticulous preparations for Xia Fei's. How could a genius like him remain in the maintenance team? I'll transfer him to Division 4 myself. Let him be tutored by the best specialist and gain experience." Mamba was startled as he wondered, "Director, aren't you afraid that Zach will hold a grudge?" What BLLSHD grudge? Perhaps it was because Musin was too excited, but he let slip an expletive before craftily adding, "Zach is a genius who ranked first, so I originally didn't want to offend him. But now that Xia Fei has won their little contest today, what do I need to worry about Zach for? In this world, it is the victor who is king. Even if Zach was the first to graduate from the Eternity branch in the last 150 years, since he lost, he's not greater than Fart." Mamba pouted. He already knew how snobbish this director was, yet he was still very enthused to Musin demonstrating condescension up to such a degree. Flashing a fake smile, Mamba anxiously said, "What foresight the director has. I'll get going to prepare those right now. I guarantee that you'll be pleased." Lifting his head as he was about to leave, Musin suddenly shouted for him to stop. "Hold it." The situation changed. Mamba turned back around to look at the screen, and he saw how Xia Fei was still in first place with 2 million, almost 800,000 points ahead of Zach. However, no one had any idea what Xia Fei was smoking, for his points had actually come to a stop. "No way." He stopped again. Musin directly leaped from his seat and moaned, "Xia Fei, oh Xia Fei, just what's going on with you?" It was shocking. A scene that no one could make sense of happened once again. In the past, Xia Fei would spend an hour answering questions, but he had actually stopped after only 40 minutes? Could Xia Fei be thinking that 2 million points should enough to defeat Zach, and hence, he decided to just stop there? That's not right. There's no rule stating that this competition only lasts an hour. Besides, Zach has been pushing the entire time, so the possibility of him overtaking the lead before the hour's up isn't non-existent. That's right. Xia Fei's too much. It's just an 800,000 point lead. That's hardly safe insurance. Maybe Xia Fei has some physical issues. Having answered all these questions so quickly might be a heavy burden to his mind. That makes sense. The amount of energy one has is limited. It's only a matter of time before someone collapses from putting themselves under such mental or physical strain. The crowd began their discussion, with plenty believing that Xia Fei was too conceited by assuming that 2 million points was enough to settle Zach. On the other hand, a good portion of them believed that something must have happened to Xia Fei's physical body, which made it impossible for him to carry on. Quickly look. Zach is starting to speed up. 1.3 million. 1.4 million. 1.5 million. Zach must have seen a glimmer of hope, and so he was putting forth all his strength to catching up madly. Slowly, the gap between Xia Fei and Zach got reduced, and in the final 2 minutes on the hour, both parties were neck and neck, with just a difference of 50,000 points. 1.95 million points against 2 million. Xia Fei is in danger. Serves him right. Because of his arrogance, Zach has caught up to him. The final minute, and the scores were 1.97 million against 2 million. The situation was critical. Zach needed only to solve a single Section 3 question, and he would overtake Xia Fei. Everyone had their fists clenched, anxiously waiting for the final result. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 5. Suddenly, as Zach tapped his screen to send out his last answer, Xia Fei also sent out his last answer. Whoosh. These two series of numbers began to change simultaneously. Two red dragons. One took a tiny step forward, while the other one soared to the sky, ascending through the realms of heaven. Everyone was completely floored after they made sense of the final result. The difference in Zach and Xia Fei's final score was not a matter of the numbers, but an entire digit of difference. In the last 20 minutes, Xia Fei had actually gone to Section 1, the hardest out of all 5 sections. 12 million points versus 2 million points. The difference was a full 10 million. The conclusion of this fight went well beyond anyone's expectations. 12 million points versus 2 million points. In this pinnacle showdown between unparalleled genius, Xia Fei had emerged indisputably victorious with a resoundingly oppressive lead. 12 million? How did Xia Fei's points suddenly increase by such a massive lead? Could he have used the last 20 minutes to solve a question from Section 1 worth 10 million points? The end had blindsided everyone so much that all of them reeled in shock. The entire FIG Corporation, all of the centralized questions column, only had 100 highly difficult questions, which were worth over 10 million points. Everyone in the company knew this. Rumors went that the reason why these over 10 million point questions existed was not because they had no solution, but because they served as the test for researchers throughout the company from the highest technical level. Ever since times of old up until now, everyone who had managed to solve a question from Section 1 would, without a doubt, join Research Division 1 in an extremely short time. Despite the fact that there were 100 of these questions, they nevertheless covered the most profound and difficult mysteries across the entire domain of knowledge, and so they were called the 100 Devil Barriers. Plenty of staff began studying these complex and profound questions since the first day they joined the company, all in hopes of one day solving them and subsequently joining the powerful Research Division 1. Unfortunately, the 100 Devil Barriers were definitely not something anyone could just get past. There were plenty who were eager to solve them, but a scant few made it past. Others would spend decades or even a century and still fall short of solving the questions. Yet Xia Fei had done so in that 20 minutes. There was no way anyone could believe that. Soon, the shining words on the screen confirmed everyone's doubts. Logical evolution coding? Xia Fei actually solved this question. That's too formidable. I've seen this question before, and the unfathomable formula is enough to make anyone's head spin just by looking at it for too long. No way. Since he solved it, why is there no answer? That's right. Where's the answer? This question has bothered me for a very long time. I'd like to see just how Xia Fei solved the logical evolution puzzle. Skepticism was what followed after their initial shock. The system had already judged that Xia Fei's answer was correct, but the answer had not been revealed at all. They could not understand this. The staff was allowed to inquire after any answer to the questions when solved, yet the system had locked Xia Fei's answer, refusing to show it to the public. There's no need for you all to wait. The answer will never be shown to us, an engineer, who looked fairly advanced in years, said in a deep voice. Why? Why won't the answers for Section 1 questions be revealed? Aren't they even going to let us have a look? The old engineer heaved a sigh and pointed to the screen with one hand. The reason is very simply, because this is a Section 1 question. It involves the highest technical knowledge of FIG Corporation. If they show the answer, then the technology will flow out. Since we're not core members of the company, we're unqualified to come into contact with this advanced technology. Core member? Are those in Research Division 1 considered core members? Of course they are. Since the company is big and has plenty of staff, only Research Division 1 and Science and Technology Arbitration Bureau are considered core, meaning that they'll know about the answers to Section 1. Look, another new question has appeared in the section, maintaining the total of 100 questions. Sure enough, everyone discovered that a new question regarding white hole material complete simulation had appeared on the list, keeping the available questions at 100, no more, no less. The old engineer smiled, pleased. Told you. The question from section is proof of entry to Research Division 1. Now that Fei has gotten that question correct and subsequently proven himself as worthy, it won't be long before the company transfers him over. Transferred to Division 1. To have qualified for Division 1 after a week joining the company, just what kind of monster is Fei? I don't know if he's a monster, but I'm afraid that Fei can very well be the most outstanding maintenance worker in the company's history. That old engineer chuckled. Ha ha ha. Hearing what he had said, everyone burst into laughter. They were not mocking Xia Fei, but rather Research Institute 137's Director Kalu's lack of foresight. To have actually assigned such a talented individual like Fei to the maintenance team. Only he would do so, such that it created a large hubbub in company. It seemed like he was in for some trouble now. Still that same luxurious office. Zack stared at the number on the screen, his pupils not moving at all. 12 million. 12 million. Zack kept repeating this, a distracted look on his face. Evidently, Xia Fei had succeeded in killing Zack. Like a single, vicious slap on his face, though he was not left with a split skull, Xia Fei had no doubt left him in an even more miserable fate than death. When dealing with someone like Zack, killing them was merely the simplest solution. It was far more effective to strip him off his pride, throw it on the ground, and stomp on it a few times for good measure. Cough. Zack tasted iron in his throat, and when he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This blow was simply too cruel, even more so than killing him directly. It was a true tragedy. Zack had arrived at Fig Corporation with a dazzling halo, only for it to turn into the specter of death in just a week's time. It was a miracle that this 1-in-15-decade genius did not die right there, and then after receiving this humiliation. That was when a message suddenly connected to Zack's screen. His expression turned even paler after he read this message. Like a zombie that had already lost his brain, Zack accepted this person's contact while he felt completely disoriented. 3 elderly figures appeared on the screen, each of them showing a sullen expression that matched their nasty attitude. Masters, Zack gritted his teeth as he reluctantly wiped away blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking in a low voice. None of these 3 elderly figures moved. Each was as still and calm as a stone statue. Even though Zack was almost close to death from the sadness he was feeling inside, there was hardly a hint of pity from any of these elders. Instead, they were burning with reproach. This showdown ended at just before noon, around 11:15 a.m. No one saw Zack when lunchtime came around, and this remained the case even after everyone got off work that night. No one had any idea just where he had run off to. A trillion light-years away from the Law Realm, the Turbulence. 6 lost sages of the Skywing clan retreated to the outskirts of the Turbulence, proceeding to a small asteroid to rest. They all appeared to be very fatigued, their eyes all bloodshot as they panted heavily. Clear signs of having just been in a grueling battle could be seen on their suits of war armor. What could have forced an elite Skywing team to such a degree of unkempt? It was obvious that the numbers and the scale of the enemies they encountered were, by no means, just a handful. How GDDMN unlucky. Let's slaughter our way in again and fight against those sun sofas to the death. Level 4 Lost Sage, Xia Fei spat. The male offspring of the Skywings was often encouraged to become warriors, while most of the female members chose to be doctors. Of the few female warriors in the clan was Xia Fei. Strictly speaking, Xia Fei was no slouch in the looks department. It was just that she had quite a great temper and was called the most ferocious tiger mom by the clan. When she raged, even Xia Guanghai had to relent by quite a bit. Chuckling, Xia Guanghai said, "We've stormed into the demon race territory forcibly this time, and we've managed to send their formation into total disarray. More importantly, we already achieved what we have set out to do and know just what they're up to. I think that that's enough." It turned out that the 6 lost sages had not suffered a defeat, but had actually charged into a grand formation of countless demon race experts. Storming right in, they had gone toe-to-toe against a force countless times greater than their own in terms of fighting power, yet lived to tell the tale. Being able to thread a fine needle through as they had was the very definition of ferocious aggression. Xia Gong, are you positive that you know just what the men of those 3 major demon race clans are up to? Xia Guanhai's smile had melted away as he solemnly asked this. Xia Gong nodded vigorously. I secretly performed a search when we forced our way into their formations earlier, and discovered a very strange frequency among them. I couldn't tell exactly what it was, but I could offer my head as a guarantee. The thing that they're surrounding has something to do with the immemorial era. As one of the best searcher of the god race, everyone trusted Xia Geng's words deeply. The immemorial mystical armaments were very strange and would all give off some sort of exceptionally unique frequency. An expert like Xia Geng was easily able to determine this based on the strength of the said frequency. Nodding, Xia Guanghai loudly addressed the team. Send this information back to Fiendish Wing Villa. Get Xia Lianing and Xia Ku out here. Let's take this bit of time we have now to rest up. We'll do a search a while later and have a proper battle thereafter. Awesome. Let's kill those demon race MT CRFCKRS. The demonic sealing Fiendish Blade 6 Law Sages were all excited now that a huge battle was about to break out. Fig Corporation. Xia Fei lit a cigarette in his bedroom. Defeating Zack was just a trivial episode in his life. He still had the 10 hours of studying that was about to begin soon. Both his studies and cultivation would continue no matter what. These was the basis of survival that Xia Fei upheld. In this universe where the strong were king, relentlessly pursuing improvement was the only path Xia Fei could take, and he was not about to slack off. For some reason, the always punctual Alpha did not contact Xia Fei, as he had no idea who that mysterious figure was. All he could do was patiently wait, taking the opportunity to rest his mind. After all, he had spent quite a lot of mental resources solving that question about logic evolution. Logical evolution meant intelligence learning, which was what allowed a machine to accumulate experience and learn over time from their work, providing them with the ability to acquire more knowledge, just like sapient life forms. Of course, coding such a level of intelligence was extremely difficult. After all, machines were completely different from living creatures. They lacked a brain and only had programs. Turning programs into thoughts would, however, require some very complex logical coding. This question happened to have coincided profoundly with everything that Xia Fei had learned over the years. After all, artificial intelligence was the very foundation that Xia Fei had built his knowledge on in the field, and it was also the topic he discussed and learned from plenty of times with Dimsky and Sophie, which was why this Section 1 question that others saw as highly advanced, to the point of incomprehension, was no more than a slightly difficult problem to Xia Fei. Actually, Xia Fei had already noticed that there was a question he could answer from Section 1, but he did not go and attempt it this entire time. He had specifically waited until Zack saw that faint hope of emerging victorious before making the vicious move of destroying all the hard work the latter had put into the fight. Xia Fei had utterly ruined him, mentally wise. Men must be a little vicious to their enemies. Xia Fei had always been the kind to beat an opponent by specifically demolishing their pride. Sans a doubt, this was the policy that he had very resolutely applied once again. Suddenly, that piece of clan compass Xia Fei had been restricted from using began trembling. Xia Fei was stunned. He, who had been requested to survive by himself in the God Race territory, would not be easily summoned back unless something major had happened. He hurriedly picked up the compass, and a message appeared for him. This message was in red, used to signal a state of emergency for the Skywing clan, and was of the utmost urgency. Gather at Blizzard Fiendish Wing Villa in an hour's time. Zing! Xia Fei immediately leaped up from the bed and bolted out the door. Assemble. The word used for this order was assemble. There was also an intense killing intent that could be felt when the word assemble was used. Receiving the clan's order to assemble also meant that the Skywing clan needed his presence right now. The duty-bound Xia Fei immediately got up and packed up his things before striding off purposefully, sans a drop of hesitation. Just as he made his way out to the corridor, Xia Fei had accidentally bumped into 3 people. Fig Corporation's Research Division 4 Director Musin, his aide Mamba, and Research Institute 137's Director Kalu, who looked particularly sullen. In Fei, you've come out of your room at the perfect time. Let me introduce you to our superiors. This is Research Division 4 Director Musin and Assistant Director Mamba, Kalu reluctantly called to him. The expression on his face was awkward. After all, he was the one who had tossed Xia Fei to the maintenance team. Now, Xia Fei was basking in the limelight and was being admired by the entire company, so much so that even an unparalleled genius like Zack could not be compared to him. This one slap given had truly been quite vicious. In addition, It had not just struck Zach, but also Kalu, who could feel his face burning intensely. Plenty of people knew of the incident when Kalu was chased out of Research Division 4 by Flynn, and with Xia Fei being viewed as Professor Flynn's student in name, everyone could tell that Xia Fei ended up holding a lowly position in the maintenance team simply because Kalu vented his hatred on him. Everyone could have turned a blind eye on this vengeful act of his had Xia Fei not been so outstanding. There were tens of thousands graduates from Fig Star Academy that would join the company every year, so no one cared about losing one or two. But it so happened that Xia Fei's abilities had been made known to all. Even the only graduate in 15 decades from the Eternity branch could not beat Xia Fei. So what else could be even more bizarre than this? It was just that this slap Xia Fei did was too ruthless. Not only was Zach and Kalu dealt such a heavy blow in the face, even the elders of the Eternity branch were affected. They most probably hated Xia Fei deep into their bone marrows now. Ha ha ha. You've indeed lived up to your name as a gifted graduate of Independent College. Your future is sure to be boundless. Research Division 4's director warmly reached out and pulled Xia Fei closer as he struck up a conversation with him. The battle between Zach and you today has been a real eye-opener for everyone. Not only was it exciting, you even managed to break the company record for the highest points earned answering questions within an hour. You've forever left a mark in the company's history. Muzin was being a little official, not blushing at all as he boasted. Xia Fei was unmoved by this, as his mind had already wandered to Blizzard Fiendish Wing Villa, secretly wondering just what could have made the clan summon him over. Glancing around at the gloomy corridor, Muzin could not help but frown as he asked in a deep voice, "Director Kalu, just what are you doing? How could a top talent of our Research Division 4, no, the entire Fig Corporation, live in such a dim place?" Kalu went pale. He had already expected Muzin to put him down in order to curry favor with Xia Fei. After all, with Xia Fei unexpectedly doing such a sensational feat today, forget Research Institute 137. Even Research Division May 4th not be able to keep him. It was a matter of time before he left for Research Division 1. Entering Research Division 1 was as good as ascending to the heaven, so it would be even weirder if Muzin did not take every chance he could get to curry favor with Fei. Meanwhile, Kalu could only become the sacrificial lamb. Sure enough, Muzin intentionally demanded, "Director Kalu, which research team is Fei presently stationed with?" Kalu nearly collapsed to the ground when he heard that question. Who else in the entire company was unaware of the historically greatest maintenance worker? Muzin was clearly aware of this as well, yet he persisted in asking such a question. He was evidently trying to make him look terrible. "He's with the maintenance team," replied Kalu in a small voice. Zing! Muzin's eyes instantly widened. "Maintenance team? You've left the company's most promising sapling with the maintenance team? Director Kalu, are you daft in the head?" Kalu hurriedly answered, "The maintenance team is terribly lacking in manpower, so I temporarily assigned Fei to it. But it's only for a few days. It's not his actual designation. From here onward, there's no need for Fei to report for work with the maintenance team. I've already made preparations for him to be the deputy team leader of the mechatronics research team. No need." Muzin waved his hand dismissively. "Since Research Institute 137 has such an attitude, there's no need for Fei to stay here, either. The pressure testing lab of Research Division 4 is in dire need of a new assistant, and Fei happens to fit the bill perfectly." Xia Fei frowned. There was no way he would be in the mood to hear these people spout nonsense. Xia Fei simply quickened his pace and left, even as he solemnly stated, "I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I have something else on, so I'll be taking my leave first. Plus, I've always had a dislike for others making choices for me. The maintenance team is very good, so I hope to keep staying here." Xia Fei actually departed after he said that, leaving the three men in that gloomy corridor. He's a freak from Independent College, all right, Muzin secretly told himself. He turned around to see Kalu sweating profusely. No matter how he looked, Kalu appeared to be very detestable, so he ended up venting his anger on him. "Director Kalu, the way I see it, you don't seem to be very happy with working in Research Institute 137, so why don't we do this? Tomorrow, report to the Parks Department? The old caretaker happens to be retiring, and they lack someone suitable to take over the reins." Kalu only felt his scalp turning numb. The Parks Department was in charge of the greenery. The various plants and trees are all mechanized for automated horticulture. So the work of the parks department is literally just the maintenance of this gardening machinery. It was a line of maintenance work a grade lower compared to the general maintenance team. Indubitably, Musin had made this call to toss Kalu there, leaving the man to be ignored. Kalu had spent a very long time climbing up the ladder to his current position as Research Institute 137 director, after being kicked out of Research Division 4 by Flynn all those years back. Now, he had been kicked into the Parks Department by a student of Flynn, someone whom the professor had not even met once. Each time was even harsher than the last. Fiendish Wing Villa. Ice and snow surrounded the place for thousands of miles, and even the sky was enveloped in white snow. So this is the Fiendish Wing Villa? Xia Fei stood outside the villa and took in the view before striding in. The configuration of Fiendish Wing Villa was far more complex than Wind Garden. After all, it had winding corridors that twisted and turned, as well as countless courtyards that overlapped with one another. Now that Xia Fei was here, he could feel the unique sharpness that the demon-sealing Fiendish blade possessed. In contrast with Wind Garden, Fiendish Wing Villa brimmed with an electrifying intensity. Killing intent could be felt all around. The atmosphere in the villa was tense. Xia Fei saw plenty of clansmen along the way, a stern expression on all of their faces, almost as if something major was happening right now. Xia Fei only recognized Xia Tian and Xia Guanghai from the clan, and now that the latter was off on a mission and Xia Tian had secluded himself for a period of intense cultivation, all those he met were unfamiliar faces. Everyone nodded at Xia Fei whenever they crossed paths, demonstrating a cursory recognition of one another. People of the clan had already learned about Xia Fei and Xia Tian even before they arrived, which was why Xia Fei did not feel alienated even though this was his first time meeting them. In the front yard, the rendezvous point, Xia Fei spotted 5 Skywing Law Sages calmly standing on their respective spots, each one of them already in full battle order. Adorned with their respective suits of war armor, these gathered warriors were having a discussion in low voices. The moment they saw Xia Fei, these 5 Lost Sages greeted him. From all these, he could already guess that perhaps they wanted him to join them in their operation this time. Over here, Xia Fei, Xiaka rumbled in a deep voice. Xia Fei made his way over and gave both Peak Lost Sages Xia Ku and Xia Lianing a bow. Now that their grand ancestor was not around, these two were in charge of all the matters pertaining to the clan. After being introduced, these 3 sat around the table in the Grand Ancestor's study. This was the first time Xia Fei had come to Fiendish Wing Villa, so he of course was intrigued by everything he saw around him. A simple query, and Xia Fei was slightly surprised to learn that they were in the residence of the Grand Ancestor, whom he had yet to meet in person. He could not help but give the place a few glances despite him feeling a tad disappointed that the elder was not present. Here's the situation. It's the Grand Ancestor's original intention to let you find your footing in the God Race territory, considering it a test of sorts for you. But things have since changed. We have no choice but to call you over to the Fiendish Wing Villa. As for the assignment that the Grand Ancestor gave you, wait till this matter is settled before resuming that, Xia Lianing said. Xia Fei nodded. I understand. But may I know just what sort of situation are we in? A very important situation, Xia Ku answered severely. Surprised, Xia Fei pricked up his ears and listened intently. You already met Xia Guanghai. At the moment, he's leading a squad in the faraway turbulence. It's very complex out there, with conventional space and dark space intertwined. It's very bizarre and dangerous. Turbulence. Xia Fei suddenly thought of something. According to the Atlantean records, they had discovered the Beast's Spirit Codex from the turbulence. Unexpectedly, this technique, which could control countless beasts in the universe, ended up becoming the bane of the clan, which caused its extinction, disappearing from the law realm forever not too long after. Since Xia Guanghai was actually on a mission out in the turbulence, could there perhaps be some relation to this? Xia Lianing paused for a moment before continuing. Xia Guanghai bringing his squad to assault the turbulence was all in accordance with our Grand Ancestor's request. According to the Venerable One, we Skywings need the support of the immemorial mystical armaments right now. With that said, Xia Ku and Xia Lianing both glanced at Xia Fei's right arm. It was no longer any secret that the immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue was hidden there. Anyone who knew of Xia Fei was aware of him having relied on it to get to where he was today. Xia Fei was puzzled. The immemorial mystical armaments? There are 30 of them, and each is a powerful weapon in its own right. But people can't possibly cause such a big fuss over them, can they? Xiaka shook his head. The Grand Ancestor didn't specify anything. It's only our guess that this has got something to do with the recent instability seen in the Cosmic Gate. Xia Fei was startled once more, with him also being interested in the Cosmic Gate's existence. Xia Lianing continued where Xiaka left off. The Law Realm isn't boundless. The two peak races control the center of the Law Realm, extending outward over a radius of 1 trillion light-years. Places beyond are all considered the territory of dark life forms. And now that the Cosmic Gate has started destabilizing again, those dark life forms hiding in the far reaches of space have also begun moving about. Dark life forms. Xia Fei suddenly felt his heart shudder. It turned out that there was not just one type of life form in the universe. In the Law Realm, though the different sapient life forms were of different species, at the very least, all were fairly closely related to one another. Take Oro's lionhearts as example. The lionhearts had bodies covered in golden fur and had massive builds, but they nevertheless shared eyes and mouths that were not too far off from the humans. There was no essential difference to them. But who knew in what ways were these so-called dark life forms different? It would be extremely dangerous if the territory of dark life forms surrounded the outer regions of the Law Realm. Considering the vastness of the universe, with practically no end in sight, nobody knew just how many intelligent, yet evil life forms resided in the unknown parts of space. If all those dark life forms became hostile to the Law Realm, both sides would be locked in a deadly battle with each other. What do you need me to do? Xia Fei gritted his teeth and asked solemnly. What do you need me to do? Xia Fei gritted his teeth and asked solemnly. Xia Ku and Xia Lianing both looked at Xia Fei's right arm, their expressions very stern. You've already collected 3 plant-type immemorial mystical armaments, namely Peacock Blue, Nine-Night Plum, and Scattered Star Chrysanthemum. 3 immemorial mystical armaments are very powerful, but the Grand Ancestor is hoping you can completely combine all 7 of them, forming the Peerless Plant Armament. Xia Lianing said with a measure of excitement in his voice. Xia Fei was stunned. There were a total of 7 plant-type immemorial mystical armaments, and the Grand Ancestor actually wished that he could completely fuse all 7. Presently, Xia Fei was already demonstrating a fighting prowess far greater than his peers in terms of cultivation with just these 3. Who knew what levels he could reach if he had all 7 fused together? Never mind how formidable he was as a speedster, the holy beast Shatterstar who could bring savage destruction to everything, the wild and insane blood crystal that devoured all, and the ruthless and tyrannical disruptive power of his law of primal chaos. If everything were put together, there would be no telling just how fearsome a warrior Xia Fei could become. Xia Fei was still somewhat skeptical. Why is the Grand Ancestor valuing the immemorial mystical armaments so much? And why is he strongly requesting me to combine all 7? Honestly, the fact that I got my hands on 3 plant-type immemorial mystical armaments was nothing short of a serendipitous coincidence. Finding the other 4 in this vast universe is practically an impossible task. I really have no idea where I should start. Xia Ku and Xia Lianing merely laughed at that. With a somewhat chilling gaze, Xia Ku softly answered, You're wrong about that. The matter of controlling the 7 plant-type immemorial mystical armaments isn't just your business, but that of the entire Skywing clan. As such, we've already mobilized the full force of the clan in search of the remaining 4. Don't ever underestimate the strength of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. For us to stand proudly in the Law Realm, where experts are everywhere, we didn't achieve such a feat through connections, but rather through our foundation. Pointing one figure to the 5 law sages currently waiting for their orders outside, Xia Ke solemnly stated, We'll be heading off to the turbulence shortly. Xia Guanghai has already brought his squad there and is currently awaiting us, which including you, will make for a total of 12 law sage. Isn't such a show of force powerful enough? Do you doubt that we won't sweep everything before us? These words had been exhorted with such arrogance. Xia Fei could not help but be moved hearing it. A powerful force of 12 law sages. The strength of the Skywing clan was nothing to be scoffed at. You're very lucky. Xiaku continued speaking after a slight pause. The first immemorial mystical armament you obtained is Peacock Blue, which is known as the most tenacious weed on this part of the universe. Its overwhelming will to live is incomparable, and with its unyielding personality, it is the most indomitable existence out of the 30 immemorial mystical armaments. Also, there's one very important attribute that Peacock Blue possesses, and that is its adaptability and high tolerance. Out of all the immemorial mystical armaments, only Peacock Blue has the strongest compatibility, so even if one fuses with other armaments, it won't cause a backlash just because of the different attributes. If your first immemorial mystical armament weren't Peacock Blue, but any other of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, instead, the difficulty of fusing all 7 would increase considerably, for they lack that level of adaptability and high tolerance of Peacock Blue. Xia Fei nodded. The weed was a type of superplant that could adapt and survive no matter the environment. Cliffs, harsh winds, and even underwater, there would always be the presence of weed. They were omnipresent and omnipotent. Peacock Blue's will to live was not just the strongest among the 7 plants of Cloud Sea, but also, even among the 30 immemorial mystical armaments, none could compare with Peacock Blue's tenacity for life. A strong will to live meant Peacock Blue had no idea of subjugation. Even the powerful scattered star chrysanthemum ended up getting slowly tortured by Peacock Blue, using its relentless fighting spirit to crush the scattered star chrysanthemum bit by bit until it finally fused. Peacock Blue may not be the strongest immemorial mystical armament, but it was definitely the most persistent, never letting go until it achieved its goal. This was when Xia Lianing said, "All of you should go now. Xia Guanghai is still waiting for us, and there's nothing much left to be discussed. The Skywing has decided to take ownership of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Xia Fei followed Xia Ku, as well as 5 other Skywing Law Sages, to the outer region of the turbulence. The straight-line distance between the turbulence and the Law Realm was over 1 trillion light-years, which was why this was the maximum point where the spatial compasses could reach. The bizarre starry sky here was heart-shuddering. Out in this place where dark space and conventional space converged, danger lurked every time everywhere. Zip! Firefly, a small warship belonging to the Skywing clan, had already been waiting for their arrival, and it abruptly appeared before the 7, allowing them to board immediately. This ship was the only way for them to reach the rendezvous point that they had set with Xia Guanghai. The superwarp engine let out a deafening roar as that silver warship promptly started up, advancing forward for the far and mysterious space. Xia Guanghai found one of the 7 plant-type immemorial mystical armaments. Xia Fei asked, puzzled. Xiaku smiled. "We're unsure just yet what it is, but we can guarantee that it's something related to immemorial era." "What do you mean by immemorial era?" Xia Fei asked. This was the first time he had heard it called like that. "Oh, the immemorial era refers to the chaotic years of the universe, and what remains are just weapons, like the 30 mystical armaments, which only make up a portion of these. There are also some fragments on top of that, like laws and all. Only those who stand on the highest planes like our grand ancestor know about the finer details." Xia Fei nodded. It turned out that there were other mysterious immemorial relics aside from the mystical armaments. He suddenly recalled his Beast Spirit Codex and wondered if it was on the same tier as Peacock Blue. Xia Fei, who had already gotten hold of the original Beast Spirit Codex, was surprised to learn that the original and the copy completely differed. If he wanted to cultivate it, he would have to abandon all the 6 stages that he had learned before and start over from the beginning with the original as his foundation this time. He had already cultivated the Beast Spirit Codex to a fairly powerful degree, so why give up on it? Xia Fei was still undecided about relearning the more profound original. Besides, Xia Fei barely had any room to breathe given his current study load, so he simply could not find the time to cultivate the Beast Spirit Codex from scratch again. 12 hours later, deep in the turbulence, Firefly stopped near a broken asteroid before letting Xia Fei and the others out in space. Xiaku waved, and the silver warship sped off from the location. They saw Xia Guanghai and the other Skywing warriors waiting presently on the asteroid. When both squads joined up, they reached the number of 13 Apex War Gods. Only Xia Fei was at the Law Overlord cultivation, while the others were at worst a level 1 Law Sage. However, even though Xia Fei was only a law overlord, his strength was comparable to Law Sage and was not someone to be underestimated. All their war armors were very powerful, and even if they were to spread out in space, they would not really be affected by the environment they were in. "Why are there only so few of you?" asked Xia Guanghai with furrowed brows. Xia Ku answered, "This is already all the reinforcement in our clan, with everyone at the Law Sage and higher sent out. Xia Lianing still needs to guard Blizzard Fiendwing City, so he can't come." Xia Guanghai nodded. "That's fine then. Let me give you guys a brief summary of the situation. We'll reach an even more chaotic area if we venture deeper, with the warriors from the 3 major clans of Dark Pearl, Edusa, and Carry populating the place at present. An hour ago, our squad mounted an assault, only to face a severe backlash. Xia Jin discovered a strange signal source in their attack. That's most likely one of the 30 immemorial mystical armaments." Xia Ku mulled over the information before asking the search specialist, "Xia Jin, can you confirm the location of the signal source, including the attribute of the immemorial mystical armament?" Xia Jin answered in a low voice, "I am certain of the location, but I'm not too sure about its attributes." "That's a little troublesome. How many people from the demon race are out there?" Xia Ku asked again. "There are around 30 experts with Law Sage cultivation or higher, and over 100 Law Overlords as additional support," Xia Guanghai expressed gravely. "So many. Quickly show me the star map and the recording." Xia Ku was stunned. The Skywings did not enjoy overwhelming their enemy with numbers, for in high-level fights, warriors of lower cultivation could very easily end up dead. Never was there a clan that cherished its members like the Skywings. It was precisely this fear of anyone in the clan being put in harm's way that they did not bring a single Law Overlord warrior to the fight aside from Xia Fei. Even if they only clashed with the strong ones, the demon race still had a total of 30 Law Sages on their end, while the Skywings only had 12. It was not even half of the opponent's numbers, so it was rather hard to view this situation optimistically. Swoosh. 8 screens turned on at the same time, and all were depicting the star map of the core of the turbulence, as well as the battle recording of their earlier assault of the enemy camp. Xia Fei could not help but hum lightly after seeing everything, causing all 12 Lost Sages to turn to face him. Xia Ku asked, "Feel free to speak if you've got any thoughts to share." Xia Fei nodded and pointed to the screen with one hand, asking, "Senior Xia Jin, it should be this mass of black and white in this area that you learned as the location of the immemorial mystical armament, shouldn't it?" Xia Jin was startled as he exclaimed, "That's right. How did you figure it out? Could you be a search specialist, too?" Not just Xia Jin, everyone was surprised by this. Xia Fei had not even been on the scene, yet he could already tell where the immemorial mystical armament was hidden. Such analytical ability was nothing short of unbelievable. However, Xia Fei simply shook his head. "I'm not one, nor did I learn the law of searching, but I know how to observe people." Observe people? Everyone was perplexed. These demon race warriors may seem like they're all over the place, but their positions aren't completely without order. From how they're positioned, I can tell that their intention is to surround this chaotic spot where black and white meet. So if there is something they really want, it must be there. All of them nodded their heads in approval, impressed with the observational and analytical skill that Xia Fei had just demonstrated. He could tell what their goal was just from the enemy's positioning. It seemed like Xia Fei was indeed as monstrous as the rumors made him out to be. Fiendish, even. Second question. It's clear that they've been around the area for a much longer time, but they have yet to depart. This must mean that they've been unsuccessful in obtaining that item they've sought all this while. My guess is that there's something stopping them in this part of space, so although they did find what they were looking for, they're unable to make their way in. That's right. Xia Jin was even more surprised than the last time, his voice rising as a result. This part of space isn't in the least bit simple, with the periphery in a state of chaos. Even if all the experts were to work together, getting in would still be very hard. As a matter of fact, we did make an attempt earlier. Alas, though the combined might of us 6 Lost Sages, we still failed to gain entry, which was why we called for backup. That was when Xia Ku suddenly perked up, lightly brushing his finger across his spatial ring as he said, "Relax. I brought with me the Grand Ancestor's cherished treasure this time. Even if it's a chaotic space, or some powerful isolation barrier, they'll all break for me. The eyes of everyone present shone as they stared at Xiaku avidly. Relax. I brought with me the Grand Ancestors' cherished treasure this time. Even if it's a chaotic space or some powerful isolation barrier, they'll all break for me, Xiaku announced. The next moment, Xiaku brushed his finger lightly on the spatial ring and took out a tripod. It was a cannon in the form of a strange, bronze-colored tripod. It was approximately 2 meters tall and a meter across in diameter. Its muzzle gleamed with cold, killing intent. The Azure Dragon Soul Meteor. So this is the Grand Ancestors' Azure Dragon Soul Meteor. Looks like we'll be snatching away the armament for sure when we attack now. The Skywings were all visibly excited. This energy cannon was their Grand Ancestors' beloved treasure, able to use origin energy to penetrate through all things. Only Xia Fei appeared to be unfazed compared to the rest. Xiaku could not help but be puzzled. Xia Fei, there are many things you're still unaware of since you've only recently arrived in the God Race territory. Look here. This is an origin energy cannon. You can fit origin crystals on its back and harness the origin energy to trigger an insane blast of power. The force of this blast is incredible. Also, this can be done from a very far location. Xiaku assumed that Xia Fei did not know what the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor was capable of, so he explained it to him. We don't have time, Xia Fei blurted out. They were all surprised, unsure of what had made Xia Fei suddenly say that. What do you mean? Xia Guanghai asked, confused. We can gather reinforcements, but so too can the enemies. Look, Xia Fei's finger moved, pulling out the video earlier and replaying it. That mass of stars is moving. There's also greater chaos in the space of the surrounding region. It's said that the immemorial mystical armaments will be under protection whenever they appear. I believe that the cursory attack from both the demon race and our side earlier caused the mystical armament's surrounding layer of protection to heighten once more. Don't worry, the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor is completely capable of shattering through all kinds of defenses. Xiaku patted the precious item and boasted. Xia Fei gave the cannon a glance and said, I have no doubt about that. Anyone will feel their heart shudder with a single look at the cannon. Still, has none of you considered the matter of others being able to get near the armament once we shatter the immemorial mystical armament's protective layer using this super energy cannon? How the enemy can do the same thing as us, and how we may end up damaging the mystical armament itself. The expression on all their others' faces instantly changed. Xia Fei was right. The Azure Dragon Soul Meteor was the treasured item of the Skywing clan's Grand Ancestor, and its might was unparalleled. Using it to deal with the outer layer of protection around the immemorial mystical armament was not an issue of penetration but ruination instead. As such, there could only be two kinds of situations that would result from this. One was them destroying the protective layer. No matter what type of mystical armament lay within, it would be revealed to both the Skywings and the demon race warriors, thereby resulting in a heated struggle. Two was much worse. In the event that the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor's impact was too strong, it might end up destroying the armament. If so, everything would be over before even starting. Though a mystical armament could not truly die, resurrecting itself after destruction, no one had any idea just when or where it would appear again. This was not mentioning if they would even be fated to find it again. Neither of these situations was what the Skywing clan hoped to see happen. So what do you think we should do? Xiaku anxiously asked. Tear a hole and let me through, said Xia Fei in a low voice. What? You've got a way to get in? Exclaimed the crowd. They had no idea that Xia Fei wielded the disruptive power of the law of primal chaos. Not even the law of ternary spectrum's ultimate isolation, which old demon Lord Oro had been trapped in back then, could trouble Xia Fei, so neither would the protective layer around the immemorial mystical armament. Xia Fei explained after a brief moment, there's not much time. We don't have the numerical superiority right now, so if the demon race were to call for reinforcements, the situation will be very unfavorable for us. After all, we're just one clan going up against 3 of their major clans. Forget about what method I'll be using to get past the protective layer. As long as you can carve out a path for me so that I can get close to it, we'll definitely succeed. Then what? Xia Guanghai asked urgently. Then I'll enter the protective layer and subdue the mystical armament. All of you should scatter away at a safe distance and have the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor set up. The moment I give the signal, attack the enemy formation once more for my extraction. The matter's settled if they don't give chase, and we'll fire the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor if they do. Slay them all at once. The expression on everyone's faces changed greatly. It was not that Xia Fei's plan was bad. It was that Xia Fei would be taking on the largest share of the risk. The Skywings excelled in the law of speed, and it was not impossible for them to charge right into the enemy lines boldly. As for Xia Fei, he would use this speed superiority of his to get in and subsequently have the rest carve out a path for him to leave. The Azure Dragon Soul Meteor would, thus, be relegated to a vicious way so that they could ensure their safe escape. Without even realizing it, Xia Fei had become the leader of their operation. This was the manifestation of his critical thinking. Without a doubt, if his plan was feasible, it would create a perfect scenario for them. Are you certain that you have the means to crack open the immemorial mystical armament's protective layer? Xia Guanghai asked once more. Not only am I certain that I can break it, my method won't ruin it, too. If everything goes smoothly, no matter what ends up behind that protective layer, I'll be the only one who can get near it, while others can only watch from outside, dumbfounded. Xia Fei solemnly assured them. Xia Fei had the utmost confidence when it came to the law of primal chaos. Xia Ku and Xia Guanghai exchanged looks with each other and nodded. They were well aware that, in their clan, Xia Fei was the only one with Godwing potential besides the Grand Ancestor. Also, this young man was the most formidable strategist of the Skywings. The reason why the Skywings were the Skywings was not solely these manmen's strong unity, but also their faith in every single member of the clan. Xia Fei had already given his word, so the other clan members would naturally demonstrate utmost trust in him, sans any reservation. Even if Xia Fei did make the wrong choice, these men would still gladly dive into the pits of hell and not utter a word of complaint. This was the true essence of the Skywing spirit. Unity, trust, never surrendering. Chaotic space, the bizarre turbulence. A coalition force of 3 major demon race clans with over 150 people was gathered on a piece of unstable space, each of them looking ready to defend this spot to the death. This piece of space was like a mixture of black and white cotton candy, which was a strange contrast to the sea of stars, with it constantly being in turmoil. The black portion was dark space, while the white portion was conventional space. The turbulence was originally the place where these two different spaces collided, but nowhere else in the place was as closely knit as this. It was almost as if the dark space and conventional space were being pressed against each other, squeezed and entangled together. It was of course extremely dangerous to barge into such a strange piece of space, for any mistake, and one would find themselves shredded by the chaotic storm in it. It was precisely because of this that the Skywings had mobilized their clan's heavy weaponry, the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor. The demon race forces were very nervous right now. For one, they had been surrounding this patch of chaotic space for a very long time, yet had not found a way to get in it. There was also the appearance of the Skywing clan, and this had them feeling antsy. No one present was unaware of the demon-sealing fiendish blade's prowess. These maniacs were the sort to be even more stubborn than mules, not giving a matter a rest until they achieved their goal. There was just no telling when they would make another assault, perhaps even more powerful than the last. Xia Fei's guess was correct. The demon race had already called for reinforcements, but the speed at which they mustered their forces was incomparable to the Skywings, so these reinforcements had yet to arrive, and there were only still the 150 warriors guarding the place. Suddenly, 13 lights streaked across the starry space. Of these 13, 12 were arranged in a neat, diamond-shaped formation. As for the lone ray of light, which was separate from the formation, it was like the roaming ranger in a battle formation. A lone wolf. They were coming in fast as light. Before the demon race warriors could react, this squad had already arrived in front of them. Skywing business. Those uninvolved can scram. The Skywing clan's signature slogan was enhanced several times like an abrupt explosion, shocking these demon race warriors dizzy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Now that they had uttered those words, the wolves of the Skywings began their attack. A beautiful display of flashing swords and afterimages appeared against the backdrop of the vast emptiness of space. Nothing remained after this flurry of blades passed. The primary mission of the squad Xia Guanghai led the last time was to scout, and what they sought was a quick in and out. It was not their intention to start a massacre, but this time was a lot more different. Not only did they want to launch a strong and sudden assault on their enemies, they planned to eliminate as many of their enemies as possible. Furthermore, there were 12 lost sages on the Skywings side this time, including the terror Xia Fei. Their combat strength was much greater than before. Kaboom! In the space of a breath, that part of space turned into a mess. The wolves of the Skywings used their inconceivable speed to overwhelm the demon race formation instantly. Like a rising torrent that churned up mud, sand, powerful enough to uproot trees, the wolves swept across everything they saw in front of them. "Don't leave even a single one alive," Peak Lost Sage Xiaka yelled, his voice piercing through the 9 heavens. "Assemble. Everyone assemble. Let's use group tactics to stop these maniacs." A Law Sage, who was in charge of a team from the demon race, bellowed desperately. Law Overlord warriors from the demon race were those being killed in the fringe of the formation. The main force of 30 Law Sages made up a super formation positioned right at the rear. These Law Sages reacted swiftly to the attack and managed to finish gathering in the blink of an eye. A super platoon of powerful warriors came to be. The Skywing clan had enacted a group attack, so the demon race responded with a group defense. It did not matter if all the Law Overlords were being slain out in the fringe, for as long as these powerful Law Sages remained, the Skywings would be helpless against them. After all, these were 30 Lost Sages they were talking about. Even the demon-sealing fiendish blade could not easily break such a powerful platoon of warriors. Whoosh! All of a sudden, just as these demon race experts finished assembling, the demon-sealing fiendish blade did an abrupt turn and retreated, utilizing their breathtaking speed to cut a sharp turn, making a beeline for that mass of cotton candy-like space. "We've been had. Those maniacs are going for the mystical armament. Quickly stop them." The demon race warriors were all yelling, unleashing their ranged attacks in hopes of stopping the wolves of Skywings from getting near the immemorial mystical armament. Unfortunately, the law that the Skywing clan cultivated in was the law of speed. By the time the demon race reacted, that wolf pack had already reached within 500 miles of that strange space. This was the Skywing speed, an unobstructable speed. Whiz! Xia Fei gritted his teeth and detached himself from the wolf pack. Like a sharp knife, he went stabbing right for it. His 2 arms gathered force with his law of primal chaos, falling leaves of twin decimation. "Break for me." Kaboom! The disruptive force from the law of primal chaos came bursting forth with such wild power, a tyrannical force that turned black into white, forcibly making a crack in that cotton candy-like chaotic space. Xia Fei was like a crafty loach slithering when he darted in, especially with his speed going past 1 million meters per second. TSSS. The chaotic space had, at this point, begun healing close to the crack created, but Xia Fei was already nowhere to be seen. "Retreat." Xiaku watched Xia Fei enter the chaotic space and gave this order. The wolves of the Skywings disappeared sans a trace like a summer's breeze, braving the demon race formation once more as they carved a bloody path out for themselves. They were like a gang of ghosts, a pack of demons. The only difference was that they arrived as a pack of 13 wolves, but when their squad left, they were just 12. They were short of their most fiendish lone wolf, Xia Fei. Kaboom! Xia Fei used his law of primal chaos and forcibly created a crack open in that protective layer, darting right in. Awesome! Xia Fei really succeeded in getting in. I wonder, though, just how did he do it? Most likely because he's our clan's lone wolf. Ha ha ha. The wolves of the Skywings let out a raucous laughter in the middle of a battlefield, completely disregarding their enemies. It must be said that they were currently being surrounded by 150 demon race warriors at the moment. Skywing business. Those uninvolved can scram. The slogan of the Skywings rang out once more. It was as if the demon-sealing fiendish blade really liked this slogan. Though they said the uninvolved should scram, it actually did not matter whether they fled or otherwise, as long as these maniacs landed their eyes on anyone. All that would follow was death. Death for those who scrammed or not. It was not a slogan, but basically a declaration of unsheathing the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. moving at great speeds. Since these 12 lost sages of the Skywing clan could force their way in, naturally, they could also force their way out. None of these 150 demon race warriors actually dared to get in their way, allowing this pack of the most vicious wolves in the law realm to return to where they came from with hardly any resistance at all, which in turn angered the peak law sages who were in charge of the troops. Alas, no matter how angry they felt, none of them could really fault their men. After all, this was the demon-sealing fiendish blade that they were talking about. No one would willingly provoke this bunch of maniacs if anyone could avoid crossing swords with them. Very soon, Xia Ku and Xia Guanghai got far away with the other Lost Sages in their pack. The energy cannon, Azure Dragon Soul Meteor, was raised aloft by Xia Ku. As long as anyone dared to give chase, they would be the recipient of a deadly blast. Meanwhile, Xia Geng, who was quietly sitting to one side, used his first-rate law of search in the God race to begin sweeping for their enemy's movement. The law of search was also a derivative law of the law of space, and was officially called the law of spatial distribution search. As a good majority of the Skywing clansmen cultivated the law of space, the talented Xia Geng was given the important duty of cultivating this law concurrently. Xia Geng had paid a great price to achieve a first-rate mastery of the law, causing his cultivation of the law of speed to fall behind several members of the clan. It was rare to find a talented individual like Xia Fei who could cultivate so many different laws simultaneously. After all, truly, there were not many freaks out there who could quickly pick up everything they learned. "How's the situation?" asked Xia Guanghai. At the moment, they were already far beyond the visual range of the demon race warriors. They could only rely on Xia Geng and his law power to sense how the situation was unfolding with the demon race. "The enemies have gathered, most likely their attempt at dealing with our next heavy assault, but they didn't give chase," reported Xia Geng. Xia Guanghai nodded and asked, "How's Xia Fei? Has he managed to enter the protective space, and is the crack already healed?" Xia Geng replied, "I haven't detected Xia Fei, so he should already be inside. The spatial crack has also been healed." "Oh no, Xia Fei's right. Enemy reinforcement has arrived. 27 more Lost Sages have joined the coalition forces, making the number of Lost Sages on their side 56. Shocked, everyone wrinkled their brows. The reason Xia Fei strove to make a quick engagement with the enemies and avoid any outright confrontation was that he was afraid that enemy reinforcements would be en route. In the end, it was just as Xia Fei expected. The appearance of the demon-sealing fiendish blade had drawn the attention of the Dark Pearl, Edusa, and Carry clans, which resulted in the additional 27 Lost Sages being sent over to lend a hand. Thinking about this really sent a chill down their spines. Had Xia Fei not spoken during the decision and vetoed peak Lost Sage Xia Ku's plan, the Skywings might very well have suffered great losses here. That was nearly 5 times the enemy they would have ended up facing against. After all, Democrat, Minnesota. If I knew, I would assign someone to accompany Xia Fei in. Now that the enemy reinforcement has arrived, it won't be easy once it's time for Xia Fei to get out from there. Xia Guanghai slapped his thigh loudly as he lamented. Xia Ku's expression became stern. "It wouldn't be of any use if we did that then. None of us could help him in subduing the immemorial mystical armament, after all. Instead, it's much more important for us to be out here so that we can coordinate our offense for his extraction. Besides, Xia Fei is our clan's lone wolf. He's a lot more fearsome when he's on his own. Best we can do now is manage how the chips have fallen." Xia Guanghai nodded solemnly. "The enemy has numbers many times ours. Should we get Xia Lianing to bring over men in reserve?" Xia Ku smiled. "Don't worry. I already sent the signal. Though we may just be one clan, we're still capable of burying the heads of these 3 demon race clans." Ha ha ha. The people laughed heartily. Only the Skywings would dare to jump into a 3 versus 1 fight. It was this sort of confidence that gave the demon-sealing fiendish blade have a reputation for their unreasonableness. They were already outside of the range that their spatial compass could be used for communication. The Skywing's elite warship Firefly, drifting in space nearby, was not only used to transport the Skywing warriors, but also had the important undertaking of being their line of communication to Fiendish Wing Villa. The signal would first be transmitted to Firefly before it got boosted back to the God Race territory. This was when the only woman among the 12 lost sages of Skywing suddenly knitted her eyebrows together. Xia Gong, did you miscount? There were originally 30 lost sages from the demon race. Now that they have 27 more, shouldn't it be 57? Why is it 56? Where did the missing one go? Women were meticulous to the tiniest detail. No one had noticed this discrepancy except Xia Yezi. Xia Gong instantly froze, and he quickly did a count once more. Everyone saw as Xia Gong turned pale as he muttered, "Oh no, there's really one missing." Xia Fei's figure moved quickly, his war armor monohorn ogre helping him move in the void of space. Even here in the vastness of cosmic space, he was still able to move freely and quickly as if he could fly. Xia Fei found himself in a very strange piece of space after making it past the protective layer, the black and white candy floss surrounding a large and yellow planet. It almost looked like a yellow-orange bun when he looked from space, with several yellow asteroid rings orbiting around it. However, Xia Fei knew very well that the planet was not as tempting as it looked. There were sesame-like black dots on that golden planet, which were actually extremely powerful black storms. They only appeared small because of how far Xia Fei was. If he actually landed on the planet, even Xia Fei could not imagine just how it would be with this strong hurricane raging. He could even feel a mysterious aura unique to the immemorial mystical armament coming from the planet. Xia Fei did not immediately head over to the yellow-orange planet, but, instead, turned around and pulled out his blood crystal, glaring with great hostility behind him. All of a sudden, Xia Fei flipped a hand and unleashed a powerful spatial storm. His attack covered an area of about 100 miles all around him. Ha ha ha! Laughter could be heard as a Carey clan warrior detached himself from the dark space when that spatial storm passed. He was tall and well-built, with two large hands that looked similar to the paws of a tiger, calloused and rugged. I was originally worried. What with the Skywing warriors being known as tough to deal with? Though I am alone, and so are you, I may be unable to beat you in a solo duel. Unfortunately, you've already shown the depths of your skills as a warrior with that one move. You're only at the law overlord cultivation, yet you dare to breach our demon race formation? Truly, you don't know what it means to fear death. That Carey warrior approached Xia Fei as he spoke, his disdainful attitude apparent. It turned out that among the demon race warriors, there was one who cultivated the law of concealment. He had silently followed behind Xia Fei and borrowed his law of primal chaos to also enter this strange space. Xia Fei had always had very keen senses, which allowed him to perceive the aura of those around him. This was why he had unleashed a law of space attack in an effort to lure out this unknown. As a result, that spatial storm had let the Carey warrior get a gauge of Xia Fei's strength. This was why he had stepped out so fearlessly, thinking that Xia Fei and his law overlord cultivation was completely harmless to him. Monkeys act as kings when there are no tigers roaming the mountain. You're just an insignificant little law overlord, no better than an ant. Yours truly can kill a bunch of you in one pinch. After all, I'm level 1 Law Sage Home. Do you even know how the word Law Sage is written? Home clenched his fists and sneered, seemingly threatening Xia Fei. Unexpectedly, Xia Fei was unfazed, and he continued to maintain his cold gaze on the enemy. Home was promptly agitated. In his eyes, there was no reason an insignificant law overlord should act so arrogantly in front of him. He should be running away or kneeling onto the ground awaiting his death. Perhaps if you call yours truly grandfather thrice, I may just let you off. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive. Home threatened Xia Fei savagely, adopting an imposing posture. Alas, Xia Fei merely flashed that odd smirk of his, regarding Home with wry bemusement as if he were watching a show. How despicable! You, Skywings, are good at group attacks. Now that you're all alone, watch as this old man cleans you up, bellowed Home as he pounced on Xia Fei. Kaboom! Suddenly, Peacock Blue appeared from out of nowhere. Furball had also woken up from his nap, leaping out with verve as he fired an intense energy beam. Immemorial mystical armament. Holy beast! Color drained from Home's face as he reeled from the shock. He quickly lifted his two arms in an attempt to resist the incoming attack, but it was a pity that he had gotten too close to Xia Fei and was already within the other's domain. Peacock Blue's 5 grass blades enveloped the arrogant Home, while Furball's follow-up attack was about to land on him ferociously. It burned his war armor and shattered his bones. Whoosh! Xia Fei's figure darted and arrived at Home's side with Furball, his blood crystal already pressing right against the opponent's throat. The law of concealment was very effective, but Home had fallen for Xia Fei's ruse. Now that he had shown himself, this meant that he wanted to fight with Xia Fei head-on. He would be unable to launch a sneak attack, and he essentially lost his greatest weapon. It turned out that Xia Fei had intentionally unleashed that martial arts technique just then to mislead Home into thinking that he was just a law overlord warrior. He intentionally appeared weak to draw his enemy into fighting back. This was what Xia Fei had always been good at. What a devious person. Home's face was pale. The crimson-red blood crystal was on his neck, making it impossible for him to move even as peacock blue tightly constrict itself around him. He could feel great pain all over his body. Xia Fei chuckled. I forgot to tell you. I indeed have law overlord cultivation, but I'm also the strongest law overlord of the Skywing clan. Plus, I'm the clan's lone wolf. I've always acted on my own. Squelch. The edge of the blood crystal drove into Home's neck, but not a drop of blood was spilled. This was because all the blood essence was being absorbed by the vampiric blade. Home's two eyes rolled up while he felt his very life force getting drained away swiftly. He convulsed intensely, and then he did a fruitless final shudder. Whoosh! By the time Xia Fei sheathed the dagger, Lost Sage Home was already no more than a desiccated corpse. Lost Sage? Lost Sages are precisely what I kill. With these last words, Xia Fei accelerated to that yellow planet. The closer he got, it became more obvious just how intense the fluctuations were. Immemorial mystical armament. This is definitely the aura from an immemorial mystical armament. Xia Fei told himself excitedly. I wonder just what type of mystical armament will I find this time. Whoosh! Xia Fei did not slow down at all as he went diving toward that yellow planet. He saw that the very air itself was all yellow sands, which whipped about at an intense rate, creating a sandstorm so great anyone would have difficulty standing steady. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. He could very clearly sense the unique aura of an immemorial mystical armament. And for this armament to be in such an extreme environment, Xia Fei found it very inconceivable. Bracing against this over-Category 10 hurricane and the onslaught of sands, Xia Fei searched for any trace of the immemorial mystical armament. The sandstorm lowered the visibility greatly, so Xia Fei found himself relying on his intuition most of the time. This fierce wind and sand combination loudly battered Xia Fei's war armor, sounding like the popping of corns. Slowly, Xia Fei felt himself drawing ever closer to the mysterious aura of an immemorial mystical armament, and the sandstorm was also becoming even more violent and intense. Suddenly, a huge pine tree appeared in front of Xia Fei. Yellow sands were nearly obscuring its entire body, forming out an entirely yellowish shape. He could not make out its original color, but no matter how extreme the environment around it was, this still did not stop the thing from surviving and growing. Immemorial mystical armament unparting pine, exclaimed Xia Fei. Almost immediately, an extremely shocking scene happened in front of him. Rumble. A black hurricane, which could tear across the land and sky, suddenly struck. Like a large and ancient dragon, it came streaking from afar and caused the very land to tremble and shake while the sky howled. What a strong hurricane! Crack, crack, crack. The exquisite war armor, Monohorn Ogre, was feeling the harshness of the hurricane, so much so that it promptly changed shapes. Numerous alloy steel hooks grew under Xia Fei's feet, sans any warning, and firmly held him in place. Xia Fei watched this happen with wide-eyed astonishment. Faced against the battering assault of the hurricane, the immemorial mystical armament unparting pine stood tall and proud. It withstood the strong winds of the harsh weather, swaying but not giving. It was a breathtaking sight to behold, with it exuding that self-imposing resilience. Rumble. This black hurricane raged for a full 20 minutes. Even Xia Fei staggered and shook in the face of such strong winds. This just went to show how terrifyingly fearsome the hurricane was. When the hurricane passed, Xia Fei noticed that the immemorial mystical armament unparting pine remained perfectly sturdy like before, with not a single pine leaf out of place or gone. It must be known that the Black Hurricane had raged at a planetary level. It was several tens of thousands meters high, sweeping across an area of over 800 square miles. The unparting pine was practically tough to the extreme point, not even shaken in the least under the battering of such a howling storm. It truly lives up to its claim as the greatest immemorial mystical armament when it comes to hardness. Forever unrelinquishing, the unparting pine. Xia Fei shuddered in awe as he excitedly mumbled. Xia Fei's peacock blue already had unprecedented strength. If he fused it with the number one in terms of toughness among the 7 plants of the cloud sea, who knew what sort of heaven-defying existence it would become? Peacock blue had the traits of unrelenting tenacity, a strong will to live. Scattered star chrysanthemum had given it countless energy flowers, which glowed as bright as stars, possessing a level of sharpness that rivaled the keenest blades, boosting the combat strength of peacock blue to crazy levels. It was a pity that the 9-night plum had been the exception, failing to demonstrate the greatest poison it had out of all the 7 plants of Cloud Sea. Peacock blue had merely gained the effect of some long-lasting paralysis after absorbing the 9-night plum, nothing compared to the miraculous poison it was known for, which could penetrate into the hearts and bones of its victims. However, Xia Fei was not at all worried. Though peacock blue had yet to display such poisonous traits at the moment, it did not mean that there would not come a day when it reared its head. The most important thing now was to let peacock blue improve its strength and level greatly by fusing with this other immemorial mystical armament. He was convinced that peacock blue would still experience a substantial qualitative advancement after taking in the toughest plant-type immemorial mystical armament, unparting pine. Crunch! Xia Fei lifted his fist and landed a heavy punch on the unparting pine. He had not expected that this tough plant to actually be as stable as a rock. It did not even budge from the blow. What a powerful armament! A truly hardy fellow. Xia Fei mused inwardly. Swoosh! The synthesized immemorial mystical armament peacock blue abruptly shot out. It reached out its 5 bluegrass blades, measuring well over a kilometer. He eyed the unparting pine. I'm sorry. While I admire your hardiness, I still intend to subdue you today. Xia Fei solemnly addressed the immemorial mystical armament unparting pine just as peacock blue made its move, beginning the process of fusing the 4th immemorial mystical armament to itself. Heavens, that protective layer's too tough. Honestly, just how did that young man from the Skywing clan even get in? A demon race law sage wondered about this even after he attempted to strike open the protective layer of unparting pine. Everyone shook their heads. It had already been 3 days, yet these hundreds of demon race elites had been unable to make any headway on how to break the protective layer and make their way into that strange space where the immemorial mystical armament was located. No hurry. I personally witnessed the Carey clan's home and his law of concealment enter right after that young man from the Skywing. Home's a law sage, an expert in subterfuge and stealth. Meanwhile, that young man looks to be of average cultivation. Home must have already finished him off by now. The immemorial mystical armament will still be in our hands, a tall and burly law sage from the Dark Pearl clan said. The 3 major clans of the demon race, Dark Pearl, Edusa, and Carey, were of the same foundation, and they shared a very close relationship with one another. This was why everyone knew very well of Home's combat strength. They knew he was an expert when it came to one-on-one fights. Meanwhile, all of them had nothing but contempt and bafflement for Xia Fei. Because Xia Fei had become even more inconspicuous after absorbing the arc fragment, he was easily overlooked if anyone did not pay close attention to him, appearing no different from someone who had low cultivation. They were baffled over how such a young man with low cultivation had managed to break into the tough protective layer and why the maniacs of Skywing clan had allowed such an obvious weak link into its wolfpack formation. It simply did not align with the style of the demon-sealing fiendish blade at all. Unfortunately, not one of them knew that, though Xia Fei did not have some heaven-defying cultivation, he possessed the strength to overturn the heavens. He was already killing law overlords when he was merely a law emperor, and now that he had reached the tier of law overlord, he was starting to kill law sages. Furthermore, Xia Fei was definitely not the weak link in the wolfpack formation, but rather the lone wolf that roamed outside the formation. He was a roaming ranger. As for Lost Sage Home, he had already been slain by Xia Fei, with hardly even a corpse left to speak of. We're having a hard time breaking in by ourselves. Let's attack together, instead, an older Idusa clan elder suggested. Yes, let's do that. We have more than 50 Lost Sages here now. I simply don't believe that we can't crack this strange protection. No matter what, let's give this a shot first. Kaboom. The warriors of the 3 major clans from the demon race worked together and unleashed ranged attacks. The sound of their concerted attacks reverberated, so much so that the entire turbulence seemed to be shaking as a result. Not good. The demon race has started using force, sparing no effort to bombard that strange protective layer with all might. Blurted out Xia General. He had been keeping an eye on them from afar this whole time. The 12 Lost Sages of Skywing frowned. Xia Guanghai rumbled. Though the 3 clans of the demon race don't have a powerful weapon like our Azure Dragon Soul Meteor, we shouldn't underestimate the damage that they can do by focusing their offense. After all, they do have 56 Lost Sages on their side. Xia Ku added. Xia Lianning's reinforcement has yet to arrive. If the demon race really manages to break that protective layer and rushes in, Xia Fei will be exposed to danger. How's the situation with the protective layer? Has it been shaken? Xia Zhen answered. It's still stable, but only for now. That layer of protection is really tough. Still, I reckon that no matter how strong it is, it won't be able to last past the 3-hour mark under the uninhibited and relentless attacks of the demon race. 3 hours, Xia Guanghai mumbled under his breath. Looks like these 3 hours will be the deciding factor. Get ready. We, Skywings, won't abandon any of our clansmen. Even if we have to put our lives on the line in 3 hours' time, we must extract Xia Fei. Ha ha ha. The wolves of Skywing burst into laughter in the face of this dire situation. That fearless arrogance they were demonstrating seemed impregnable. Even though they were facing a force several times theirs, whoever it was, they would beat them up, and those people would be beaten up. This was the Skywing spirit. Kaboom. The sound of the intense demon race attacks could be heard clearly, sandwiched between the endless pelting of yellow sands. Xia Fei arched an eyebrow, looking at that odd candy floss mix of black and white around him, mumbling to himself, "We're running out of time. They're about to force their way in." He gritted his teeth. That unparting pine stood proudly as ever before him. The toughest armament out of the 7 plants of Cloud Sea refused to bow to Xia Fei. No matter how hard Xia Fei tried to make it bend, the unparting pine still stood proud and sturdy. It was evident that the harder he tried to subdue the unparting pine, the stronger and more powerful its strength of resistance became. Xia Fei's combat strength would soar immensely if he only managed to acquire it. Unfortunately, what Xia Fei lacked now was time. The moment the demon race broke through, he would be in for a tragic outcome. This was why Xia Fei needed to act fast. He must subjugate the immemorial mystical armament unparting pine before the protective layer got destroyed. Rumble. Outside, the demon race battered the protective layer once more, while Xia Fei clashed with the unparting pine, all in an effort to fuse it with Peacock Blue. Peacock Blue's 5 large bluegrass blades danced about. It was not the first time it did a fusion, so the bluegrass knew very well what it needed to do. The very basis of fusion lay in complete suppression. Unparting pine needed to join Peacock Blue willingly, for it to put down its pride as an immemorial mystical armament and subject itself to a new master. Throughout, Xia Fei was Peacock Blue's host. The bluegrass grew on Xia Fei's right arm and had a tight bond with him, sharing glory and loss together. Therefore, the bluegrass would be the host for the rest of the plant-type immemorial mystical armaments, and they would be dependent on Peacock Blue if they fused with it. They would become an extension of Peacock Blue. Simply put, if the bluegrass was subordinate to Xia Fei, then the rest of the plant-type immemorial mystical armaments would be subordinate to Peacock Blue. However, the crux of the matter was what could make the toughest mystical armament among the 7 plants of Cloud Sea agree to being Peacock Blue's subordinate, to being Xia Fei's subordinate? As such, sufficient foundation was needed in order to conquer the unparting pine. Very quickly, 2 hours had passed, yet Xia Fei was still unable to find any way to subdue the unparting pine. By this time, the attacks from the demon race were already managing to create cracks on the candy floss-like protective layer. The thing would quiver every now and then, with plenty of cracks showing on its surface. Boom, boom. Perhaps it was because they saw a sliver of hope. These lost sages of the demon race intensified their attacks even further as they all grew more and more excited. It looked like the breaking of the protective layer would be earlier than the predicted 3 hours. Xia Fei felt that the protective layer would at most withstand no more than 5 more minutes of relentless attacks at this rate. Subduing an immemorial mystical armament was no easy task, requiring a significant amount of time. It was apparent that even if Xia Fei was unwilling, he would have no choice but to give up on his progress and deal with the immediate crisis of the demon race warriors. With this thought in mind, Xia Fei turned around and heaved a sigh. Right now, he needed to defend against the demon race's frenzied attacks, hold out until the others from the Skywing clan could join the fight. This was when something unexpected occurred. That cotton candy-like strange space seemed to have been pulled by some inexplicable force, and it moved. That cotton candy-like strange space seemed to have been pulled by some inexplicable force, and it moved. Xia Fei was stunned. He felt himself suddenly falling, as if he were rapidly being pulled into the gulf of space by something. No, I'm not moving. It's this entire piece of space that is moving. His surroundings began to descend into chaos. The external layer of originally alternating black and white cotton candy-like deepened in color until everything was completely consumed by black, just a pitch-black sky without any starlight. Profound darkness. The intense hurricane on the planet came to a halt as well. The sandstorm was no longer active, and the yellow planet stopped revolving. The many asteroid rings stopped their orbit as well. Silence. Darkness. It was slowly enveloping Xia Fei and immemorial mystical armament unparting pine. The entire scene was utterly strange. To Xia Fei's great surprise, he realized that Peacock Blue had seemingly gone insane and was now suddenly brimming with much fighting spirit. The toughest plant out of the 7 plants of Cloud Sea was also erupting with strong killing intent. This was a completely different reaction than when he was pitting himself against the unparting pine. Xia Fei's match against the unparting pine was akin to powerful combatants sparring, with the victor crowned as king. However, the unparting pine became extremely enraged the moment it entered the darkness. It was as if it had come across its destined enemy. Something's drawing nearer, Xia Fei cried to himself. Whoosh! The blood crystal was unsheathed. Even Furball began letting out a low growl, as it directed an intense glare into that endless span of murky darkness. Xia Fei was inside the protective layer of unparting vine, so he had no idea what had just happened. Meanwhile, the 12 lost sages outside, as well as the warriors of the demon race, had seen everything transpire very clearly. Seeing that the demon race warriors were about to break that protective layer, the Skywing's eyes all turned red, and they all got ready to rush in to begin a massacre. However, it was at that moment when a dark tear had appeared in space, and asteroids and dust were all being sucked into that black hole-like entity. The demon race warriors hurriedly attempted to flee, though some lacking in cultivation nevertheless got swallowed by that black hole. Just as everyone was hesitating on what to do, an extremely shocking and abnormal scene occurred right in front of them. That black hole spat out a huge black tongue. The hole was huge, and the tongue was even bigger. It was actually able to fill half the black hole. No one had any idea what sort of gigantic monstrosity would have such a scary tongue, one that was filled with fleshy bumps and spikes. A nauseating stench made it impossible for anyone to breathe. It was evident that the owner of this huge tongue was in no way friendly. On the contrary, it was evil and frightening. Whoosh! This huge and black tongue was gigantic, yet it moved with great agility. Everyone saw as it rolled the tip of its tongue around the space, housing immemorial, mystical armament unparting pine. The next second, that tongue retracted and took that protective space of unparting pine into its black hole. Rumble! Before anyone could react, that black hole suddenly sealed itself up. The entire process took no more than 2 seconds, yet it left everyone there trembling vigorously. All their eyes showed confusion as their mouths hung agape. Everyone was petrified where they stood, none of them having any idea just what it was they had just seen. How could a planet and its surrounding space be taken away just like that? Just what exactly was going on? Oh no. Xiaoke promptly gasped as he shouted. This is terrible. Xia Fei's still inside. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The lost sages of the Skywing clan recklessly dashed over, facing an enemy force several times more numerous than its side. The demon race warriors quickly snapped out of their dazed states and surrounded the Skywings, glaring at them with great hostility. Meanwhile, the Skywing warriors, who seemed more concerned with Xia Fei's disappearance, completely ignored the fact that they were now deep behind enemy lines. The starry space remained as vast and empty as ever, but the planet was gone, and so was Xia Fei. What do we do? Should we hurry back and report this to the Grand Ancestor? That strange black hole that appeared from out of nowhere, and that scarily huge tongue. Just how are we going to explain that to our Grand Ancestor? Perhaps the Grand Ancestor might recognize the entity. The 12 lost sages from the Skywing clan were obviously very anxious, while the hundreds of demon race warriors around them had been angered to the point where their faces had turned green. They very clearly had these Skywing warriors surrounded, yet these maniacs treated them as if they were not even there. All things considered, it was quite unbelievable that these Skywing warriors would be more worried about Xia Fei's safety rather than their own. Let's go and seek clemency from the Grand Ancestor, said Xiaoku with a sigh. This was when that peak lost sage in charge of the surrounding demon race warriors suddenly let out a weird laugh. He pointed at the 12 lost sages and barked. What arrogance! You, Skywings, are simply too conceited, actually daring to talk as if you can come and go as you please. Do you take the 3 major clans of the demon race as heir? Xiaoku immediately flashed a stern expression to the enemy. What? We, Skywings, are just this arrogant. We are just the sort to come and go as we please. Let's see who dares to try and get in our way today. With just the 12 of you, the peak lost sage from the demon race remarked, somewhat mockingly. He swept his gaze over to the side. The super formation of 56 lost sages gave him plenty of self-confidence. This was when Xia Guanghai asked with a low growl, Are you planning to leverage on your numerical superiority to bully us? That's right. That's exactly what we intend to do. Swoosh. Just as he said this, dozens of figures appeared out of nowhere. The reinforcements from the Skywing clan had arrived. With peak lost sage Xia Lianing at the helm, he brought along a third squad of Skywing lost sages. Fool. We of the Skywing clan may lack many things, but elites are the one thing we have aplenty, said Xiaoku with a sinister expression on his face. These warriors of the demon race were all dumbfounded. Xia Lianing's squad arrived like celestial troops descending from the heavens. It numbered well over 50 lost sages. In the blink of an eye, the Skywings now numbered well over this coalition force comprising the 3 major clans of the demon race and their reinforcements. The Skywings were different from all the other clans in the Law Realm. The demon-sealing fiendish blade may not have as many clansmen as the others, but the number of talents they had was insanely high. This was why, while the Skywings did not have many clansmen, it was considered an elite force. Leave none alive, bellowed Xiaoku with a sullen face. Trying to achieve numerical superiority over us, the Skywings, yours truly shall put you all to rest. Darkness. The endless darkness around made it seem as if everything had come to a standstill. Xia Fei let out a long sigh and turned on the night vision of his war armor, Monahorn Ogre. He stood there in the middle of this inky darkness and silently waited. Xia Fei's keen senses told him that not only was he enveloped in darkness, but that countless evil enemies were in the center, too. At this very moment, the protective layer around the planet had severely weakened, and the sounds of wild beasts grinding their teeth could be heard following the invasion of this darkness. It was almost as if there were many unexpected enemies all around, tearing away at the external surface of the protective layer. Turning around, Xia Fei glanced over at immemorial mystical armament Unparting Pine once more and noticed the great pine tree exuding an escalating killing intent. It was very obvious that the Unparting Pine had not even used all its strength to deal with Xia Fei earlier. Right now, the toughest pine tree out of the 7 plants of Cloud Sea was revealing its true strength unique to immemorial mystical armaments. As the yellow sandstorm settled, the Unparting Pine revealed its original color. It was a towering tree decked in verdant green, with countless pine leaves swaying ever so slightly. Each one of these thin leaves was sharp, and the killing intent the pine tree gave off chilled Xia Fei down to his bones. What Xia Fei found even more disconcerting was how Peacock Blue had reacted to the circumstances. The bluegrass had always been a very calm soul. Even when facing an army numbering in the tens of thousands, Peacock Blue was able to remain calm and composed, showing great poise to deal with anything thrown in its way. However, right now, for some reason, Xia Fei could sense an intense will to fight from the tenacious bluegrass. It was as if it was very eager to get into this fight. Crunch, crunch. This unmistakably hair-raising sounds continued for quite some time. Xia Fei had no idea what he was about to face, but he could very easily guess that he was in for a very grueling fight. Making an estimation of the numbers based on the sounds being produced, there should be over 1 million. The atmosphere was tense. Xia Fei hated taking on enemies that he had no knowledge of, but he had no choice but to face these mysterious enemies head-on and sans preparation. Suddenly, the connection between Xia Fei and Unparting Pine saw a slight change. Originally, Unparting Pine was an enemy, one that Xia Fei was unwilling to harm but needed to subdue. Now he felt that he was standing on the same side as the toughest mystical armament out of the 7 plants of Cloud Sea. Kaboom! As the ear-splitting sounds grew louder, the outer protective layer finally shattered. Roar dash! Enemies came pouring in like a tsunami wave, speeding up as they went. Xia Fei was abruptly stunned. He held his 2 fists together fitfully, looking absolutely serious. Ever since he arrived in the law realm, Xia Fei had never once come across such biological entities before. Creatures with crumpled soft skin and possessing 2 legs, as well as 2 eyes, made their way over. Their physical attributes were all very humanoid, yet they were anything but. They were definitely not any sapient life forms that existed in the law realm. With black eyes exuding ferocity and crooked teeth pointing at uneven directions, they looked like savage beasts yet seemed to demonstrate intelligence in every way. Millions of these entities came surging in like a high tide. Their targets were Xia Fei and the Unparting Pine. Are they the rumored dark life forms? Xia Fei wondered to himself. As the distance between them shortened, Peacock Blue and Unparting Pine became more and more excited. Unparting Pine's branches began extending outward. Its hard needle-prick leaves were its greatest weapon. They could pierce through any and all enemies. So this is the true combat form of the Unparting Pine. Xia Fei was a little surprised to see it. Xia Fei ground his teeth. The clan's reinforcement had yet to arrive, and he needed to rely on his own strength to protect Unparting Pine until assistance came. Go! Xia Fei shouted as he swiftly went charging forward with Peacock Blue and Furball. Furball's large AoE energy attack swept a wide arc, turning all these dark life forms that came into contact with it into pieces. It seems like these dark life forms aren't as powerful as they're rumored to be. Just as Xia Fei had this thought popping up in his mind, he saw the shredded remains of the entities suddenly knit back together. Their forms had changed, though they still retained that ferocity from before. In fact, there were some that did not knit back completely, and these creatures continued to crawl their way toward their targets in incomplete forms. Could they be undying entities? Xia Fei felt his heart shudder immensely. However, there was no time for him to think too much now. This was because the millions of dark life forms had already surrounded him from all sides. Peacock Blue, unfurl. He saw as immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue's 5 bluegrass blades came rushing toward the dark life forms like 5 bulldozers. Rumble. The effect was amazing. Those evil entities were unable to get up after being severed like that. Even the fiercest among them could only reluctantly get up, almost as if they were drunk. They twisted and turned in agony right where they were, collapsing in even greater pain not long after. Xia Fei was astonished to discover that when an immemorial mystical armament was used against the dark life forms, its combat strength would practically soar to unbelievable heights. For instance, right now, Peacock Blue was several times stronger than before. Oh my god! Turns out that the immemorial mystical armaments aren't for facing common enemies, but actually for dealing with the dark life forms. These superweapons are the bane of their existence, exclaimed Xia Fei as he examined Peacock Blue on his right arm. The immemorial mystical armament seemed to have come alive at the moment when the battle against the League of Dark Life Forms began. In the darkness, Peacock Blue, which had suddenly come alive, exploded with a combat strength that far outstripped what it demonstrated in the past. A humongous bluegrass blade sliced across thousands. These evil creatures of darkness were completely helpless against Peacock Blue's powerful cut. It was as if Peacock Blue existed solely to deal with dark life forms. Not just its combat strength that surpassed its previous performances. Even the poison attribute, which Xia Fei was led to believe had disappeared, reappeared once again. Boom. A rather tall dark warrior got viciously swept to the ground by Peacock Blue. It appeared that this warrior was a level stronger than the normal dark life forms. Peacock Blue had only managed to lacerate him across his back, not enough to cleave him in half. Xia Fei watched as this dark warrior got up and let out a violent roar. However, the sound he made was not at all menacing, but more like he was enduring great pain. His black skin began to erode like a weathered rock, and in the blink of an eye, the dark warrior had turned into a puddle of sand. This was the power of acute toxins. Evidently, the most poisonous nine-night plum of the 7 plants of Cloud Sea was not gone, just that its acute toxins was even more effective against dark life forms. It could only paralyze the targets a little when used against normal life forms, hardly a threat to any warrior of decent cultivation. However, the moment this toxin was used against dark life forms, it became an extremely brutal and highly potent, an inexorable poison that utterly destroyed its enemies. Xia Fei was pleasantly surprised by this. Peacock Blue was strong before, but it had never been strong to such an incredibly significant degree. It must be known that these dark life forms were very strange. Even Furball's energy attacks could only disintegrate a part of their body, and what remained would still be alive. They were even able to reconstitute their bodies and would still be the savage monsters that they were right after they reformed. It was different when Peacock Blue attacked, though, for it could completely destroy these dark life forms. Even if some of the physically stronger managed to escape, it would only be temporary. The acute toxin of Peacock Blue would swiftly take their lives soon after, and it would do so in an extremely vile fashion. On the other side, immemorial mystical armament unparting pine swayed with its hardy leaves and branches. Its sharp pine needles were like indestructible spikes as they slayed all the enemies around. However, the unparting pine's combat strength could not compare to that of Peacock Blue. After all, Peacock Blue was currently a synthesis of 3 immemorial mystical armaments, while unparting pine could only rely on its own strength. It seemed like these dark life forms knew just how powerful the immemorial mystical armaments were, so they stopped at nothing to try and destroy unparting pine. Hundreds of enemies descended upon the planet like a mass of dark clouds, looking to suppress Xia Fei's side. Xia Fei and the unparting pine were in for a grueling battle. All they could do was withstand the attacks as best as they could in the darkness. An almost imperceptible tacit coordination began to take shape. Unparting pine left its back for Xia Fei, while it concentrated on dealing with the enemies coming in from the left flank. Xia Fei did the same as well, focusing his efforts on the right flank. The man and the immemorial mystical armament worked in tandem and had actually managed to hold out against the tidal wave of dark life forms. As for Furball, he was currently taking up the responsibility of a ranger. Whenever there was a sudden burst of activities in the outer part of the encirclement, though his energy attack was not as effective as Peacock Blue's, he still managed to keep the enemies at bay with it. His tenacious assault greatly alleviated the pressure Xia Fei and the unparting pine were already under. Though the dark life forms numbered well over the millions, it was still not enough to overwhelm Xia Fei. Xia Fei frowned. Since the Skywing reinforcement had yet to arrive, was there some unforeseen situation happening outside the protective barrier? Plush. The blood crystal easily stabbed through a dark warrior's chest, and it absorbed the energy he contained within his body. As a demonic dagger that swallowed it all, it was still effective even when used against the dark life forms. Whoosh. As the dark life form's energy flowed to Xia Fei's 7th brain region via the blood crystal, a very strange sensation came to be. Very different from killing warriors of the 2 races, the dark life forms did not have much energy, but it made Xia Fei feel very comfortable. It was a very strange phenomenon. Dark life forms were tabooed in the law realm and were seen as the vilest enemies by those in residence. As for Xia Fei, he actually found himself enjoying consuming the energy of these dark life forms. It felt like he was drinking aged wine, a sense of great ease washing over him. There was just one large wave of dark life forms, and there were no reinforcements beyond this million-strong army, which was surging right at them at the moment. Xia Fei and the unparting pine held their ground as best as they could and managed to withstand the pressure of the enemy attacks. So the next step now should be their counterattack. Kaboom! Xia Fei and the unparting pine became even bolder as more dark life forms were defeated. Like the fall's wind blowing up fallen leaves, the two swept out a whole swath of enemies. At this point, Xia Fei had not just increased the tempo of him wielding the blood crystal. He had even begun to cultivate while fighting. Absorbing the energy from the dark life forms made Xia Fei feel the reign of unprecedented tranquility in his brain region, and he did not have to worry about energy fluctuations at all while fighting. This was an opportunity for him to begin cultivating while his seventh brain region was at peace. Squelch. When the blood crystal stabbed into the chest of the final dark life form, Xia Fei also managed to get past the threshold of Level 3 Law Overlord. The unparting pine returned to its state of tranquility, while Xia Fei now stood stationary a distance away, further consolidating the fruits of his hard-won cultivation. Xia Fei had understood a principle after experiencing the Skywing's method of cultivating the law of speed. Cultivation was not something that could only happen when one was at peace. It could also happen even when one was exercising or at combat. The key was to find that equilibrium between activity and cultivation and be able to handle the sudden energy spikes and fluctuations. The dark life forms provided Xia Fei with very stable energy, while Alpha had imparted him the ability to multitask previously. This was when Xia Fei thought of an idea. If he could combine all the key points together, he might actually be able to come up with the ability to cultivate while in the middle of a fight. By doing precisely that, Xia Fei had managed to attain Level 3 Law Overlord at one go. Just what's going on with these dark life forms? Why is it that I feel so relaxed when absorbing their energy? Xia Fei wondered aloud as he furrowed his brows. He lowered his head and used a small knife to pick at some of the corpses, inspecting them closely. Xia Fei saw that there was a fundamental difference between these entities and known sapient life forms. These dark creatures' bodies lacked any of the internal organs he could recognize, such as lungs and heart, and, instead, possessed very complex anatomy that Xia Fei had not seen before. Just like the complicated glass pipelines one would find in chemistry laboratories, every part of their bodies was very densely packed, all connected together. Their eyes did not have any pupils and were just completely pitch black. In this darkness, Xia Fei needed to rely on his night vision just to make them out. Clearly, these dark life forms were very suited to living in this darkness. Xia Fei let out a long sigh before getting up, looking fairly solemn. The dark life forms existed outside the territory of the law realm, and now that such a large swarm of them had turned up, it just went to show that the dark life forms out there were also beginning to make waves. In fact, these dark life forms that Xia Fei had encountered today were the weakest level of warriors among their species and relied on numbers to attain victory. They were absolutely no match for Xia Fei one-on-one, but only heavens knew if the experts in the dark would suddenly jump out. He needed to be vigilant. When the fight ended and the millions of dark life forms lay dead before them, the unparting pine returned to its normal state. That lush and green gigantic pine tree seemed a little tired, but it still stood as proudly as before, maintaining that dignity unique to immemorial mystical armaments. Xia Fei smiled as he walked over to pat the trunk of the unparting pine. It was nice working with you, but that still doesn't change my determination to subdue you. The unparting pine was silent. Though the gigantic pine allowed Xia Fei to get near it, this did not mean that it had any desire to be subdued by Xia Fei. It could not be helped. The higher a grade of existence one was in the universe, the greater the pride they had. Though his pet, Furball, had always looked shady and cunning, the majesty of the holy beast was unmistakably overwhelming when in battle. The same could be said for immemorial mystical armaments. It seemed like Xia Fei would have to expend some more effort so he could subjugate the unparting pine. All of a sudden, the ground shook vigorously. following which, a commotion akin to a planet exploding was heard from far away, and it was getting closer and closer, almost as if some gigantic entity was heading straight their way. Whoosh! Xia Fei promptly accelerated, moving at a speed well over 1,000,000 meters per second through the empty space. He soon arrived at the hole that the dark life forms made when they first came pouring in and peered out. "This isn't the turbulence," exclaimed Xia Fei in surprise. It was very obvious this was not the turbulence, because the turbulence was an abnormal place sandwiched between the dark space and conventional space. But right now, everything around him was just total darkness. Xia Fei had no idea how he had arrived at this completely foreign place, but that did not really matter right now. What actually mattered was that huge entity in front of him, which was thumping in space, causing sounds that could shock the very skies with its every beat. From how it looked, it was a gigantic toad, completely black all over, and even its eyes were black. It was huge, unbelievably huge. It could practically fit this entire piece of space in its mouth. Bump, bump. This huge toad was presently very far away, hopping its way over. Peacock Blue bristled with fighting spirit once again, though it did seem to be a little nervous. This was completely different from the host of dark life forms that they had faced moments ago. Xia Fei could even feel a measure of trepidation toward this huge, black toad. Just what exactly is this thing? Xia Fei was utterly shocked. He did not know when he had left the turbulence to even meet such a gigantic entity the size of a dozen or so planets. Whoosh! Xia Fei gritted his teeth and flew back to immemorial mystical armament unparting pine's side. This great pine tree once more displayed its fighting state, though its target was clearly not Xia Fei, but that gigantic invader in space. The unparting pine was over 100 meters tall, yet it was insignificantly small when compared to that gargantuan toad. It was so small that the enemy could swallow it whole without leaving any leftover. "I know that you're a very hardy soul, but that dark life form isn't something you can face against by yourself. Join me, and I'll take you away from this place." Xia Fei extended his right hand and spoke. The unparting pine was trapped on this planet, unable to move. If it wanted to avoid being swallowed whole, its own choice was to accept the fusion. By ferrying on Xia Fei's right arm and merging with Peacock Blue, it could rely on Xia Fei's speed of 1,000,000 meters per speed to escape from this dark place. The unparting pine could understand what Xia Fei was saying. At the end of the battle earlier, it had gained a tacit understanding with Xia Fei, but it was still unwilling to bow down to Xia Fei. Boom! Yet another loud sound rang out. It was obvious that this unknown gigantic toad was getting closer with each passing second, which meant that Xia Fei and Peacock Blue did not have much time left. Furball let out a low growl, while Peacock Blue did its best to grow. Even the blood crystal let off a soft wail. Immemorial mystical armaments and exotic beasts had their own souls. Evidently feeling the tremendous threat heading their way by the powerful weapons of Xia Fei, they all became tense. There were only two paths in front of Xia Fei now. He could either escape as fast as he could or throw himself in a fight to the death. "I hate dealing with enemies I don't understand." Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and rasped to himself. "I hate dealing with enemies that I don't understand." Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and rasped to himself. The earlier short battle against the dark life forms had made him realize that the immemorial mystical armaments were the most powerful weapons one could use when facing enemies of such nature. Meanwhile, the immemorial mystical armaments, which had undergone fusion, would be even stronger at playing a decisive role in that sort of confrontation. If he had not had Peacock Blue by his side, he would have had a very tough time dealing with the million-strong dark life forms earlier. Realizing this, it was not a leap of logic to understand why the Grand Ancestor, whom Xia Fei had yet to meet, valued him so much. He was even willing to mobilize the full strength of the Skywing clan, just so all the 7 plant-type immemorial mystical armaments could be found. It was almost as if the Grand Ancestor had already foreseen that some terribly danger would befall the whole clan and even the entire Law Realm. When faced with danger, the best option was to own an immemorial mystical armament. Limbering up his body, Xia Fei decided that he was better off staying put. Although the unparting pine remained very stubborn and continued to refuse him, Xia Fei could not just sit still and watch it get vanquished. If that were to happen, It would not just be a personal loss, but a loss to the entire Skywing clan, too. Immemorial mystical armaments also had inner spirits, and the unparting pine was very surprised at Xia Fei's decision. Its branches, which bristled with needles, shook slightly, as if it were trying to express his appreciation to Xia Fei. Xia Fei smiled, and then sighed. I've always admired toughness, but I chose to remain behind not for your sake, but rather for myself and those people who have taken great care of me. The unparting pine swayed slightly. Though it said no word, Xia Fei could tell that the great tree was very astonished to hear his statement. His words were very direct, which made the unparting pine feel a little awkward. Yet another loud crash. The protective layer around the planet had been violently smashed into pieces. The entire space shake, a testament to the immense power the black toad possessed. Here it comes, Xia Fei breathed. His steely gaze was focused forward. There was nothing obstructing his view aside from the extremely large and strange black toad. A whoa! Furball was the first to roar. 8-Toon's golden falcon was held in his mouth. Thus, the already penetrative roar became a screaming howl, which held greater lethality when used in combination with oral weapon 8-Toon's golden falcon. Swish, swish, swish. Sound became like unseen keen knives that flew out right to that toad's face. They heard a series of ruptures when Furball's roar made contact with the outer skin of the huge black toad, causing viscous, black liquid to ooze out from the wounds created. Unfortunately, that black fluid was no more than what was under its outer skin. Furball's powerful roar had not even been able to pierce through and get past this thick and rough skin. It was almost as if this strange black toad did not depend on its outer skin for defense, but the black fluids under it. Instead, whoosh! A broken piece of meteorite struck the black toad squarely on the back, and very soon, the black fluid very easily corroded the rock, turning it into just a puff of white smoke, disappearing without a trace. This is truly a very troublesome opponent. Xia Fei gritted his teeth as he mumbled under his breath. The corrosive ability meant that Xia Fei had no way of engaging the toad in close combat, nor could he stab it with the blood crystal. After all, this toad had plenty of that corrosive black fluid covering its body. A single stab might just end up costing Xia Fei his arm. Roar dash. Furball's attack seemed to have angered that black toad, for it let out a beastly bellow directed to Xia Fei. A hurricane-like sound wave sweeping past. A whoa! The apple-sized furball did not seeming to care who he was up against, and just began roared right back at the gigantic black toad despite being very far away. This was a very absurd scene. After all, the black toad that they were up against was the size of several planets put together, while Furball was barely the size of Xia Fei's fist. The latter was at least several million times smaller than the former. The huge, black toad appeared to be very fierce right now, but the fist-sized Furball was even fiercer. It was hard to tell just who was threatening whom. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xia Fei accelerated as he called, Furball, delay it. Oblique acceleration. A standard oblique acceleration from Xia Fei allowed him to achieve his breakneck speed of over 1,000,000 meters per second. There was not much time, for Xia Fei had realized a very serious problem. Since that huge, black toad had corrosive liquid all over its body, it was completely capable of using a large amount of that black fluid to meld away the unparting pine the moment it got close. It was clear that the enemy had come prepared. The moment the immemorial mystical armament was ruined was when Xia Fei would lose the hope of completing the complete amalgamation of the 7 plants of Cloud Sea. This was an outcome that Xia Fei never wished to see. Moving at an incredible speed, Xia Fei very quickly cut the black toad's right side, while Furball had stopped using its soundwave attacks and switched to energy attacks instead. After all, soundwave attacks covered too great an area. Xia Fei, who was very near the black toad at the moment, could very well end up being wounded by Furball's attacks. Though Furball often acted naughty, he was actually very clever, and he was not about to start doing something as foolish as accidentally harming his master right now. Boom boom. His 2 psychokinetic weapons, Ode of 100 Spirits and Dragon-Scale Hecto-Slasher, promptly flew out, creating a meteoric shower of cuts, targeted right at this fearsome, gigantic beast. Squelch. The sticky fluid all over the black toad's body was like glue, not only protecting it from harm, but also making it appear as if his two psychokinetic weapons were immersed in liquid, disappearing sans a trace without even causing any damage. Peacock Blue. Swoosh. Since his first move failed, Xia Fei sent out a second attack. As Peacock Blue's 5 bluegrass blades, which were over a kilometer long, stretched to its maximum length, Xia Fei used his fastest speed to fly up with Peacock Blue. Xia Fei was moving at about 500 meters away from the Black Toad, which happened to be enough for Peacock Blue to launch its attack. Boom. The Black Toad's excreted toxin was dispersed like a sudden bout of rain and came spraying in Xia Fei's direction. Crafty approach. His figure contorted. Xia Fei was like a cunning loach, shuttling through the black fluids while Peacock Blue had already begun extending downward, using its sharp bluegrass blades to attack the Black Toad. Bloom. FSSSSH. Scattered star chrysanthemums' energy floors blossomed in all its glory. Countless white flowers began spinning wildly. Hopefully, it was sharp enough to cut through the Black Toad's outer layer of skin and damage its insides. The moment it managed to get into the Black Toad's internal bodies, 9 Night Blossom's acute toxins could very well directly kill it. The large Black Toad was poisonous, but so was the thrice-fused Peacock Blue. This was what it meant to fight fire with fire. Kaboom! Peacock Blue madly assaulted the Black Toad's exterior, but its corrosive black fluid was constantly reducing Peacock Blue's length. The beautiful bluegrass blades were not tough enough. While Peacock Blue was tenacious and had great vitality, allowing the grass to recover from injuries very quickly, it was unable to prevent that foul fluid's corrosion. Peacock Blue shuddered as it displayed its great vivacity. The grass grew rapidly, like weeds in the summer, not once knowing fatigue. Unfortunately, the black fluid's corrosiveness made it impossible for Peacock Blue to penetrate through the Black Toad's skin, and no matter how hard it tried, it could not inject poison to the enemy. This won't do. I'm only damaging Peacock Blue's vitality. Whoosh. Xia Fei turned around and began retreating. At the same time, the large, Black Toad let out a long croak and began hopping over anew. It only needed to jump once more, and it would be able to reach the unparting pine's current spot. Once it got near, the unparting pine would have a big problem. The situation was dire. Inner Demon. Xia Fei's inner demon exploded. It was apparent that the enemy, which had come prepared, was hell-bent on killing immemorial mystical armament unparting pine. Immemorial mystical armaments were said to be immortal existences that would be reborn following their master's death. However, Xia Fei did not believe that to be the case. This Black Toad would not be doing what it was doing right now if it was not completely confident of success. Xia Fei was right next to it, yet it ignored him completely. The unparting pine was the sole existence in its eyes, seemingly its only target, letting an immemorial mystical armament be ruined, causing him to lament for the rest of his life. No, Xia Fei would not accept such an outcome. Pry open his mouth, commanded Xia Fei loudly as he moved at breakneck speeds. Furball had no clue what Xia Fei was planning to do, but the loyalty of an exotic beast meant that there was no need for him to ever question his orders. Even if Xia Fei went insane, Furball would go insane with him. Huh! Furball simply took a deep breath and then opened his mouth wide. Phew! He was just a small ball, and what he had unleashed was a shocking energy beam. It was practically a super beam that could split a planet into two. The target was pointed right at that large, Black Toad's wide mouth. This energy beam attack was very effective, causing a hole to form on that Black Toad's shut mouth. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and accelerated once more. This gigantic dark life form was not afraid of Furball's energy attacks. In no time, the wound would heal, and what Xia Fei planned to do was to charge right into that open wound before that happened, diving right into the internal body of a dark life form. This was most definitely a completely crazy method. The Black Toad had a very corrosive toxin. Who knew if this same thick, black fluid was filling the insides of its body? Furball was shocked. He had not expected that his master would really plan to dash right into the monster's body. Immemorial mystical armament Unparting Vine was also stupefied. He was known for being the toughest out of all the 7 plants of Cloud Sea, yet it looked like Xia Fei was even tougher than it. He was also a lot crazier. Who knew that he would do something like that? It was an utterly unbelievable course of action. Whiz. With a fierce expression on his face and a speed of over 1,000,000 meters per second, Xia Fei really went rushing right into that opening of the monster's mouth, his body emanating his inner demon. At the same time, the monster began to leap, pouncing on the unparting pine. It opened its huge mouth, intending to swallow Furball, the unparting pine, and even the planet itself altogether. Accelerate. Full speed ahead. That colorful energy ball in his seventh brain region began to explode. Continuous use of energy had allowed Xia Fei to push his speed even further. Holding the blood crystal in his left hand, it madly devoured the blood essence of his enemy. Peacock Blue, which was coiled on Xia Fei's right hand, did its best to ruin the internal body parts of the enemy while releasing 9 Night Plum's poison with its every strike. The elite war armor, Monohorn Ogre, turned into the shape like an awl, driving Xia Fei at a speed clocking well over 2,000,000 meters per second. He had penetrated through that black toad's innards. At this very moment, Xia Fei was going wild inside that monster's body. The gigantic black toad, meanwhile, was almost beside Furball and the unparting pine. In a few more seconds, it would be able to swallow both and the whole planet. This massive shadow was about to land when, all of a sudden, the black toad's body began to topple to the side. It was no longer in control of its movement. Kaboom! A solitary black figure came drilling out from the side of the monster's belly. It was, of course, none other than Xia Fei. A crazy person would naturally have a crazy tactic. At the very last moment, Xia Fei used his speed to drill a path inside the toad's body, and the immense force of inertia affected its trajectory. Not just that, Peacock Blue had also managed to pull out a mass of red and white from inside that monster's belly. He did not just simply pierce through the monster's flesh and skin. Xia Fei even gutted the enemy. It was a gruesome sight. Xia Fei had actually dove into the enemy's belly, started a good bout of ripping and tearing, and used his super speed to generate enough inertia, such that the huge toad was forcibly jerked away from its original trajectory. This was too insane. Immemorial mystical armament Unparting Pine was absolutely floored by this. As a weapon that had its own spirit, though it could not speak, it was still able to think like a sapient life form. It was very clear that Xia Fei's wild and crazy combat awareness had triggered the Unparting Pine. The toughest plant out of the 7 plants of Cloud Sea was deeply humbled by Xia Fei's insanity. Oh no! Though the huge toad's body had fallen to the side, it was still too large that the planet the Unparting Pine was on ended up beside its mouth. Xia Fei saw as it suddenly poked its head out and took a decisive chomp. Furball was called the Holy Beast Shatterstar, and his overwhelming energy attack could split heaven and earth in two. He was able to destroy a planet, yet this huge, black toad could swallow an entire star. In one gulp, it had actually swallowed that planet. There was of course no way the Unparting Pine could evade that since it was growing on the planet. The Unparting Pine is mine, Xia Fei roared. He accelerated once more, preparing to dash right into that huge, black toad's stomach a second time. Rumble. This was when something unexpected occurred. He watched as the body of the dark life form, which was as large as several planets, began to turn vaguely invisible. It seemed to be trying to use some sort of spatial traversal technique to leave this place. Xia Fei was very familiar with spatial traversal, and the state that this odd toad was in looked no different from a warship about to warp away. Shock. Extreme shock. Xia Fei simply could not understand how a single toad was able to warp like a warship. Could its flesh and blood fitted with an engine? Energy fluctuations increased as that black toad in front of him actually opened a spatial tunnel. Warp. Is it actually going to warp? Xia Fei moaned. The moment this monster succeeded in warping away, not only would it manage to escape, it would also abscond away with immemorial mystical armament Unparting Pine, which was very important to Xia Fei. Knitting his eyebrows tightly together, Xia Fei charged forward as if he had lost his mind in hopes of stopping the toad from successfully warping away. At that moment, he saw a gleaming golden oval-shaped creature suddenly appear. Like a nuclear warhead, it shot to the huge dark life form. Kaboom! It was a very violent collision. The golden creature was large, almost the size of half a moon. Though it was still nothing compared to the black toad, which was several planets large, it could at least be quite the threat by purposely bumping it. Kaboom! That black toad, which was about to warp away, had been shoved several thousands kilometers away. Instead, it veered away from the position of the spatial channel. A demon chrysalis? That's actually a demon chrysalis. Xia Fei was stunned as he gasped to himself. The golden creature was no doubt a demon chrysalis. Xia Fei did not have time to wonder why it was in a strange golden color, nor why it was hostile toward the dark life form. Presently, what he needed to do was save immemorial mystical armament unparting pine from the belly of the black toad. Whoosh! Xia Fei went plunging into the belly of the beast, the blood crystal and peacock blue slashing wildly about. Outside, that golden demon chrysalis and furball strangely regarded each other. The former appeared to be very excited seeing the latter, though the latter gave the look of an unhappy senior who did not want to see the other. Boom! Furball and that golden demon chrysalis attacked at the same time. One used its energy beam to launch uninterrupted surprise attacks, while the other went crashing into the black toad at high speeds, using its own body as a weapon, becoming a relentlessly insane and fierce ram. The black toad looked to be in great pain. Xia Fei and the unparting pine were inside its body destroying its innards, while these two outside were not letting up the attacks, either. Furball and the golden demon chrysalis were both going wild at a level that matched Xia Fei. Such a tragic scene unfolded in that dark space. A bunch of diminutive maniacs were recklessly beating a dark life form, which was dozens of planets in size, pummeling it to death. The dark life form's internal body became Xia Fei's battlefield. His war armor, Monohorn Ogre, had already transformed into a sharp knife, and he utilized his speed to propel this knife point forward. He was leaving a bloody path as he forged ahead. Over here, Xia Fei was startled. He saw a large pine tree thrashing about wildly in front of him, using its tough needles to attack the viscera of the black toad. Slap! Xia Fei tightly clutched onto a branch of the unparting pine, and with a forceful tug on his part, he uprooted it entirely from the yellow sand. This was when Xia Fei realized that the root system of the unparting pine was over 1 kilometer long. It had practically cemented its roots onto that yellow planet. Come with me, Xia Fei yelled, using peacock blue to clear the path in front of him as he attempted to take the unparting pine away from inside the black toad. Strangely enough, immemorial mystical armament unparting pine actually did not resist. Not only did it not use its rough needles to prick Xia Fei, it even took the initiative to reach its branches toward peacock blue. Under a glowing light, Xia Fei saw as the over 1 kilometer tall unparting pine gradually fused itself with peacock blue's huge bluegrass blades, while peacock blue allowed the unparting pine to do just that, almost as if the two had already gotten into an accord. The method of subduing immemorial mystical armaments differed from one another. Xia Fei experienced a frightening psychological interrogation while subduing peacock blue. As for the scattered star chrysanthemum and nine-night plum, both were cowed by Xia Fei's combat prowess. Conversely, the unparting pine had been humbled by Xia Fei's unbending and crazy fighting spirit and chosen to be part of the amalgamation. The unparting pine seemed to have gotten a pretty deep understanding of Xia Fei's character as a maniac. No matter what methods he ended up employing, he would always definitely strive for success. The unparting pine, which was the hardiest out of the 7 plants of Cloud Sea, had been deeply moved by the sight of Xia Fei risking such dangers for it. This was why it had decided to give up on fighting this fusion and no longer regarded Xia Fei as the enemy. Xia Fei came blasting out of the dark life form's body once again, but this time, peacock blue did not have just 5 bluegrass blades, but 6. The fusion with immemorial mystical armament unparting pine had greatly increased peacock blue's combat strength. A kind of toughness had been added to the bluegrass blades. It was still as flexible as ever, but it had achieved a form of firm indestructibility. Its length could now reach a shocking 3 kilometers. Promotion. A real promotion. Peacock blue had not only successfully synthesized 4 immemorial mystical armaments, it had also grown an additional 6th grass blade. Kaboom! Xia Fei did not stop there. He used his super speed to circle around the huge toad. The over 3 kilometer long peacock blue was like a sharp sword as it directly sliced across the monster's skin. Those black and corrosive fluids were completely incapable of cutting it off. This was the strength of peacock blue after fusing with the toughest mystical armament among the 7 plants of Cloud Sea. The peacock blue right now was no longer afraid of the corrosion. It had combined tenacity, energy, poison, and tugness into one. It was truly a weapon of keen lethality. Under the relentless assault of Xia Fei, peacock blue, furball, and the golden demon chrysalis, that gigantic, black toad began to have a hard time enduring and collapsed into the darkness weakly. Squelch. The blood crystal was driven right into the monster's dark and murky eye. The blade of the dagger sank in entirely and began to absorb the energy contained within that black toad ravenously. This was a sumptuous meal. After all, this was a dark life form with the size of over a dozen planets put together. Though the energy the dark life forms had in them was a lot less compared to that of exotic beasts or warriors of the same grade, its size was undeniable. Even a skinny camel would be larger than a horse. No matter how little energy this toad had, it was still enough to fill completely the colorful energy ball inside Xia Fei's 7th brain region. Furthermore, the energy from the dark life form was very stable, and it was a precious energy source. A whoa! Furball let out a victorious cry as it circled in the air. Meanwhile, that golden demon chrysalis had very unceremoniously began taking bites off that toad's body, completely unmindful of its corrosive black toxin, demonstrating a shockingly healthy appetite as he dined. Huh, it's not standing on ceremony. Xia Fei smiled. Though Xia Fei had killed plenty of demon chrysalises in his time, this strange golden demon chrysalis did not show any hostility toward him. Had it not abruptly appeared as it did, Xia Fei might have had to expend quite a lot of strength dealing with that humongous dark life form. Anyone who lent him a hand was a friend, and this was a principle that Xia Fei had always abided by. Even a demon chrysalis that had a bad rap, Xia Fei would not view it differently. Soon, that huge, black toad was no more than a dried husk adrift in space. A third of its body had been consumed by the golden demon chrysalis, and that colorful energy ball in Xia Fei's brain region was also more than full. Another mode of energy might cause it to explode. Whoosh! That golden demon chrysalis suddenly sped right over to Xia Fei after having its fill. It must be mentioned that this demon chrysalis was the size of half a moon, and after eating so much of that dark life form, its belly was now rotund, so just hearing the sound it made as it flew over would gall anyone. Xia Fei secretly clutched onto the blood crystal and frowned. Furball was also acting very strangely. An exotic beast would always faithfully defend its owner. The holy beast Shatterstar would often be the one charging over first whenever something like this happened to protect Xia Fei. Yet Furball did not even give the slightest care for what was happening right now. It was glaring from the sidelines, harboring malicious intent. Peacock Blue showed no indications of moving, either. It was as if the two had already deemed this golden demon chrysalis as harmless. Whoosh! The golden chrysalis very quickly arrived in front of Xia Fei and then came into a halt. It blew softly on Xia Fei, almost as if it wanted to express friendliness. Xia Fei carefully observed the creature and noticed that the demon chrysalis actually only had one eye. It was said that the number of eyes a demon chrysalis had was congruent with its grade. The more eyes it had, the higher the grade of the demon chrysalis. However, this demon chrysalis was unlike the other. Though it only had a single eye, it managed to reach the size of half a moon, and it also had a very abnormal golden skin color. Just then, this golden demon chrysalis had managed to knock back the evil dark life form 1,000 miles out, which went to show that it possessed quite the formidable strength. At the very least, it was several times stronger than the demon chrysalis Heathfield cherished so much. The golden demon chrysalis jiggled its body excitedly at Xia Fei, almost as if to say, "Look, I now have golden skin. It's golden." Xia Fei was amused. He did not recall knowing any golden demon chrysalis. In fact, this was the first time he had come across a demon chrysalis with such skin color. Furthermore, this large creature in front of him was apparently greeting him favorably. Just what could the reason for this be? When the golden demon chrysalis saw that Xia Fei did not have any particular reaction, it became somewhat anxious. He saw the chrysalis protrude its rotund tummy and then spat out a small, black metal case from its mouth. Almost immediately, Xia Fei's two eyes glowed. He recognized the case. It was the very same small case Xia Fei had personally buried in that little demon chrysalis, which had a tenacious will to live. This meant that this large, golden creature before him was the very same creature that had struggled so much to live last time. Smack! Xia Fei happily slapped himself in the forehead when he made the connection as he blurted out, "You didn't die, after all, little rascal." Indeed, that pitiful little demon chrysalis did not die but, instead, turned into the existence that it was today, which could contend with even a huge dark life form. That very eye-catching golden skin seemed to be proof that it was different from the rest. Gold, the shine of a champion. Never did Xia Fei imagine that this golden demon chrysalis would actually be that little creature which he had personally buried some time ago. Its resurrection was nothing less than a miracle of life. The golden demon chrysalis was very glad to see that Xia Fei had finally recognized it. It wriggled its body, both trying to ingratiate itself to Xia Fei and also to show off its new form, including that shiny golden skin. It was evident that the weak and little demon chrysalis of the past had seen a metamorphic change, becoming an existence that no one would easily underestimate. It was the first golden demon chrysalis of its kind. The birth of a king among the demon chrysalises. Xia Fei smiled as he patted the creature on the face a few times, saying, "You don't have to thank me. It's all because you didn't give up that you managed to get a new lease on life. I merely gave you a little hand along the way, that's all." The golden demon chrysalis did not seem to agree with Xia Fei's thinking, though. Shaking its head vigorously, it expressed deep gratitude towards Xia Fei. Xia Fei muttered, Okay. Look at how big a head you've got. I have no wish to be squashed flat by you. But seeing as how small and pitiful you were when you were younger, I'll call you Little Goldie from here on." While the name was quite strange, it could not be denied that this golden demon chrysalis had indeed been as weak as a little caterpillar when it was younger. Now, it had grown to such a large creature, a size of almost half a moon. Who knew just what was small about it now that Xia Fei called it little? It seemed like the golden demon chrysalis really liked the name when, really, it was just that it felt an insurmountable gratitude towards Xia Fei. Even if he had given it some random name, Little Goldie would not have minded that in the least. Little Goldie was indubitably the best evidence of how genetic mutation happened in life. It had originally been the lowest grade of existence among the demon chrysalises, having only one eye. No one would have cared to take it in if it were tossed on the streets. Yet fate aligned in such a way that this demon chrysalis now turned into a daunting hunter from being at the very bottom of the food chain. Regardless if it was due to Xia Fei's extremely potent drugs, the law of primal chaos, or Little Goldie's strong will to live, the important thing was that Xia Fei had managed to obtain a useful helper, a very powerful aid at that, even out in the dark space. Xia Fei felt that its circumstances were very similar to his. Little Goldie and he had both been very fortunate. When Xia Fei experienced a sudden mutation after ingesting the gene optimization fluid, fainting in the bathtub, it was Phantom who had been by his side, just like how Xia Fei had been by Little Goldie's side when it was tethering between life and death. Phantom saved him, and now he had saved Little Goldie. It was like the circle of life. Even more uncanny was that we'll never to give up despite being frail and weak. Xia Fei did not have give up in his vocabulary, which was how he had scraped and clawed his way to what he was today. Little Goldie did not, either, and that was how it had climbed to the top and become a demon chrysalis that could look down on the others of its species. Little Goldie was very interesting, fawning over Xia Fei even as it randomly gobbled up the trash floating about in space. Whether it was a shattered planet fragment or the dried-up husk of a dark life form, it seemed that it practically ate anything. Xia Fei finally understood how this creature had managed to grow to such a size in such a short time. It was entirely due to its shockingly huge appetite. He inadvertently glanced at Furball. The holy beast Shatterstar also had a voracious appetite, but he was too picky. He only ate high-grade energy, and when Avril occasionally fed him snacks, the look on his face was that of extreme bitterness. It had been with Xia Fei for so long, yet it was still just a small ball. Furball helplessly sighed. In his heart, he secretly grumbled over how Xia Fei would compare a distinguished and great holy beast like himself with a demon chrysalis. But he was also very curious about Little Goldie's state. He simply could not understand just how this small thing had grown so huge from then until now. Perhaps it had accidentally eaten something that it should not have eaten? Tap. Xia Fei leaped onto little Goldie's back, and with one palm pressed on its head, he declared, "Right now, your first assignment is to take me back to turbulence." Little Goldie nodded repeatedly. After its metamorphosis, its intelligence seemed to have increased by quite a bit, so it was able to understand whatever Xia Fei was saying. Crunch. Little Goldie took one last bite off the dark life form's desiccated corpse somewhat unwillingly. It just so happened to have bitten into the brain of the toad, and a very strange pearl came rolling out from its skull. This pearl, which was so black it seemed to have been condensed of pure darkness, gave off a chilling aura. "What's this?" exclaimed Xia Fei. He quickly took that pearl in his hand so that he could prevent the greedy little Goldie from mistakenly eating it. He felt this cold sensation reaching his heart the moment he touched it. It was a good thing that Xia Fei's war armor had alloy gloves, or else he could very well get frostbites from the pearl. What a strange thing. There seemed to be energy flowing within, Xia Fei said to himself. This pearl from the dark life form's head was somewhat similar to the heavenly beast spirit pearl, except for its color and, even more so, its attribute. The heavenly beast spirit pearl contained the unique bestial rage of an exotic beast, while this pearl was filled with a gloomy aura. Xia Fei instantly thought of death when he saw this, a vision of an endless cemetery and other such dismal places. Forget it. Best not to experiment with this carelessly. Let's just bring it back first. Xia Fei secured the pearl before getting on little Goldie's back again and departing. Xia Fei only realized that they were somewhere in the dark space after they left the protective barrier. No wonder he had bumped into little Goldie here. It turned out that he had been transported into dark space without him even realizing it. This place was different from when Xia Fei ventured into dark space the last time. It was much more broader out here, a continuous expanse of space as far as the eyes could see. It was also very different from the tunnels he had traveled through before. The colorful energy ball in his brain was brimming with energy. Xia Fei had gotten quite the haul this time, not only subduing immemorial mystical armament Unparting Pine, but also even managing to get Peacock Blue promoted, growing a 6th bluegrass blade from the abundant energy in it. In the past, Peacock Blue's weakness had always been its lack of toughness. It was flexible and sharp but not sturdy enough, so it would often be shredded and diced by enemy weapons. It had to rely on its tenacious vitality just to patch this flaw by persistently growing. Now that it had fused with the toughest among the 7 plants of Cloud Sea, Peacock Blue could change its hardness, becoming a nearly indestructible and large weapon, 3,000 meters in length. Invincible, 2,000 meters taller than before. Only Furball appeared to be unhappy. He had been competing with Peacock Blue this whole time, wanting to be Xia Fei's greatest asset. But since Furball had been unable to get promoted while Peacock Blue had improved so much at once, the holy beast could not help but feel very disgruntled. Of course, it was little Goldie that made Furball feel the most unhappy. He simply could not make sense in his tiny brain just how that small thing ended up becoming such a gigantic creature. Xia Fei already had plenty of helpers at his fingertips in the first place. Now that there was another big lughead for him to contend with, how could Furball feel happy about it? The dark space was home to demon chrysalises. Little Goldie skirted speedily through. It carried Xia Fei on its back as it hurried over to turbulence. Having lost contact with him, the wolves of Skywings had been feeling rather worried this whole time. Little Goldie spent a whole day of non-stop travel, panting heavily upon arrival. Xia Fei had actually not expected for this huge creature to work so hard. For a whole day and night, it did not even rest a single minute and had dashed at top speed the entire way. Xia Fei was very moved having seen it so resolutely carry out his orders. Bet you're exhausted, huh? Xia Fei patted little Goldie's head as he pulled out several dozen grade 6 origin crystals from his spatial ring. He then tossed everything to little Goldie. He also handed 2 to Furball, who very unhappily ate them as he eyed little Goldie constantly. The sea of stars in front of him was a mixture of both dark space and conventional space. He was now in turbulence. Whoosh. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared from out of nowhere. Xia Fei, watch out. Xia Fei turned to where the sound originated from and saw Xia Guanghai. The former saw the latter lift that huge axe in his hand and attempted to cleave little Goldie's head. Zing! Xia Fei panically bolted across space and pulled Xia Guanghai away before he could land his blow. "Don't! It's my friend," shouted Xia Fei. Xia Guanghai was shocked, his mouth slowly opening wide. He looked at Xia Fei and then at the humongous little Goldie before sputtering in disbelief. "This big guy here is your friend?" "Yep. There's no problem, is there?" Xia Fei asked. Xia Guanghai shrugged helplessly. "You're quite something else, young man. As a member of the god race, to think you're mingling with a demon race's chrysalis. Still, this is the first time I've seen such a large one with golden skin." Xia Fei retorted. "Who stipulated that the god race can't bond with a demon chrysalis? Where are the others?" Xia Guanghai pushed a button on his communicator, and very quickly, Peak Law Sages Xia Ku and Xia Lianing brought over the rest of the Skywings from every direction. When they saw the gigantic and strangely colored little Goldie, all of them showed shocked expressions on their faces. None of them had seen a golden demon chrysalis before, nor did any of them expect Xia Fei to have tamed one as his pet. Xia Fei told everyone of little Goldie's miraculous past, but of course he did not mention a word about the law of primal chaos. The look everyone gave to little Goldie changed after they heard its story. The Skywings were free spirits. They were very impressed when they heard how it possessed such a strong will to live that it eventually experienced such a major metamorphosis, becoming a top-grade demon chrysalis. As such, all of them no longer regarded it with hostility thereafter. Xiaka nodded. "This is definitely a good thing. This abnormal demon chrysalis will greatly benefit you and the clan as long as it listens to you dutifully." Xia Fei slightly nodded and did not say a word. Everyone knew that the dark night was about to descend, and having a top-grade demon chrysalis like Little Dottie would become extremely important. Just what was inside the protective layer? Was it an immemorial mystical armament? Anxiously asked Xia Lianing. "That's right. I found the toughest among the 7 plants of Cloud Sea, the unparting pine." "So you managed to subdue it?" Xia Guanghai urgently followed up. "Yep. Not only did I subdue the unparting pine, I even managed to obtain this strange object." With that said, Xia Fei took out that black pearl from the dark life form's head, enveloping their surrounding with its chilly aura. The eyes of the 2 most knowledgeable individuals among the Skywings, Xia Ku and Xia Lianing, glowed at the same time as they shouted in unison, "That's something really good. Xia Fei, you're rich." Xia Lianing and Xia Ku, the 2 Peak Law Sages, appeared to be very surprised, lauding that cold pearl Xia Fei had obtained as good repeatedly. Xia Fei was a little surprised and curiously asked, "Just what amazing uses does this item I found have? Why are you 2 so happy just by laying eyes on it?" Xia Ku patted Xia Fei on his shoulder and answered, "There's no rush for that. Let's just focus on the great achievement you've attained today and head back for now before we discuss anything further." With that said, everyone looked at little Goldie, which was hiding in the dark space. Their questioning gazes seemed to wonder just how Xia Fei managed to get hold of this creature. Evidently, little Goldie's appearance had elicited quite the shock to these Skywings. None of them had seen a golden demon chrysalis before, and little Goldie was not only top grade, but also listened to Xia Fei faithfully. This was what made it a little weird. Demon chrysalises were dark space creatures that the demon race carefully reared. The animosity they had for the god race was something etched into their very bones, and very few from the god race could own a demon chrysalis. This was not because they did not want one, but because it was difficult for the god race to belong typically to the demon race. Even if someone would occasionally succeed, it was also done from a demon chrysalis they raised from an egg, carefully taking care of one from very young. It required plenty of efforts and energy to rear one. In addition, no member of the god race had such a huge demon chrysalis like little Goldie. It even had the very abnormal golden color, the color of a king. No one had any idea how Xia Fei had gotten his hands on such a large, top-grade demon chrysalis. Everyone assumed that little Goldie had lived in the dark space for millions of years based on its size. But what they did not know was that little Goldie was still a child, and barely a month old at that. This point alone was more than enough proof of just how great a potential little Goldie possessed. If Xia Fei let the chrysalis eat whatever it wanted, there was really no telling just what state it would become upon reaching maturity. Xia Fei walked over and reached his hand to dark space to rub the chrysalis's head. "Little Goldie, Cough dash. The Skywings all fell over laughing when they heard what Xia Fei had called the demon chrysalis. It was such a large creature and ought to have been given a more impressive name. Calling it Little Goldie was just too much of a contrast to the huge body it had. Perhaps because they did not wish to hear the explanation for such a name, everyone decided to shake their heads and look the other way. Just how did Xia Fei manage to get hold of such a huge demon chrysalis? Who knows? This demon chrysalis clearly gives off an imposing aura, yet Xia Fei gave it such a childish name. How inappropriate is that? The wolves of Skywing were very envious of Xia Fei, looking at Little Goldie in the dark space with gleaming eyes. Blizzard Fiendish Wing Villa. On the way back from the turbulence, the Skywings said their goodbyes one after another. Right now, each of them was busy with their respective assignments since the Grand Ancestor had left them tasks before his departure, and they needed to get everything done as soon as possible. The trip to Turbulence had been a last-minute rallying of force by the Skywing clan. Since the operation was over, each one immediately returned to their original assignments without stopping. Xia Fei, Xia Ku, and Xia Lianing were seated around a circular table, sharing a pot of good tea. Xia Lianing curiously wondered, "How did you deal with your golden demon chrysalis in the end? You mustn't miss this wondrous windfall you came across. Hardly anyone in the god race owns a demon chrysalis, and such a large and golden one at that." Xia Fei chuckled lightly. "I'm of course well aware of that. Don't worry. You too. Little Goldie will naturally appear when we need it." Xia Kun and Xia Lianing nodded their heads. There were two ways to tame demon chrysalises. One was through a contract, and another was by raising it. After all, the demon chrysalises were kings when it came to the dark space. It would, therefore, feel very uncomfortable if it entered the conventional space. Most tamers would keep them in the dark space, taking the time to care for them every so often while also setting up a way to summon their demon chrysalises when they were needed. Seeing the immense gratitude Little Goldie felt for him, Xia Fei knew that he would have no problem taming the creature whatever method he ended up using. The two then asked Xia Fei what had happened in the dark space and about the unparting pine, so he recounted the entire event to them. After hearing everything, Xia Ke let out a long sigh. "So it's a gigantic dark life form. We already guessed that might be that after we saw a giant tongue appear and steal away the whole protective layer. It was just that none of us dared to verify it." With grim expressions on their faces, after both Xia Ku and Xia Lianing saw that huge tongue appear, it was not that hard to imagine just how much larger the dark toad would be. Even the half-a-moon Little Goldie was just a shrimp compared to it. Though Xia Fei spoke of everything with ease, all of them could tell just how much difficulty he had encountered, the effort he had put in just to defeat that gigantic dark life form, and the subsequent subjugation of immemorial mystical armament unparting pine. Xia Lianing slapped his thigh and said with a glum look, "The turbulence is already very close to the law realm's domain. Seeing as such a large dark life form even found its way out here, it's enough to conclude that the situation is much more serious than what we originally thought." Xia Ke nodded. "That's right. It looks like we don't have much time left. No wonder the Grand Ancestor is looking busier by the day. Turns out things have already precipitated to such a degree." Xia Fei was very curious, so he asked, "The cosmic gate is starting to destabilize, and the dark life forms from beyond our borders are now on the move. There's no way that the two peak races don't know about such a development. What's their plan to deal with it?" Xia Ku and Xia Lianing exchanged looks and let out bitter laughter. Xia Ku explained, "The discussion of stratagem is the palace of God's business. How would we know anything about it? No matter what others do, we, the Skywings, aren't doing anything wrong by making our own preparations. Right now, our biggest worry isn't the dark life forms, but that the two races are getting closer to war. Just our trip to the border region of the turbulence resulted in a serious confrontation between both sides, with thousands either injured or dead. The tension between the two peak races has essentially peaked. I'm afraid that it won't be long before we meet the other side on the battlefield." Xia Fei bounded to his feet and anxiously called, "Just what's going on there?" "The dark life forms are clearly closing in on us, yet the two races are still keen on fighting each other. That's no better than seeking death." Xia Ke helplessly shrugged. "We don't understand it either. Even the Grand Ancestor is equally nonplussed. Do you know what our grand ancestor is doing right now? Xia Fei shook his head. He had not even met that old monster of their clan, so how would he know what the latter was up to? Xia Ku sighed. Actually, our clan was already given the order to send our elites to the border regions, but our grand ancestor outrightly refused it. Refused? Xia Fei was stunned. The grand ancestor has such a daring breadth of spirit. Whoever could command the mobilization of the demon-sealing fiendish blade must be someone significant, yet he directly refused to follow their orders. Xia Lianing nodded. Right now, the Venerable One is having a standoff against all the other clan leaders in the Palace of Gods. That's also why the atmosphere in the Blizzard Fiendish Wing Villa is so tense. The Grand Ancestor sure has quite the temper, bold enough to do whatever he wants. At a glance, while it may seem like the Skywing clan isn't really facing any major problems, there are actually countless pairs of eyes trained on us. Though not much had been said, Xia Fei could still discern how serious the situation was from their words uttered alone. Their grand ancestor had already directly expressed his dissatisfaction to the Palace of Gods and had even blatantly shown signs of disobedience. No one could guess what would be in store for the Skywing clan from here on out. There's no need for you to worry much about it. If the sky falls, our grand ancestor will be the one holding it up for us. What we must do is trust in the Venerable One. Actually, our clan's old monster isn't just some meathead that only has bronze and no brains. He naturally has a backup plan. Facing off against the Palace of Gods like this, Xia Ke solemnly stated. Xia Fei did believe in the abilities of this grand ancestor, whom he had not met before. It appeared that his well-known arrogance and tyranny was just an image on the surface. In actuality, the old man was very clever and astute. Oh right, what about that midnight pearl you got from the dark space? Xia Lianing suddenly recalled and asked. Xia Fei took out the icy pearl and inquisitively inquired. This thing's called a midnight pearl? Xia Ke pouted. Thing? The midnight pearl isn't just any random thing. It's a treasure worth millions of grade 6 crystals. Xia Fei was shocked. This pearl was actually worth at least 1,000,000 grade 6 origin crystals? That was absolutely unexpected. It was no wonder both Xia Ku and Xia Lianing exclaimed that Xia Fei was rich. 1,000,000 grade 6 origin crystals were quite the windfall. What uses does the midnight pearl have to be so expensive? Xia Fei asked. Xia Ku answered. This treasure is the life essence of dark life forms, and it's said that an energy master is able to retrieve energy within, which can help speed up a warrior's promotion. Also, it is a very wonderful material that can be used in artificing. You ought to know, too, that dark life forms are made from different stuff compared to the average sapient life forms. They possess unimaginable vitality. As such, unless you destroy every single cell on their body, those monstrosities can very well regenerate themselves. Besides the immemorial mystical armaments or laws, weapons forged using this midnight pearl can also be used effectively against the dark life forms. The adage of fighting fire with fire proves this logic behind it. Xia Fei nodded slowly. Not only could this small pearl increase a warrior's level, it could also be used to forge weapons effective against dark life forms. It was not difficult to see why it was worth a lot. Xia Fei felt very comfortable, having absorbed the energy of those dark life forms before. It even seemed like this type of cold energy was very suitable for him. Since he had acquired this midnight pearl, it would be well worth it to try forging a weapon or increasing his level using it. Store the midnight pearl safely, for it is a very rare treasure to be cherished. Wait till the Grand Ancestor gets back, and maybe we can figure out a way to use it. We still have the ability to do that at the very least, Xia Lianing replied. Xia Fei kept that midnight pearl, which was worth 1,000,000 grade 6 crystals, and asked, So what should I do now? Xia Ku and Xia Lianing looked at each other and answered, You need to go back to Fig Corporation next. They're a very powerful company, and also the only place where our clan has no hand in. With you there, you'll be helping the Skywing clan immensely. That's right, Xia Lianing said in a low voice. Even our grand ancestor is very curious about how Fig Cooperation became an institution comparable to the Palace of Gods. According to the old man, Fig isn't only a top technology research organization, it is perhaps serving the founders of the Law Realm in the shadows, just like the Palace of Gods. Law Realm's founders. Xia Fei felt his body shudder. That was the bunch of old monsters who had personally established the law realm. The Palace of Gods has the Grand Ancestor, while Fig Corporation has you. Xiaoku's two eyes glowed as he stared straight at Xia Fei. God Race, Fig Corporation, Research Institute 137. The 2 days when Xia Fei was gone had been very peaceful. Ex-director Kalu had been demoted to the Parks Department, and the newly instated director was an old researcher who wore a high-grade monocle. He had a wooden personality and was not particularly good with his words. It was said that this old researcher would soon be replaced, since the director position needed not just experience, but also plenty of administrative skills. The company very evidently understood that the old researcher with his wooden personality was not the best choice. Xia Fei had heard all this from his 3 colleagues at the maintenance team. Having finished off the proud Zack in front of the entire company, he of course formed quite the stir in their small maintenance team. However, Xia Fei acted as if nothing had happened, doing his work as per usual, 10 items every day. No more, no less. After accompanying the 3 for a tea-drinking session, he retired to his room to receive the teachings of Alpha. He was fairly unconcerned with regard to matters like who replaced whom. Inside his room, Xia Fei heaved a long sigh of relief and proceeded to study for 10 hours straight. He was both very excited and tired. No one enjoyed such drab studies, but this fast-learning method Alpha had taught him left Xia Fei quite amazed. There were still plenty of topics that Xia Fei wanted to cover regarding the Hidden Realm, such as those parts of the Titan superwarship that he could not make sense of, and if Phantom could merge with a mechanical body and be reborn. The only way for him to solve them would be to keep studying. Alpha was powerful, yet also very mysterious. The curriculum he had set for Xia Fei went from rudimentary to profound, going from simple to complex. Finally, it ventured to the inconceivable cosmic energy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Though no one had forgotten about the bloodless fight between Xia Fei and Zack, it did not seem like Fig Corporation cared that it had even transpired. The examination for new members that would directly influence their posts in the company somehow got postponed for no apparent reason, and the ever-courteous Director Musen of Division 4 had not rung Xia Fei up even once. Of course, Xia Fei still managed to do plenty of things in these 3 days. He had even digested that energy he got from the dark life forms, very easily at that, swiftly letting him become a level 5 law overlord. The next step would allow him to reach the superior law overlord tier. His rocket-like rise appeared once more, and as reality proved, while the dark life forms were someone else's nightmare, they were no more than delicacies to Xia Fei. Xia Fei very much enjoyed the pure and stable energy he gained from them. And though this type of energy radiated with frigidness, Xia Fei quickly realized that it was exactly this quality of the dark energy that made it easier for him to absorb it. This seemed to be very illogical, and Xia Fei could truly not make sense of it. Why did he happen to enjoy this sort of energy so much? Fig Corporation, joint meeting of the 4 major research divisions. I wonder, why is it that I, the director of Division 4, don't even have the authority to transfer a subordinate to my division? Is this truly how the company wants to treat us in Division 4? Director Musen protested with a frown. Unexpectedly, Musen's request to transfer Xia Fei to his headquarters had actually been denied. It must be stated that it was just an internal transfer to a research division, yet the company had directly vetoed it. This was completely against the rules. In fact, there had never been precedents of such an intervention. Alas, Musen had no choice but to bite the bullet and request a joint meeting of the 4 major research divisions, not for Xia Fei's or Zack's sake, but for his own face. As a distinguished director, if word of his personnel appointment being denied got out, it would greatly affect his prestige within the division. That's right, old Musen here didn't do anything wrong, so there's no reason for the company to intervene with regard to any internal transfers of the various research divisions. The one who had just spoken was Hu Qingfeng, an emaciated and dark-skinned elderly gentleman. He was the director of Research Division 3. Hu Qingfeng was a very earnest man. He hated Musen's smooth and evasive personality, but he had decided to stand on the latter's side for this matter. If the company could arbitrarily interfere with the personnel deployment within the various divisions, all the 3 divisions aside from Division 1 would lose their autonomy, and being a director would be no more than a figurehead appointment. Division 2's female director, Sheju, slightly nodded in agreement. It was a very rare sight. The four divisions had always fought with one another, both out in the open and in the dark. Yet this was the first time the three directors actually agreed on a matter. Seated in the second position at the table was the director of Division 1, Jinkawu, who had maintained his silence this entire time, a haughty look of indifference evident on his face. Division 1 held the highest position in Fig Corporation. It was this transcendental status that gave him the qualifications to be so nonchalant. He knew very well that, no matter what the other divisions were quarreling about, it would never affect him, for he was not on the same level as them. Cough cough dash. The head, Browning, who had a dark expression on his face, intentionally coughed twice. Browning was the director of the Science and Technology Arbitration Bureau, which was above the four major research divisions, and answered directly to the company's board members. In Fig Corporation's corporate structure, the Science and Technology Arbitration Bureau oversaw all works related to research and development. The Star Academy Education Bureau managed the Fig Star Academy. Finally, the Manufacturing and Fabrication Bureau dealt with the construction according to the blueprints provided by the Science and Technology Arbitration Bureau. Of course, the purchasing of materials and stores was also under the purview of the Manufacturing and Fabrication Bureau. It could not be helped. Fig Corporation was truly too big of an organization, meaning that there were naturally countless lower branches, with all sorts of power struggles playing out in the open and in the dark. Bureau Director Browning intentionally paused before saying, "I didn't intentionally interfere with the personnel transfer of Division 4. Rather, someone forced me to do it." With that said, Browning turned on the screen with a light tap of a button, and a formal document from the Star Academy Education Bureau was displayed. After the four directors read it, even the most composed Research Division 1 Director Jinkawu furrowed his brows slightly, while Musin had an utterly ugly look on his face. It was the ever-earnest Hu Qingfeng who solemnly voiced, "Director, those people from Fig Star Academy aren't targeting the young man known as Xia Fei, but rather his tutor Flynn, are they? They're claiming that Flynn hasn't participated in the Academy's monthly and annual meetings after joining Star Academy, so they're refusing to recognize him as a Star Academy tutor. This is simply nonsense. Everyone knows that the reason the company established Independent College is to prevent Star Academy from monopolizing power, suppressing potential students for personal gains. Not only do the students that Independent College recruit need to report to Star Academy, they're even more than qualified to issue grade certifications, sending their students over to the company without getting the Star Academy's approval at all." Even Sheju spoke. "That's right. I'm afraid that this is part of the internal conflict between Star Academy and Independent College. Everyone here knows that Star Academy values Eternity Branch more than their lives. Since Xia Fei from Independent College won against Zach from Eternity Branch, it's a heavy slap in Star Academy's face. I'm afraid that Fig Star Academy is using this chance to get rid of Independent College in one fell swoop, which has been a thorny flesh in their eye this entire time. Honestly speaking, even though Independent College always churns out freaks, their abilities are there for all to see. Just take this instance for example. The first genius in 15 decades, Zach, ended up losing to Xia Fei. I personally constructed the question he solved, and he answered it perfectly. I believe that even Zach would be unable to solve it even if he were given the chance to do so." Browning stated with a frown, "I know exactly what all of you meant, but the issue is that Fig Star Academy is looking to deprive both Xia Fei and his tutor Flynn of their status. All of you should know that the company has never once accepted a talent from outside Star Academy, and we rely entirely on them to supply us with fresh blood. Right now, Star Academy is denying Xia Fei of his status, so forget transferring him internally between the four divisions. We can't even get him to fill a janitorial post. Is anyone among you aware that Zach is the direct disciple of the three giants of Star Academy? They're more than willing to do anything to save face. Old Musin, you'd better go back and quietly persuade Xia Fei to leave. I cherish the fact that he's a talent, so let him save some face and get him to voluntarily leave the company." Musin's expression turned pale instantly. Not only did he fail to get Xia Fei in his division, he even had to chase him away personally. How could Musin feel good about it? Nodding, Musin shakily mumbled, "I know very well what methods the three giants of the Star Academy can resort to. I'll go right away and get Xia Fei to leave the company." In his living quarters, Xia Fei was as focused as he usually was. The discordant atmosphere in the company did not affect his study or cultivation at all, and he was still learning at the super-speed pace like before. Suddenly, Alpha halted their lesson to display a row of words on the screen. "There's trouble." Xia Fei read the words, puzzled. Xia Fei was just about to ask what trouble when a knock was heard from outside his door. Opening it and looking, he saw Director Musin of Division 4. He had come alone this time, without any subordinate in tow. Xia Fei smiled and greeted Musin before inviting him in. Musin quickly waved his hand repeatedly. "No need. It's just a minor thing, and I'll be returning after I'm done." Xia Fei got curious. "You're the director, so you can just inform me if there's anything. Why make the trip here yourself?" Musin looked somewhat awkward as he whispered. "The fewer people who know about this, the better." Xia Fei frowned and did not say a word. He patiently waited for Musin to explain himself while he pondered on Alpha's words. This mysterious person seemed to be like a clairvoyant, what with Musin arriving just as he said that there was trouble. Who knew what his background was? "It's like this. There's been a bit of an issue with your certifications, and I feel that it is best if you take the initiative to leave the company." Musin wiped sweat off his forehead while he spoke. Xia Fei was stunned as he exclaimed, "Director, could you explain the meaning of this? I don't quite understand what you're implying." Musin somewhat urgently replied, "I can't explain things to you. In any case, it's best if you leave the company as soon as possible, or else I'll be in trouble, too." A vague flash of anger appeared on Xia Fei's face as he asked firmly, "Are you chasing me out?" Musin was in a fix. The three giants of the Star Academy were not people whom he wanted to provoke, and also he had difficulties finding the right words to explain the clash between the three giants and Independent College. As such, all he could do was hem and haw for a bit, coaxing Xia Fei to pack up and leave as soon as the young man could. This was when an old voice echoed from deep in the corridor. "Leave? It's too late for that." The moment this voice was heard, Musin turned as white as a sheet. He immediately took 3 steps backward and bowed deeply. Xia Fei looked at the source of the voice, only to come face to face with 3 elderly individuals. All 3, who were wearing Cold Star robes unique to Fig Star Academy, made their way to him. "Are you Xia Fei?" Xia Fei nodded with his hands behind his back. "I heard that you had said something about killing our student." The elder on the left spoke enigmatically. From Musin's expression, it was not hard to figure that he was quite afraid of these 3 elders. They must be men of quite significance, no doubt. Unexpectedly, Xia Fei merely chuckled. His lips even curled into his signature smirk. "Heh, I've killed plenty of people in my life, so I wonder who you 3 might be referring to." Fig Corporation Research Institute 137, Staff Living Quarters. The atmosphere was tense. From one end of the corridor came 3 elders, who all bore domineering attitudes. It was so much so that even Division 4 Director Musin had no choice but to avert his gaze, silently backing away several steps with knitted brows, his head hanging low and him not saying a single word. These elders in Cold Star robes were none other than the famous 3 giants of Fig Star Academy, namely Laika, Krim, and Yinfeng. Technically speaking, Fig Star Academy was only a training institution subordinate to the company, just like universities back on Earth, the exception being a more specific division of labor, allowing for a more rigorous teaching. How could the presidents of a training institution compel a director of the research division to bow low, then? It was just something so unbelievable, especially considering that the Star Academy belonged to the Education Bureau. While the 4 research divisions were under the Science and Technology Arbitration Bureau, there did not seem to be much of a connection between the two. However, these 3 giants of Star Academy were different. They were certainly capable of affecting the Research Bureau and even the Board of Directors. This was because they had all originated from Division 1, even having retired from their position as directors of scientific research. Yinfeng and Krim used to be directors of Research Division 1 before they joined the Star Academy, while Laika was the director of scientific research before he retired. The 3 giants of Fig Star Academy were previous bosses of the current directors, so no one in the entire Research Bureau dared to go against any wishes these 3 spoke of. This was a tradition in the company, where any famous personnel would eventually end up joining the Star Academy after retirement. This way, they could continue imparting knowledge, as well as use what remained of their abilities there. The professor, Flynn, whom Xia Fei had not met, also once held the position of director at Division 4. At this very moment, the three giants of Star Academy were standing not far away from Xia Fei, scowling at the young man with distinct fury. What he had said moments before was very discourteous, so the three elders appeared to be on the verge of storming off. "Say that again," shouted Yin Feng as he glared daggers at Xia Fei. Xia Fei shrugged, unfazed. "I said that I had killed plenty of people in my life. How would I know who's the unlucky fellow without you guys telling me their name?" Zing. Muzin only felt a jolt numb his mind. The three giants of Star Academy were standing in front of him, the former top brasses of Research Bureau. Xia Fei was in big trouble now for speaking so disrespectfully to them. "Esteemed presidents, why didn't you inform me prior about you coming to Division 4? I would at least pull together a proper welcome for you three if you did." Muzin bit the bullet and approached the three elders. There would still be some leeway for discussion with anyone else, but the elder Leica was well known for his explosive temper. Muzin had been on the receiving end of many a lambasting when he was younger. Though he was now older, Muzin would still involuntarily begin mumbling whenever he was subjected to Leica's glower. It could not be helped, as everyone in the entire Research Bureau was afraid of the former director. Scram! Leica did not even spare Muzin a glance as he spat. Muzin instantly cowered and had no choice but to beat a hasty retreat. Leica swept his gaze across Xia Fei and said in a low voice, "No doubt you're a student of Flynn's. There's no need to waste my breath talking to such a person. Men, grab this Xia Fei, who pretends to be a graduate of Star Academy." The moment these words were uttered, four strapping Star Academy security officers appeared from the end of the corridor. They all wore the same uniform, striding over with verve, their cultivation nothing to be scoffed at. Xia Fei slightly frowned. His identity was fake, and he also did not know where this independent college was situated. If he really ended up being escorted to Star Academy, the cat would most definitely be out of the bag. His eyes quickly scanned his surroundings. At this point, avoiding a confrontation was clearly the best option. He should slay these three aggressive old coots and swiftly make his escape from Fig Corporation. Xia Fei had never had a problem with killing, so it did not matter the position of authority that these three old men held. Death was death, and Xia Fei would never hesitate when it came to executing anyone. It was just that it would mean all the hard work he had done prior would go to waste. Having finally managed to infiltrate Fig Corporation, having been entrusted with an important task by the Skywings, in hopes of him gaining a foothold in this megacorporation and uncovering its secrets, and having given his promise to Sentinel Goddess Sophia, who eagerly awaited news of her father, everything would go up in smokes if he were to leave now. Sighing softly, Xia Fei furtively hovered his finger over his spatial ring. Unfortunately, his plans could not keep up with the changing situation. Since he had been thrust into his current situation, he really had no choice but to kill his way out. He began to make a mental note of the present predicament. As long as the four security officers took 3 more steps to him and entered his kill zone, Xia Fei would attack sans hesitation, instantly wiping out the 8 people present. He could then depart like a bolt of lightning, not leaving even the slightest trace behind. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as Xia Fei was about to strike, at that very moment, another old voice thundered from across the corridor. "Who dares to touch a student of yours truly?" Everyone was surprised. They turned around, only to see a frail-looking old man dressed in casual clothes. His sharp eyes were filled with determination, approaching unhurriedly with every meaningful step. Xia Fei flashed a bitter smile. This was bad. Even Flynn from Independent College had appeared. There was no need to head over to Figstar Academy. He could get exposed right here in this cramped corridor. "Flynn, I haven't seen you in so many years, yet you've managed to raise such a fine student." Leica raised his head and spoke with hands behind his back. "He's not so fine, but he's at least better than your student," replied old Flynn nonchalantly while he scrutinized Xia Fei with his 2 eyes. Xia Fei was quite surprised. He found it strange, for it seemed like this Professor Flynn was not denying his identity. Just what was going on? "What did you just say? How dare you say such things to the president?" 2 of the 3 giants, Krim and Yin Feng, instantly panicked. Meanwhile, the eyes of the ever-dour Leica had nearly popped out. Since the 3 of you want to chase my student out of the door, do you expect me to be in a good mood?" Flynn walked up to Xia Fei's side and flashed him a smile, which left Xia Fei feeling perplexed. Patting Xia Fei on the shoulder thrice, the old professor then said, "Student, I read that declaration of war you'd composed. It's very well written, though I think that you need to amend that last part. You shouldn't be saying you're dead, but you're all dead instead." The expression on everyone's faces contorted almost immediately. Director Musin of Division 4 nearly fainted to death on the spot after hearing that. No one expected the internal strife of Fig Star Academy to have actually reached such a precipice. "Just what do you mean by that?" Yin Feng, the youngest of the three giants, asked with utmost urgency. "What do I mean? It means that we of Independent College will be leaving Fig Star Academy," spat old Flynn aggressively. "Leave?" The three giants of Star Academy were shocked. Independent College was actually seeking to separate from Fig Star Academy? They truly planned to go solo. That was when the head of the three giants, Leica, suddenly ambiguously said, "Flynn, though you're a member of Independent College, you don't have the right to speak for the rest of its faculty. Besides, Fig Star Academy is connected to the board of directors. Just because you said that you'll leave doesn't mean that you can do just that. As the president of Fig Star Academy, I officially withdraw your membership to Independent College. And of course, this also means that your student here will be formally delisted." It was at that moment when Leica finally revealed his plan. As the one managing the Star Academy, he definitely had the authority to do this. Xia Fei, who remained standing on the sidelines, was a little confused. He could not understand why this old man by the name of Flynn would lie about him being his student. After all, this had been the first time they met. This old professor's actions were really strange. Suddenly, even more figures appeared in that corridor. There were 10 men by Xia Fei's count. These 10 men were elders, just like Flynn, each looking like aged scholars. You can't fire Flynn because the departure of Independent College from the Star Academy isn't just his decision, but the shared decision of the 11 of us from Independent College, an old man with a silver goatee calmly expressed. Independent College was made up 11 tutors, who were also known as the Elderly 11. If Flynn was incapable of butting heads with the three giants, then the Elderly 11 of Independent College surely had the qualifications to do so. After all, these old scholars were elites of every field born from Fig Corporation, and each of them had made great contributions to the company in the past. At that moment, Leica's face turned grim as he coldly barked, "Is Independent College looking to revolt?" Flynn did not pause, either, as he instantly answered, "That's exactly what we're doing. What are you going to do about it?" Reaching a hand to grab Xia Fei, Flynn began to make his move as he said, "Come with me. As someone from Independent College, you don't ever have to endure the temper of these BSTRDS. I'm going right to the board of directors. Let's see what they'll say about that." Xia Fei furrowed his brows, following the crowd of old men to leave Research Institute 137. It was only after he exited the building that he realized that there were even more people waiting outside. These were all students who had graduated from Independent College in the past, all of them now holding positions in various departments of the company. When Independent College gave the call, everyone answered the summon accordingly. It was said that only freaks graduated from Independent College. It looked like the rumors were true. Some were munching on peanuts on the sidelines, and one of these people was even squatting, intently watching the ants crawling on the ground. This bunch of Independent College graduates were all evidently very abnormal. They were not in the least bit respectful when they met their own tutors, merely offering a nod or a wave, as if they were meeting friends. Their attitude was fairly casual. "All of you should first return to college and wait. We, elders, will be making a trip to the board of directors," said Flynn with a grand wave of his hand. Fig Star Academy, Independent College grounds. The Star Academy was not located in the God Race territory, but at an independent star system, with both Independent College and the Eternity branch established on separate planets, while the rest of the branches were concentrated on 3 core planets. Xia Fei followed the crowd here, feeling a little uneasy. After all, he was not really a Fig Star Academy graduate and was in no way Professor Flynn's protege. Fortunately, Independent College did one-on-one mentoring, so this was the first time many of these alumni were meeting. As such, Xia Fei did not arouse any suspicion while he mixed with the crowd. About half an hour later, the Elderly 11 from Independent College finally returned. Flynn immediately spotted Xia Fei in the crowd and beckoned him over. He got Xia Fei to take a walk with him. Xia Fei had no choice but to get up and follow him into his office. Flynn looked to the left and the right before closing the door and staring right at Xia Fei. "No need to be nervous. It's Alpha who called me over," Flynn said solemnly. "He's not just your friend, but mine as well." "No need to be nervous. It's Alpha who called me over," Flynn said solemnly. "He's not just your friend, but mine as well." Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows instantly the moment he heard this and quizzically asked back, "Alpha? I don't know anyone by the name of Alpha." Indeed, Xia Fei was forever calmer and prepared compared to the average person. He was already suspecting foul play, given how strangely the situation had unfolded. While others might believe Flynn right away, with him appearing to be very concerned and even mentioning Alpha's name directly, Xia Fei was different. Without being a 100% certain, he was not the sort to trust anyone easily. Flynn was momentarily stunned as he patted Xia Fei on the shoulder and smiled. "Looks like Alpha chose you with good reason. You're definitely not someone who can be easily tricked." With that said, Flynn turned on the screen in his office, and very soon, a row of words appeared. "You can trust Flynn. He's my friend. He's worth trusting, just like you." This line of words was written in Alpha's style, but Xia Fei was still unconvinced and maintained his silence. This was when the screen began flashing madly, as the content of Xia Fei's lesson today appeared. Indubitably, if this was anyone but Alpha, there would be no way for them to even know what Xia Fei had been studying today. Xia Fei waved his hand and quickly typed words on the screen. "Alpha, just what is going on here?" Whoosh. Alpha did not answer him. All he saw was the screen flashing rapidly and returning to normal. Flynn sat down beside Xia Fei and said, "Let me tell you, right now, we are related as teacher and student, but we've already become secret allies." "Allies?" Xia Fei smiled. "From what I know, allies are people who form an alliance with a common goal. I'm sorry, but I don't think we have anything in common." Flynn pointed to the screen, unfazed by his comment, and said, "Alpha, he is where our commonality lies. Also, I know that you used the Hybrid Dragon Correction Core to join Fig Corporation. This system that Alpha researched is really decent, and no one in the entire god race can turn fake to real like him, forging such an exquisite disguise." Xia Fei was stunned. He swiftly connected the dots and gasped. If the Hybrid Dragon Correction Core was invented by Alpha, that would mean that everything had been planned by this mysterious Alpha. He knew I wanted to join Fig Corporation, my identity, and my background knowledge, as well as expertise. Flynn shrugged as he softly answered, "No need to be so nervous. Trust me, Alpha definitely has such capabilities. Aside from him, I have yet to meet another person who can gain access to highly restricted databases of the god race, leaving no trace of his infiltration. There's no one else that can tamper data so readily." Xia Fei involuntarily took out a Hongtishan and lit one. As the smoke from the cigarette wafted out, he could feel his heart rate steadily increasing. Alpha was indubitably the most mysterious existence Xia Fei had met thus far. It definitely seemed like he had had his eye on Xia Fei from a long time ago, and had very quietly placed the Hybrid Dragon Correction Core in the hands of blind Xueguang. Because he knew that Xueguang wanted to kill Xia Fei, and Xia Fei would definitely not just do nothing with it. After Xia Fei had obtained the Hybrid Dragon Correction Core, Alpha successfully created an identity for him to assume, one that would allow him entry to Fig Corporation and subsequently allow Alpha to contact Xia Fei, teaching him the unique study method and helping him join Research Division 1 as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Xia Fei felt himself breaking out in a cold sweat. To have set in motion such an intricate plan over such a long preparation period, it was a good thing Alpha did not consider Xia Fei an enemy, or else he would definitely be a chillingly strong enemy. This was when Flynn let out a bitter laugh. "You're right. Alpha indeed planned everything, but he still miscalculated because of you." "Because of me?" asked Xia Fei quizzically. "You're truly too insane. No one has anticipated that you would actually go and provoke Lycus' most prized student, Zack, and you even made him experience such a brutal defeat." Flynn's eyes twinkled as he said that. "This one slap you sent their way was so vicious even the three giants got stomped. That's something completely outside Alpha's calculations." Xia Fei raised an eyebrow. "Is this why Independent College and Fig Star Academy are having a fallout and why Alpha came up with this remedy. Flynn said nothing and merely nodded. Xia Fei was speechless. To have remedied the situation in such a short time, mobilizing the entire independent college to clash head-on with Fig Corporation, Alpha's abilities were truly astounding. I don't know how I should tell you, but you seem to have a knack for making things even more chaotic and complicated than it already is. Flynn sighed. This must be a kind of talent, a talent to stir the water. Xia Fei did not listen to his musing. His mind was racing fast. Alpha was an extraordinary strategist, having orchestrated a series of amazing circumstances. If not for Xia Fei's propensity to attract trouble, he really would have no way of telling that he had already become a pawn on the chessboard. However, it was not just Alpha who was good at such arrangements. Xia Fei was also decent with such. Very soon, Xia Fei came to a very shocking conclusion. Alpha was none other than Radix, the king of the mechs. He was the super expert that the god race had taken away many decades ago. The super technology expert. His mind was still swimming, but with each step he took forward, he gradually discovered that it had not been a matter of chance that Alpha ended up locating him. If he had no idea that Xia Fei was determined to join Fig Corporation, none of the setups he had prepared would succeed. From the weakening of the Cosmic Gate to the black and white gods egging him to search for the Ark, Hall of Valor, and Fig Corporation, all the way to the current situation he found himself in. A complex and huge web of relationships slowly appeared in Xia Fei's mind, and he became more and more convinced that Radix had been secretly watching him this whole time. Moreover, he even recalled something Sentinel Goddess Sophie had once said. The reason why the mechs retreated to the hidden realm after exterminating mankind was that Radix ordered it so. It had also been the only time Radix revealed himself in the millions of years since his disappearance, completely disappearing without a trace thereafter. It was apparent that Radix had the ability to communicate over vast distances, and if he could contact Sophie despite being billions of light years away, why had he not spoken to her even once? Xia Fei felt his scalp going numb. After his repeated deductions, Xia Fei finally understood that everything was all due to the Cosmic Gate. Evidently, the instability of the Cosmic Gate was not just something the Grand Ancestor of the Skywing clan worried about. It also made Radix, who was hidden deeply in Fig Corporation, feel uneasy. Xia Fei just so happened to have arrived in the God Race territory at this time. As such, everything naturally fell in place. As the secret ruler of the mech race, Xia Fei was one of the few people whom Radix could find and trust. The other was Professor Flynn, who was standing right in front of him. With this thought in mind, Xia Fei flashed an intriguing smile as he took a drag from his cigarette and asked, "So have you ever come into contact with Alpha?" Flynn shook his head, speaking as he reminisced. "It's not me who contacted him. In fact, it's the other way around. I was still very young back then, having just arrived at the company after graduating from Figstar Academy. I was in charge of the project pertaining to power, and while I was surfing the company intranet after dinner one day, I bumped into the mysterious Alpha. It seems that he's been secretly observing me for a very long time and knows of my foundation. He also knows my personality, how I don't get along with my colleagues. I was ostracized by everyone. It's him who mentored and guided me throughout everything, from when I was the lowest level researcher up to when I became a project lead of Division 1. Unfortunately, I failed to fulfill Alpha's wish and could only be a director of Division 4 at most." Flynn was verklempt once he began talking about the past. Xia Fei wondered, "What's Alpha's wish?" Flynn answered, "In Research Division 1, there's an exceptional project group, the Pinnacle Technology Team. Don't underestimate its small size. Every single member of that team has unparalleled capabilities. Their status is completely comparable to that of a director of the entire research bureau. Even the company's board of directors can only show respect to these cutting-edge researchers. Alpha originally hoped that I could join the team, but too bad I was a bit shy from achieving this goal." Xia Fei asked, "Why did Alpha want you to join the Pinnacle Technology Team?" Flynn glanced at Xia Fei and shook his head. "I have no idea. Perhaps Alpha is a member of this Apex team in Fig Corporation. The team is a legendary existence in the company. Anyway, you won't find any information about this team in every publicly accessible material, but I'm certain that Alpha hasn't lied to me. There's definitely a team of peak researchers that deals with top secret assignments." Xia Fei got up and nodded. no longer pursuing the matter. This was when the screen flashed once more, and a row of words appeared again. Something came up, and I had to go. Xia Fei tapped away. Sophie's well. Over the span of several seconds, Alpha did not give any response, which was something completely unbelievable in the past. His speed of response had always been very quick. Flynn asked, puzzled, Sophie? Who's Sophie? Xia Fei ignored Flynn. He simply saw a simple response flash across the screen. Okay. Xia Fei felt a wave of excitement wash over his heart. It was just a single word, yet it clearly meant that Alpha was Radix. Xia Fei's speculation had been right on the money, and that Radix was the one leading him close to Fig Corporation's Research Division 1. As long as Xia Fei could locate Radix, then the issue of how Phantom could merge with a mechanical body, the matter with the Titan superwarship, etc., would all be solved. How could Xia Fei not feel excited about closing in on such prospects? Alpha paused for a moment before continuing. The board of directors has come to a decision. Independent College will compete with Eternity Branch. The announcement shall be made in a few minutes. Xia Fei nodded. He took a look at the information Alpha had sent over and asked, will I have a chance to get close to you the moment I win? It's a possibility. Then let's take a gamble and use artificial intelligence. He typed these words on the screen with a firm gaze. Then let's take a gamble and use artificial intelligence. He typed these words on the screen with a firm gaze. At that very moment, Alpha fell silent. It almost seemed like he was somewhat worried about the crazy decision Xia Fei had arrived at. Xia Fei knew very well that there was a technology that did not exist in the law realm, and it was none other than artificial intelligence. While both Pod and Warstar were robots possessing intelligence that surpassed the average human being, the very essence of the two was completely different. Though Pod was obedient, it lacked any combat capabilities to speak of. As for Warstar, he was a proper war machine. He could imitate special abilities, which were the most basic version of law powers. It was not in the least bit strange for sapient life forms to have both special abilities and law powers, but it would be unimaginably powerful if robots, which did not even have a seventh brain region, could imitate the combat capabilities of law warriors. Only 4 members of the mech race, which had once populated the stars, were still alive. Xia Fei could not understand Radix, the great creator of mechs. As for the remaining 3 members, Dim Sky was an engineer, Warstar was a combat expert, and Sophie was the brain, possessing a database unparalleled in size. The 3 existing descendants of the mech race each had their unique characteristics. Both Dimsky's engineering theories and Sophie's superintelligence could be seen even in the law realm, but Xia Fei had yet to see a robot here that could imitate law powers like Warstar. This essentially meant that Dim Sky had handed over the artificial intelligence coding and logical analysis functions when he got captured by the God race, and the only thing he managed to keep hidden was the technology to imitate law powers unique to Warstar. At the moment, Xia Fei was hoping to leverage on this competition between Independent College and Figstar Academy to show this sort of law power replication system, so as to shock the entire Fig Corporation and the law realm. This was indeed an insane move. The moment people were to learn that Xia Fei had such advanced technology at hand, forget Fig Corporation, even the Palace of Gods or the founders of the law realm would have their eyes on him. They would definitely do everything they could to acquire the technology from him. When that time came, Xia Fei would become a target, which everyone coveted. This was the victimization of talent. Xia Fei knew this very well, which was why he had always kept a low profile, doing everything he could to remain discreet, and was someone who made progress without causing much stir. However, the moment he revealed this replication technology, he would essentially be stepping right to the foreground from the background, and he would have to withstand being right in the center of an unprecedented hurricane. Alpha was silent for a good while before writing on the screen. I'm afraid that what you're speaking of isn't just the average artificial intelligence, but rather the power replication technology. Am I right? That's right. Xia Fei affirmed this. That's very dangerous. Everyone will be greatly impacted the moment such a technology appears. I suggest that you don't resort to using such a move rashly. The worries Alpha had was not unfounded. It must be said that the law replication technology that Warstar possessed would allow AI robots to replace warriors for offense. While a warrior required a long time to cultivate such capabilities in the law realm, a A manufactured robot would not be subjected to such constraints at all. Given the current state of the Law Realm's technology reserves, they would be able to manufacture as many of such warbits with law powers as they wanted. They would not have any problems doing so in terms of productivity or raw materials to achieve this. Even if the technology level of Warstar was not that high, it would at least reach a level 4 or 5 in terms of special ability. But as long as there was enough of such warriors, it would still be able to cause massive destruction. If one was not enough, then 10,000s or even 1,000,000. The moment the God race got hold of this technology, it would be an advantage in every avenue. The demon race might have a very hard time dealing with the God race if that happened. Robots gaining a system that couple replicate law powers would definitely be a substantial invention. The law realm would have no peace the moment such piece of technology got out. Contemplating this, Xia Fei then wrote, "I will do my best to weaken the technology so that it won't attract much attention. I've already made up my mind. There's no point in arguing further on this. I decided that I would get you out of the company no matter what." Eyes searing with determination, Xia Fei lit another cigarette and began mulling over the situation that he would soon be facing. Alpha did not say another word. Evidently, Xia Fei was the only one who had the hope of taking him out from Fig Corporation, but he would first have to get close to the Secretive Research Division 1 before that could ever happen. Everyone was convinced that, out of the 3 mech race leaders in the Hidden Realm, the most advanced was Sophie, but they were all wrong. It was Worstar's law power replication system that was the greatest. Right now, I'll need a pass to visit the Hall of Valor. Xia Fei wrote this after some thought. Hall of Valor? What's there? I have no idea, but I still need to go and take a look. Right now, everyone believes that I'm an independent college, and this makes it the best time for me to do this. Alpha disappeared. Flynn led Xia Fei to a quiet dormitory. Though I don't understand the conversation you had with Alpha, am I right to presume that the situation is very serious? Flynn asked. Xia Fei smiled. He began writing one thing after another on the screen and then proceeded to hand this over to Flynn. Prepare everything according to this list. We'll begin work the moment I return. Flynn took the list and skimmed through it, nodding. It's not hard for us to prepare all these, but may I ask just what exactly are you making? You'll naturally know when the time comes. Before that, this will need to be kept under wraps. Oh right, does Independent College really plan to go solo? Xia Fei asked. That's right. Independent College has always been ostracized by Fig Star Academy, and we've long been dissatisfied with how we are treated. You don't have to worry about anything. These old mentors are all my friends. Even if you're not around, it's only a matter of time before we seek independence. Your arrival simply expedited the plan a little, said Flynn with a hearty laughter. Xia Fei did not express his thoughts on the matter, merely saying, "We're greatly involved with each other. Go and make preparations, for you may be unable to stay in the law realm for too long." Flynn was stunned. He involuntarily sucked in a deep breath of cold air, but did not say a word in question. It was obvious that Xia Fei and Alpha were planning something he could not fully grasp, yet he also could not understand why he was more than willing to trust Xia Fei and Alpha. After all, Alpha was someone whom he had felt a deep gratitude to all these years. As the saying went, give plum in return for peaches. It was probably time for Flynn to return the favor. Quietly nodding, Flynn turned to leave. Xia Fei used his spatial compass to connect to Blizzard Fiendish Wing Villa. A screen turned on and Xia Ku and Xia Lianing appeared. These 2 peak law sages were staying to guard their base. 2 things. Xia Fei began the conversation by cutting to the chase. First, I may need to create quite the ruckus in Fig Corporation. 2, this will be quite a significant commotion, and I reckon that I won't be able to stay in the God race for too long. Our clan can very well be implicated because of it, too. Xia Ku and Xia Lianing were very surprised, solemnly asking, "Just what exactly do you mean by that?" Ask the Grand Ancestor and see if he has any instructions. I may need a bit of help, Xia Fei said. Xia Ku thought about it, and then said, contacting the Grand Ancestor may take some time. The Venerable One is presently in the Palace of Gods. There are fairly strict defenses in place. Xia Fei nodded. No problem. Hall of Valor, the memorial site for the countless warriors lost in the previous wars the God race had taken part of. Alpha had given Xia Fei a brand new identity. Not anyone could just enter the Hall of Valor. and there was no way his identity as Xia Fei, a lowly employee of Fig Corporation, would allow Xia Fei entry to the place. At the moment, Xia Fei was representing some average-sized clan of the god race, which gained him entry to commemorate the birthday of his patriarch. None of the guards of the Hall of Valor sought to question this. As these were warriors had lost their lives in service to the god race, they were obliged to let descendants pay homage to their ancestors. The Hall of Valor occupied a huge area, with countless white stone steels erected around the place. Every stone stele represented a lost hero. Even someone who attained law god rank did not mean that they would be immortal and could not be killed off. Every law god had their own method of coming back to life, but as long as this method was broken, death would still swiftly come for them. Still, there were those who were craftier like the old demon. He planted his seed of life in a perilous location like the exiled grounds, with only himself being aware of the exact location, so killing Oro would be very difficult. Every stone stele would have the biography of the deceased etched on it, how many enemies they killed, and the reason for the loss of their life. Everything was recorded without any mistakes. Honestly speaking, the Hall of Valor was not in the least bit mysterious. Xia Fei simply could not understand why the black and white gods had said that he could find out the truth about the two peak races here. This place just looked like a shrine, and there was nothing that Xia Fei found suspicious. Utilizing his breath control, Xia Fei spent a good while going around the Hall of Valor. Every time the guards beside him looked away, Xia Fei would accelerate, and in half a day's time, Xia Fei had seen the entirety of the Hall of Valor. There was a pavilion between every forest of stone steles. After all, most people lacked Xia Fei's super speed, so if they desired to visit their ancestor deep in the hall, they would end up spending a whole day going in and out, making these pavilions perfect as rest stops whenever they got tired, with even people around that would provide food and drinks. Xia Fei got himself a glass of water and sat under a pavilion, taking in his surroundings. His mind was racing the entire time, hoping to identify anything suspicious, but the result only left Xia Fei feeling very disappointed. Suddenly, Xia Fei realized a point of contention. He involuntarily got up and walked into the steel forest once more, even taking a look at the monument commemorating the previous wars between the gods and demons. Very quickly, Xia Fei came to a conclusion that left him feeling even more puzzled. Every single war where the gods and demons clashed had ended in a draw. However, what made it even more unbelievable was that the side which had the numerical advantage would always end up losing. Simply put, if the god race had 10,000 warriors and the demon race had 9,000 warriors, what ought to be a war where the god race was at an advantage would end up with it in defeat. The result of the war would leave both sides with fewer than 5,000 warriors, and the more powerful side would incur even greater casualties. This was completely illogical. Xia Fei was really feeling skeptical now. If such a result happened once, he could still chalk it up to a matter of coincidence. But for every single war between the two peak races to see the same conclusion, it was no longer a matter of coincidence, but a conspiracy afoot. Instead, Xia Fei left the Hall of Valor with a deep frown. Just as he prepared to return to Independent College, the specialized compass for the Skywing clan rang. Xia Fei answered. It was a call from Xia Ku and Xia Lianing. The Grand Ancestor has replied. Xia Lianing blurted out somewhat excitedly. Xia Fei hurriedly asked, what did the Grand Ancestor say? Did he reprimand me? Xia Lianing shook his head and said in a grave tone, the Grand Ancestor not only didn't reprimand you for your suggestion, but even told me to relay 4 words to you. What 4 words? Do whatever you want, said Xia Ku and Xia Lianing in unison. Xia Fei pursed his lips. His clan's Grand Ancestor was really quite the tease. His response of, do whatever you want, nearly made Xia Fei burst out laughing. However, Xia Fei knew very well that what he meant by that message was not really for him to do whatever he wished. Rather, the Grand Ancestor's message was telling him to confidently do what he felt was natural and that there was no need for him to hold anything back. He was a little touched deep down after receiving such a reply. It was clear that this Grand Ancestor, whom he had not even met face-to-face yet, had great faith in him. It was also a show of his trust in his capabilities. After a pause, Xia Fei then asked, there's something I don't know. In the entire law realm, what's the highest level? Before the two could even say another word, Xia Fei took the initiative to pose another question. That will be peak law god, which is also level 9 law god. Our grand ancestor is one of the few peak law gods in the god race, replied Xia Lianing with a tinge of pride in his voice. There were quite a number of law gods in the circle, but there were only 2 peak law gods in all of mankind. The grand ancestor of the Skywing clan, Xia Guqing, was one of these 2. What about the founders who first established the law realm? What level are they? Xia Fei asked with knitted eyebrows. When he said those words, both Xia Ku and Xia Lianing completely froze. Xia Lianing was the first to speak. What level are the founders? Even we have no idea about that. From what I know, among experts who joined the law realm at a later date like our clan's grand ancestor, the peak is level 9 law god. Also, the circle commonly refers to peak law god as the endpoint of law power. No one has ever broken past the limit of peak law god in all of known history. Xia Fei shook his head. You just said known history, so that won't include those founders, right? But of course, the founders are the true gods of the circle. Even our grand ancestor hasn't seen them before. In fact, no one has any clue on just what kind of characters they are. No one knows where they are, for their lives are very secretive. They occasionally issue orders to the Palace of Gods, but even then, they will only send a representative to relay their orders, Xia Lianing explained. Xia Fei asked another question. If I'm not mistaken, none of these founders has ever participated in the great wars between the gods and demons, right? Xia Ku was startled and curiously answered, No, they haven't. Xia Fei, why are you suddenly asking all these questions? Xia Fei did not reply, almost as if he were in deep thought. Xia Ku and Xia Lianing were very well acquainted with Xia Fei's ability to think and make judgments. It seemed like Xia Fei was already contemplating something at this point of time. I'll tell you more after the dust settles. Let me first tell you what I have planned. Xia Fei snuffed out his cigarette, but with a stomp of his feet, and spoke solemnly. This time, I'll need to mobilize over 200 experts of our clan. Independent College. The entire campus was busy. Fig Corporation's board of directors paid great attention to this fight in the Star Academy. After all, both Eternity Branch and Independent College were important parts of the organization. Either had provided the company with a large number of talents, so with both sides fighting, no one really stood to benefit from the fallout. The situation right now was that Independent College, which had always produced freaks, was intent on separating from Fig Star Academy and going solo, while Fig Star Academy was unwilling to give up its management of Independent College. Even though the authority was only in name, there was no leader out there that would hope to see their own troops decrease in number, was there? Besides, if Independent College really did succeed in this endeavor, then the 3 giants of Star Academy would not look good, either. Out of everything under the sky, pride was the most important. This was why the 3 giants were dead set on killing Independent College with their hands. The board of directors was caught between a rock and a hard place. They were in big trouble if they offended the 3 giants, and it was also anything but good if they offended the elderly 11 of Independent College. Those old antiques were all famous for their weird temper. Even their students were all freaks, with not one of them being easy to deal with. This was why the board of directors came up with this idea where neither side would lose face, and even managed to de-escalate the situation. There was only one way in which sapient life forms sought to resolve any conflicts, and that was through battle. Independent College and Fig Star Academy had irreconcilable differences, so they should meet on the battlefield. Win or lose, that was the widely recognized rule across the known universe. The rules were simple. Independent College and Fig Star Academy would each send 11 students to produce their greatest work. Be it biotech, cosmic tech, or energy tech, everything was accepted. The reason why it was set as 11 was mainly Independent College had fewer headcounts and only had 11 professors. Meanwhile, Fig Star Academy had tens of thousands of professors. The difference between the 2 sides was simply too big. As a result, they simply decided to limit it to 11, with Fig Star Academy being able to pick their 11 most exceptional students for the competition. The competition should be decided with all 20 items being put up for sale in the company intranet, and the side that earned the most points in total would win. This rule seemed to be unfair because either side could rely on external support to purchase something worthless, But the board of directors were not exactly worried about this happening, most likely because they had already taken precautions to prevent something like that from happening. Independent college. Xia Fei came back to find a large number of people having already returned to the office. This was also part of the compromise that independent college had agreed on with the board of directors. After all, calling all these students back would affect the company's day-to-day operation, and this was why only 20 individuals were left in independent college. Those who remained behind were the elderly 11 and the students that they were most proud of. Flynn's expression was severe as he led Xia Fei along the corridor. I received news that Eternity Branch is prepared to offer an antimatter ray. If they succeed, I'm afraid that we won't have much hope of coming out on top. Antimatter. Xia Fei muttered to himself with a frown. Several minutes later, that frown on his face turned into a strange smile. Antimatter is great. That's something I lack right now, so I hope that they succeed. Flynn nearly hopped to his feet as he anxiously remarked. They're our enemies. How could you hope for them to succeed? Xia Fei patted Flynn on his shoulder meaningfully as he chuckled. Trust me, you'll soon realize that having an opponent is better than not having one, most of the time. Laboratory. Flynn had already prepared everything Xia Fei requested. The latter went through the list while beaming in satisfaction. He sent a blueprint to Flynn and said, "Begin construction in accordance with this blueprint. I still need to ruminate on the final coding sequence." Flynn was tongue-tied. No matter how things were, Xia Fei was his student in name. What sort of student would get their teacher to do the work instead? Still, after perusing the blueprint, Flynn could not help but get excited. His face turned red as he breathed heavily. Oh my God! This is an epic-defining advancement in technology. If we succeed, the entire Fig Corporation will go crazy over it. Xia Fei was unamused. Perhaps. Flynn very quickly understood the inherent risk to this, and he began shaking his head, not without his worries. Are you really going to complete this? Others may seek to harm you if they find out that you know such powerful technology. Xia Fei flashed a cheeky smile at Flynn and replied, What do you mean harm me? To be precise, they'll seek to harm both you and me. After all, you're my tutor. If I were to tell others that I made this, I'm afraid that no one would believe me. But if I were to say that you designed it and I made it according to your instructions, no one would see anything wrong with that claim. Flynn's expression instantly paled. What Xia Fei had said was right. There was no way he could avoid being implicated by this. Don't think so much. Haven't you always wanted to meet Alpha? Then let's smash our enemies to smithereens first. Xia Fei hissed coldly. Flynn had no choice but to nod his head. With how things were, he and Xia Fei were now grasshoppers on the same rope. There was no better solution if they failed to support each other at this point. With that said, Xia Fei activated his precious brilliant space and entered it. Meanwhile, Flynn followed Xia Fei's blueprint and began constructing a super robot that would most definitely create a huge uproar. When in turmoil, strength took priority. Xia Fei was well versed in this principle, which was why he was giving it his all to break through inside precious brilliant space and attain superior law overlord. At the same time, his contact with Alpha had not been cut off. Aside from the previously mentioned conveniences precious brilliant space provided, it was able to communicate to the outside, which meant that Xia Fei did not need to leave the space to interact with Alpha. Warstar was originally his design. Even though Xia Fei was very familiar with Warstar's coding and construction, Alpha helping him would allow Xia Fei to accomplish twice the work in half the time. Besides, it had been so many years since then. While Warstar was a powerful existence that could sweep across the stars in those days, he was now evidently outdated and required plenty of upgrades in various areas. Just like in the past, Xia Fei maintained the balance with his 10 hours of studies and 10 hours of cultivation. The remaining 4 hours were then used to research a new warbot, as well as help Flynn in completing the work. Flynn's old features became even more and more elated. As an expert in technology research, no one could resist the temptation of the replication system. Gradually, he no longer felt fear. Instead, he repeatedly voiced, I can die without regrets if I see this system in action. Every time he said this, Xia Fei would always respond with me around, you won't die so easily. Time ticked by so quickly, and in the blink of an eye, an entire week had passed. The new warbot entered the final stage of assembly and coding, and Xia Fei had learned a wealth of knowledge. He was also on the brink of making a breakthrough with his cultivation. The miraculous energy that the dark life form provided had helped Xia Fei greatly once more. After his breakthrough to level 5 Law Overlord, he did not have much energy left in his 7th brain region. Xia Fei had been unwilling to use it all, relying on the white jade dragon ring and his grade 6 origin crystals to improve slowly. At the moment, Xia Fei was at the cusp of getting past the threshold, so he decided to use this last bit of miraculous energy he had been saving to make this breakthrough as soon as possible. In the wee hours of the morning, a loud blast sounded from within precious brilliant space. Kaboom! Level 6 Law Overlord done. Though it was not as beautiful and magnificent as the sight of 4 dragons ascending to the heavens when he attained level 1 Law Overlord, the power he gained from successfully attaining the superior Law Overlord tier was not to be underestimated. It was tradition for the Skywings to be capable of slaying enemies beyond their level, and it was very much a tradition for Xia Fei, too. Reaching Superior Law Overlord meant that enemies below Superior Law Sage could no longer match Xia Fei in terms of strength. He now had the power to defeat a primary Law Sage with ease. Opening his eyes, Xia Fei leaped to his feet as he felt power surging inside him. It had only been 2 months or so ever since Xia Fei entered the God Race territory with only just his level 1 Law Overlord cultivation. Now he had gotten past the Superior Law Overlord heavenly threshold. This was practically a heaven-defying speed. Others would see their speed decrease as they climbed through the levels, but Xia Fei, for his part, was relentlessly accelerating further. Whoosh! Stepping out of precious brilliant space, he saw Flynn grinning widely as he admired the strange-looking robot in front of him. Success! We succeeded. Seeing Xia Fei exit, Flynn excitedly yelled this. He had completely forgotten the fact that he was hundreds of years old, as the joy he expressed was like that of a child. Xia Fei glanced at the robot, and his eyes steeled with determination and profundity. This was truly a day of double blessing. Not only had Xia Fei successfully stepped into the Superior Law Overlord tier, he had even managed to bring a killer weapon into existence, which would most definitely stir up a storm in the law realm. Xia Fei was in the middle of doing a comprehensive inspection on that warbot in the laboratory. As an ex-director of Research Division 4 and a peak-level scientist, Flynn's skills were self-evident. Every single part had been perfectly fitted in place. Isn't this warbot's outer appearance a little strange? It lacks any armor plating on the chest, and its energy source is left exposed. Won't this make it susceptible to enemy attacks? Flynn asked with a frown. Xia Fei had indeed designed the warbot to have plenty of safety hazards, and the exposed energy source was just one of them. Its engine, transmission, and other core systems had little to no protection, and going by Xia Fei's standards, he could not have failed to consider all these glaring flaws, which was why Professor Flynn voiced his skepticism. Xia Fei smiled. It's not like I'm really going to send it to fight. This is no more than a display for the auction site, so not installing plates will matter. Flynn nodded. Actually, it would not take much time for them to fit in the alloy metal plating, but it was just that Xia Fei insisted on not installing one, so Flynn was helpless about this. Professor, head out for a bit first. I need to do some final debugging, Xia Fei said. Flynn was slightly startled as he asked, Don't you trust my standards? Honestly, I've put 120% of my effort into making this robot. I dare to guarantee with my brain that it follows the blueprint exactly. Xia Fei smiled and escorted him out to the door with his 2 hands. Professor, you're mistaken. There's definitely nothing wrong with the robot, but it's just that you made it too well, too exquisite. We're currently dancing on the edge of a blade, so we need to conceal a bit. Flynn looked like he was on the verge of grasping something, but he was still very worried that Xia Fei would be worsening this warbot he had so meticulously built. He was actually hoping that, with this, he had created the most outstanding work of his life. Flynn had no idea what Xia Fei was up to, but he had no choice but to leave the laboratory while feeling uneasy. How was he to know that this one trip of his would actually be the last time he saw this warbot he so intricately created? For the rest of the afternoon, all the way until midnight, Xia Fei busied himself inside the laboratory. When he finally left the laboratory, he did not allow Flynn to take a peek, behaving very weirdly the entire time. Early the next morning, A group of security guards from the company left while carrying the crate with the warbot inside. Flynn watched them leave as he went with Xia Fei to the auction site. The 1,000-year conflict between Fig Star Academy and Independent College would be decided right there and then. Just what were you up to last night? Why wouldn't you let me have a final look at the warbot? Flynn was very vexed as he asked. Surely, you know that today will be the auction, and it'll belong to someone else after it gets bought. Xia Fei did not share his sentiment. You've already mastered the technology. Just build another one when you have the time. Flynn stomped his feet anxiously as he moaned. You haven't told me the key coding, have you? All I can build is a robot, but it won't ever be able to fight like a warrior. Xia Fei flashed him with a crafty smile. Remember, we're on the same boat right now, and we must work together in order to save Alpha. Forget the AI coding technology. You'll obtain everything you ever dream of when that time comes. If any unforeseen events happen along the way, I'll most surely drag you to death with me. It looked like Xia Fei was not lying. He still had more far-reaching arrangements for the future, so there was no way this old researcher could fight back against his wily methods. Compared to Xia Fei, Flynn was practically innocent to the point of ridiculousness despite having lived close to 1,000 years. Sometimes, age was but a number to represent how long someone had lived, and it had no other meaning whatsoever. No matter how much Alpha trusted Flynn, Xia Fei would always have his reservations toward others. The auction site was situated in a dune-shaped building within the Fig Corporation grounds. It could hold up to 3,000 people at once. The others past that number could only participate in the auction via a virtual system. Over in Fig Corporation, they would host such an auction every once in a while, where the value of items would be calculated using points. Points were more useful than origin crystals in the company, so as people accumulated them, their account tier would also go up, and important items that were normally not available on the basic list would subsequently appear there. The reason why Fig Corporation could maintain an air of mystery was mainly that no one knew all the products of this top-tier tech company in the law realm. Take, for example, a warsuit worth 1,000,000 points. It would appear to be the best product made by the company, but the moment someone gained access to a Tier 2 account, they would discover the existence of a super warsuit worth 10 million points. Anyone that could own a Tier 3 account would also see a list with different items. This strategy of a tiered display system of merchandise was very stimulating, making everyone eager for more points and to work hard. By performing better at work, they could earn even more points and obtain even higher permission. Now that Xia Fei's account had over 13 million points, it was considered third tier, so he had access to plenty of goods that lower tier account holders were not allowed to see. Xia Fei did not engage in any transactions, though. He was waiting for the amount in his account to go past the 100 million point mark. That way, he would be able to view the Tier 4 list and subsequently see the best goods the company had to offer. Xia Fei's tactic had always been to obtain the best version of things. Since he was going to spend money anyway, he should at least get to spend it on the best. He was never one to compromise when it came to his equipment. The elderly 11 from Independent College were surrounding the entrance with their students, cheering them on. Xia Fei, who was mixed in this crowd, was hardly conspicuous. We must show the people of the Star Academy what we're made of today. That's right. Independent College isn't just for show. Who cares about the lousy Eternity branch? We're the most powerful education institute of the company. The main issue here is that those people from Star Academy are too bureaucratic. If we don't show them what we can do, they'll assume that we of Independent College are afraid of them. Professors and their students had plenty to say. Independent College was ever famous for producing freaks, from mentors to students, every one of them a rebel at heart. Honestly, the attitude of these old men was too arrogant. This was when another crowd made their way over. The crowd was made up of none other than the three giants of Star Academy and their compatriots. They were wearing standard Fig Star Academy's outfits, while Flynn and the others were dressed casually. Their intention to split up could not be any clearer. President Leica took the lead, and behind him was his student, Zach. Having not seen him for a little over 2 weeks, Zach had actually recovered his spirits, that disdainful look back on his face as he lifted his smug nose high in the air. Stopping in front of the elderly 11, Leica ambiguously remarked, "I heard you'd prepared some pretty decent toys for today." "Of course. They're all the hard work of us, the elderly 11. In any case, it surely won't lose to you all. The professors from Independent College clamored angrily. Flynn originally wanted to join in as well, but Xia Fei silently shook his head, and that caused Flynn to swallow back his words. Sweeping a cold gaze across everyone present, Laika finally rested his eyes on Xia Fei and snorted derisively. "Umph. It doesn't matter what you all bring out, as what matters is that you're all dead today. When the day's over, we won't be sparing any of you even if you prostrate yourselves on the ground." With that said, Zack then mimed ringing next action behind Laika. As Xia Fei's identity was In Fei, he mimicked the act of catching an eagle and breaking off its wings. Provocation. It was a completely undisguised challenge. The elderly 11 of Independent College were naturally infuriated after hearing such overbearing words. Curse words were flung out in retaliation, leaving just Xia Fei, who had remained silent throughout. As a last resort, the security officers from the company appeared once more. They split up these two opposing groups from each other and made them enter the venue from separate entrances. There was not a single empty seat in the auction hall. Xia Fei raised his eyebrow the moment he stepped inside. "Quick, look! The clowns of Independent College have appeared. To dare challenge the Star Academy. These people truly don't know what's good for them." The jeers from the audience were intense, and it was largely aimed at the people from Independent College. A majority of the company employees came from the Star Academy, with those from Independent College making up an extremely low number as a result of how particular they were. So a lot of the workers supported the Star Academy, leaving the people from Independent College to appear very resigned and isolated. Arriving at his seat, Flynn's expression was livid as he sighed. "Looks like we can't hope for any sort of fair competition. We've essentially been alienated." Xia Fei was unperturbed. "Fairness doesn't exist in this world in the first place. Just wait and see." The auction proceeded very quickly, and the first item to be auctioned was from Independent College. This was when a strange scene occurred. In the 2 minutes allocated, there was actually not one person who made a bid for the black hole neutralization device. It must be known that this black hole neutralization device, while not a shocking invention, could be considered a top-grade item. Anyone with this device would be able to activate it when near a black hole and resist its strong pull, thereby preventing someone from being sucked in. Such a device was worth tens of millions in the law realm at least, yet in Fig Corporation, nobody was even willing to pay even a cent for it. As the gavel of the auctioneer slammed down, this black hole neutralization device actually ended up with no bids at all. Not a single point was used in exchange for it. The elderly 11 were all extremely surprised at this outcome, and the old professor who created the black hole neutralization device nearly fainted to his death right there and then. It was simply too inconceivable. Not even a single bid was made for such a top-grade item. It appeared that there were plenty of unknown schemes afoot. Conspiracy. This must be a conspiracy. We've been tricked. That professor wailed loudly after he regained consciousness. Unfortunately, the only response he got from the crowd was mirthless laughter. Evidently, everyone in Fig Corporation viewed Independent College as no more than a joke. The second item presented was a high-powered laser sword, which was said to be able to cut through any metal. However, the way Xia Fei saw it, this item was far worse than the black hole neutralization device in terms of its technology standard. However, when the gavel came down, that hardly powerful laser sword was actually sold for the astronomical sum of 15 million points. It must be said that this price was enough to buy several items of the same grade. The auction ended up becoming a massacre, one mercilessly targeted to Independent College. By the time the auction of 12 items was done, the Star Academy had already earned a total of 120 million points, while Independent College was still awkwardly sitting there with their big, fat zero. The president of the Star Academy, Laika, could be seen turning his head over, making a crushing gesture towards Xia Fei, almost as if to express that he intended to earn an overwhelming victory in this battle by crushing them. A cold gleam shone in Xia Fei's eyes, but he very swiftly suppressed his own emotions, lowering his head and turning on a screen. "I originally didn't really want to kill you all." Xia Fei shook his head and said to himself. Depressed. Extremely depressed. This seemed to have been an intricately planned outcome. No matter what item Independent College put out, no one would care to bat an eye. While no matter how common an item Fig Star Academy put up for auction, it would always end up being aggressively bidded on by the employees. In the blink of an eye, 20 items had been auctioned off, with Fig Star Academy having earned 260 million points against independent colleges 0. This was practically an unbelievable gap. The faces of the elderly 11 from independent college had turned as pale as ghosts. It was very apparent that Fig Star Academy was using its influence, practically pooling everyone's points, to deal a fatal blow on them. It's over. Completely over. A professor from independent college, who had lost his spirit, was bemoaning his fate, overwhelmed by disappointment. Everyone knew that the next to appear would be the antimatter ray. The moment this equipment appeared, which was largely regarded across the law realm as a super first-class killer weapon, it would most definitely cause an even crazier flurry of bids to pour in. As such, given how the average items so far could be auctioned off for a total of 260 million points, there was no doubt that the antimatter ray would at least go for 500 million points. There was only one final item left on the side of independent college, which was Xia Fei's AI warbot, a powerful weapon capable of replicating law power. However, would this one robot alone be enough to bridge this over 700 million points difference? Crucially, the entire company was standing on the Star Academy's side right now, and no matter how outstanding Xia Fei's prized work was, the fear that no one would care to even place a bid on it still stood. Gritting his teeth, old Flynn clenched his fists and got up, looking like a wild, old wolf that was about to charge over and kamikaze those who were ridiculing him. Xia Fei reached out and held him back, saying gravely, "Don't give up till the very last second. We haven't lost just yet." Flynn let out a bitter laugh. He looked at his comrades from independent college, who were all hanging their heads down in defeat, and painfully said, "Do you still believe that we have hope of turning the tables on them? Look around you. The three giants of the Star Academy have exerted their influence and are fully in control of this auction. We'll only be debasing ourselves further by continuing to wait." Xia Fei flashed him a slight smile, but remained firm. "Just think about it. This is a situation already within our expectations. Are the board of directors fools? How come they don't know just how powerful the Star Academy is?" Flynn was startled and asked in a low voice, "Do you mean that the board of directors still have some considerations?" Xia Fei did not give an answer. He turned on the screen and pointed at a few of the selected names on the list displayed and said, "Look here. These are people who have never once appeared in the company's files, yet they could participate in this auction. This means that, aside from the influence of the Star Academy and independent college, there's still a third party. It's the linchpin that decides the outcome." Flynn quickly stared at the screen and carefully examined the list. He had not expected that, while he and his colleagues were being upset and frustrated, Xia Fei had very calmly analyzed the list of every participant of the auction, and he had even used the system search function to pick out a group of strangers who were not on the company files. His face was a little red, most likely from realizing the gap between him and Xia Fei. They were both stuck in the same predicament, and while Flynn and the others let their frustration get the better of them, it was Xia Fei who spent every second of the time analyzing the situation. He had even found the time to implement his own line of thinking. This was what it meant never to give up. Even if it was just a sliver of chance, Xia Fei was the sort who would find it by all means and subsequently utilize it as best as he could. By comparison, these professors from independent college had led much longer lives than Xia Fei, yet they were nowhere near him in terms of tenacity. Could these anonymous people be part of the board of directors? Flynn returned to his seat and asked in a hurry. Xia Fei shook his head. "There's no need for the board of directors to use anonymous accounts. It is my belief that they are perhaps the most mysterious group in the entire company. Pinnacle." Pinnacle. Flynn nearly blurted the word out loud. The Pinnacle research team was not just mysterious, it was practically a legend in the company. A group of heaven-defying scientists who made up the strongest research team in the known universe. No one had any idea what topics the Pinnacle research team dabbled in, nor did anyone even have proof of their existence. If Research Division 1 was considered a scientist's heaven, then the Pinnacle research team would be considered the god in that heaven. This was by no means an exaggeration. Pinnacle. The Pinnacle team has their eye on this auction, so what should we do? Flynn was rather advanced in his years, but hearing the word Pinnacle had gotten him trembling with excitement. which was enough to see just how mighty that super team of scientists was. With a firm gaze, Xia Fei solemnly replied, "We'll deal with the changes as they come. Trust him. Pinnacle will be no more than floating clouds when in front of the AI warbot." Color drained from Flynn's face. Xia Fei was being rather tyrannical to claim the legendary Pinnacle team as just clouds. Next shall be the penultimate item for today's auction. And due to the fact that this auction item is very important, we've invited the president of Fig Star Academy, Leica, to give everyone a demonstration personally, the auctioneer announced as he made an inviting gesture. Leica got up from his seat to the thunderous applause of the entire auction hall. It was clear that, aside from the people from Independent College, everyone else present was a supporter of the Star Academy. Leica beamed radiantly. He waved his hands, indicating for everyone to settle down before he made his way over to the auction stage. Presently, a very large weapon was already placed on the stage. It looked vaguely like a half-barrel cannon with two handles. It was none other than the antimatter ray that Leica was so proud of. The antimatter ray was very difficult to control. The moment it lost control, it would form the initial state of a black hole, which would gradually increase in size. This demonstration could very well turn into a disaster if left unchecked, which was why scientists would ensure that the control of the antimatter was their main goal. It was difficult for such a weapon to be effective in actual combat. This enlarged antimatter ray weapon in Leica's hands would be very effective against a single object, but if it was a large object like a warship, it would no doubt be useless. Very quickly, a single armor plate was placed on the auction stage. It was an old-fashioned and extremely thick armor plating. It had been taken from a scrapped warship. Given how the Law Realm had decommissioned warships from ages past, it was not rare to find ancient relics like this. Everyone watched as Leica's eyes squinted, aiming that antimatter ray in his hand toward the armor plating. Everyone shut their mouths, stopping their breathing as they silently waited. Bung! A mass of black shot out and struck that armor plating dead center. The antimatter ray then began to operate. It did not even take 10,000th of a second before the several dozen tons of heavy armor plate got reduced into nothing. It had completely disappeared. There was a mass of black suspended in midair, almost as if a shadow cast at night. It had already passed the most crucial stage. The antimatter ray had indubitably reduced an object into nothingness. But the hardest portion was what would happen next. If that fatal mass of antimatter grew unstable and began expanding, then this would mean that Leica's antimatter ray device was nothing short of a failed product. The scene that the people from Independent College were hoping to see did not happen, and everyone watched as the black mass became weaker over time until it finally disappeared. Hurrah! The entire crowd erupted into a cacophony of applause and cheers. Those employees who were already supporting the Fig Star Academy became even more frenzied, giving Leica a standing ovation. Each of their faces looked pleased, and they did not forget to shoot pointed, mocking stares at where the people from Independent College were seated, their attitude extremely smug. Complete control. This is a weapon with perfect control. Its capabilities are simply too astounding. All of us know just how difficult it is for antimatter to retract, and it's especially true for retraction, which has stumped people from several generations before. Now that Fig Corporation has actually constructed its very own donut with perfect control, it can be considered nothing short of a miracle. The auctioneer shouted without exaggeration. Xia Fei did not even need to look for him to know that he had already collaborated with Leica. Now, let's invite everyone to begin bidding. This antimatter ray weapon with perfect control is definitely worth buying. Before this auctioneer even stopped speaking, Xia Fei could already see a rather exaggerated sum appear on the screen, which was showing the amount. Xia Fei slightly frowned. There were no obvious signs, but beside him, Flynn and fellow colleagues from Independent College had a very ugly look on their faces. 1 billion. That was right. Someone had actually bid the astronomical sum of 1 billion points for the weapon. It must be known that there were 100 questions with heaven-defying difficulty in Fig Corporation. Meanwhile, for someone to have 1 billion points also meant that they had the permission to view the Tier 5 inventory list and exchange the points for anything they desired. This was the Tier 5 inventory list. Every single top-grade product in the entire Fig Corporation would be listed here. Exchanging any one item showed that there would definitely be an unparalleled treasure. Such a price very well pushed this auction to its climax. The crowd was ebullient, the entire Fig Corporation reeling. It was at that moment when a figure appeared on the auction stage out of nowhere. Everyone carefully looked and saw that it was actually the famous Xia Fei. Best to go back to your seat. You don't have the qualifications to come up to this auction stage. The auctioneer very mercilessly flicked his wrist towards Xia Fei. Ha ha ha. The entire auction hall burst into laughter as the president of the Star Academy Leica raised his eyebrow pridefully. However, Xia Fei did not leave. Under the disdainful eyes of the crowd, Xia Fei pitifully swept a cold gaze around his surroundings. The corners of his mouth curled up into that signature smirk of his, causing everyone to feel nonplussed, uncertain as to where Xia Fei had found his confidence. Turning around, Xia Fei offered a fisted salute to President Leica and solemnly said, "Senior, I have something of mine that I would like to give everyone a demonstration. You're an expert, so may I invite you to critique it from the sidelines." Leica was a little puzzled. It was clear that there was an unshakable enmity between Xia Fei and him. So for the young man to express such respect toward him in front of so many people, he could not make sense just what sort of snake oil Xia Fei was selling. There were plenty of people present, and just as how it was difficult to strike someone admitting their fault, Leica had trouble commenting anything more now that Xia Fei had humbled himself. After all, he was the president of Fig Star Academy, so he could not possibly appear to be too petty in front of the entire company. As such, Leica smiled and nodded. "Sure. This old one is interested in finding out just what exactly it is that you brought here today." Xia Fei smiled back and softly answered, "Trust me, this thing won't disappoint you at all. I've made sure that everyone present will remember this very moment today." A large metal crate raised up from the auction stage. Everyone saw as Xia Fei walked over without another word and pulled open the lock on the crate. It was the latest generation of mechanical war god, the birth of an enhanced version of the war leader, war star of the mech race. Yes, Xia Fei had indeed acted very unusually and appeared to be very respectful to his enemy. However, what Leica had no clue about was that every enemy that Xia Fei had shown respect to all ended up suffering an utterly tragic demise. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.